once again, thank you, Sakai. And over
YT
back to
dah,
you
dah.
guys.
Hello Reno.
This guy Prince Sakai feeling confident with
siap,
back in
siap,
the
siap.
meta, as they should.
Sedap aku
There hasn't
tidur
been a
semalam.
grand finals at EWC, MSC without them being in it back to back.
Welcome
runners. They
semua
love
yang
this
baru sampai
place. Now they're in
Okay.
France. So we'll see if the change of location matters or if it's just EWC that matters. But somehow, Brigitte, this team certainly has the expectations of being grand finals bound.
Yeah, I think I would be very torn to choose like who I'm expecting to go into the grand finals again because of the amount of champions that we have, and that's only talking about Group B. We haven't even touched on Group A, who also might have some sort of buff because of the venue that we're currently at, because of the country that we're currently
The
at.
baguette buff.
We saw that in MWI.
The baguette.
Baguette. Baguette.
And a croissant.
Yeah.
It's croissant.
A
I will just follow his
banana
lead because he's,
Okay.
he's coaching me the words.
So
But yeah,
far,
so we saw that. MWI
dengan bergema,
actually won the championship. I wonder
semua orang ke?
if there will be something similar here in MSC as well.
They said they're not focusing
Cuba
on
keluar masuk
Cambodia,
balik.
and I think that might be because there is a bit of an aggressive style that
Cuba
they
keluar masuk
bring.
balik.
Sometimes it's hard to match and prepare for that.
Aman-aman
The thing
lah.
about
Kau seorang
this
ni, bang.
Team Pro Esports is
Pergi
that
keluar
whether
masuk.
they have that
Kadang-kadang memang
aggressive
dia ngebak.
style or with some of the Filipino players that have also joined
Okay so
this
far
team,
day
they
1
have
kita
had
dah
a
dapat 2
road
player,
to
okay?
get here that is memorable and has put them in a position
Maybe kita
to
patut
say that
VAR lah.
whether you believe
Aku
in
rasa
this or not,
mulai hari
they
ni
wanna upset the Giants.
player player yang menggapai player yang macam looking good. Kita VR sikit dia punya game tu. So kita boleh tengok like apa exactly yang membuatkan aku tertarik kan. Like betul-betul objectively speaking macam tu. So semalam Kelvin Ceiling dengan troll punya tu sedap ah. So hari ni kita akan tengok ada update ke tidak, okey? Kita VR, kita akan tengok satu game macam tu lah. Satu game. Apa yang membuatkan diorang ni macam sedikit ekstra. What? Ya, aku tak berhenti tu fikir tu. Like, bro, no cap I woke up thinking about Idora. Mana ada aku lambat? Aku still tak faham Idora first phase pick ni.
Because like last time I come here and
I
I
don't-
just make it to top 5 and top.
Dia macam ni.
So
Kau tahu macam apa?
for the player that I have,
Umpama
I
Kari
think we
first
can
phase
make
pick.
it to the grand final.
Sebiji Bukan Kari tak power. Tapi dia bukan first phase pick material. At the very least kau kena tengok 1-2 hero enemy kan. At the very least
For us, it's like a dream to
Dora
represent
first
our country.
phase pick
Not
valid.
many
Sebab
get the
apa?
chance to do it, and when we have
Bagi
the
sebab
chance, we
lah.
gotta do our best.
អរគុណអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាដែលគ្រប់គ្រង Pro Esport ហើយកុំភ្លេចគ្រប់គ្រងពួកយើងនៅ EWC
Kalau buat statement yes or no je memanglah senang. Dia kena bagi reasoning.
Situation
Pro
field.
Esports looking to battle against what could be one of the contenders.
Aku pun tak
to
tahu
win this
dah apa
entire
benda yang aku
tournament.
miss.
And guys,
Idora antara yang
heading into that.
banyak dah aku
Part of it
test.
for Gita is that sometimes
Antara
you don't
banyak.
know what to expect. I think a more traditional team who's had success playing MLBB, I don't know if it's the right way or at least the way that's been successful so far. Do you feel hestant going up against a team like Pro
since
Esports,
revamp?
which might be one of the
Bukannya
more aggressive teams in this
bukannya
entire
latest
tournament?
ni je since revamp.
Well, I feel like
I mean,
I'd
sebab
wanna
meta
balance
Assassin
my
tu definitely
expectations a
valid
bit
lah.
when it comes to aggression or pro
But
esports, actually.
itulah aku cakap
Because we
masalahnya
do
bila
have,
kau
again,
pick
as
first
mentioned,
phase
two
kau tak
Filipino
nampak lagi
players,
enemy
and
nak
one
main
of
apa
them,
faham tak?
Kozen, who plays in the gold lane, is actually very
Kau tak nampak
aggressive
lagi?
when it comes to his approach, so that might somewhat balance things a bit when it comes to playing
Okay,
against
Idora
pro
first
esports.
pick campur
Yeah, I don't know
bodyguard
about
kan.
you,
Okay,
Brigitte,
lepas
but
tu
for
sebelah
me,
main
I
hyper
have
tank.
This mindset that I'm more afraid when
Haris,
I don't
ada
know I'm
Haris.
gonna get punched.
Yeah.
Ada.
Honestly, it is
Geng,
kind
boleh
of
lah
like,
kita tap dulu guys.
combat sports where some people,
Sebab
they wanna play
FOMO
the
tu lah tu.
early
Aku pun
stages
rasa
of the
tu lah.
fight,
Aku
just
lebih
getting
berat ke
points,
arah tu lah.
gauging their opponents, right? So during that time,
Aku
they're
lebih
hoping
berat
for
ke
a
arah
slow,
FOMO
slower
lah.
match, but then all of a sudden if the opponent goes
Aku dapat rasa
headstrong,
dia sama
100%
macam
very
Halim
strong
menaik hari
punch
tu.
and then try to end the fight that way, that could really surprise a lot of people. So I think that's the best analogy here, where Selangor Giants, they will spend their early game roughly understanding
betul,
the
takut
habits, but if
jadi
somehow,
tak
some way
ada
they just
value
get a
sebab
very
first
good
pick.
lucky punch,
Sebabkan
that might
masalah
really change
distance
the course of the game.
Could be interesting too to see, you know, they have time. This is a double elimination bracket.
Dia
You
paling
guys are
problem
doing
ski
some
dua
damage
lagi.
to each other off camera. You just missed it. They literally were fighting.
Terbang-terbang ke Jayudo Raja
Yeah, look, they're
Wauko.
taking a deep
Mon
breath.
tak
as well.
jadilah.
Back at it.
Tahu tak, Idora tak ada masalah
We have a chance
lawan
to see
hero
what you guys
terbang-terbang.
thought of the pick-ups.
Lawan terbang-terbang
And
lah
you
dia
said
happy.
Selangor Red
Sebab
Giants,
orang datang kat dia kan.
86%.
Dia
But
macam
Pro
kari
Esports
sebiji.
14%. This
Tapi
is not
problem
really
kalau
the
contoh
most
main ni,
lopsided
full
vote
tank.
we've seen. We saw like teams
Wah, Idora buat apa je.
2% against Ignite yesterday, so they feel like Pro could do something
Memang
special.
I
happy
feel
je
like
lah.
they can too, because I was previously asked before MSC began on which matchup am I actually looking forward to the most. This was right after Mirko did the draws and established this entire group of death. Shoutouts to him, by the way. But I considered them not just because of the
SP Hero
history that
pelik-pelik.
they had,
Aku
but
expect
also
SRG
in
akan
recent
try hard
tournaments,
gila babi
Cambodia
lah.
as a region has been really stepping up. I've been saying this, I feel like at least 4 or 5 times already throughout this entire MSC ever since wildcard, but that is true. And this is not the exact same lineup that we saw even in, let's say, the recent Asian Games.
Tak, dekat rank lain
but
cerita.
even then,
Dekat rank,
this is a
Idora
lineup that
memang
beat that
before
lineup
it
that we're
was
talking
cool
about.
pun
So
memang
I have
OP.
really high expectations for Pro
Rank.
Esports going up
Tak,
against
sebab Hero
Selangor
boleh
Red
one shot
Giants.
kan.
You look really good on camera, by the way.
Memang
I don't
gigit
know,
gila
the
lah.
camera looks pretty good.
You guys are both.
So dekat rank dia macam, dia ada certain hero yang memang kalau dekat rank tu, dia punya impact memang lain sangat. Contoh je ni je, aku bagi Saber lah senang. Kan? Saber kalau kat command rank, padu, memang lain tu. Dekat, sebab hero-nya ni lah, macam Hellcat.
Because we're not part of it.
Well, it's time to get it started here. Your second day of MLBB MSC at EWC
Macam Mia kan.
2026 begins right now.
Makan apa, Rino?
Makan oren. Oren.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of MLBB
Dia
MSC
takkan tak
at
balik dulu nak bawa
EWC
pro.
2026. And I know, Rose, that there's one thing that you love more than long-winded introductions, and that is some good MLBB.
Oh yes, Milosh.
Boleh lah.
Honestly,
Tapi
good
kena macam
MLBB
Melissa
and
semalam lah,
long
last pick lah.
games, That is something
Kau
we
piak bawa
all
pening sikit
love
lah.
to witness. So much happens in the Land of Dawn, so much drama unravels. I cannot wait for today because today we will be witnessing 4 best of 3s in the Group of Death.
Yesterday was quite fast. I think today would not be surprised if we go the distance on more than one game.
Yes, Milosh. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming
Welcome guys, semua baru sampai ya. Tap-tap dulu guys.
Giants. This team proceeded to win it all in 2024, making history for Malaysia. Last year, they attempted to defend their title in the grand finals. How will their journey play out this year?
Wow,
A lot of
on time
pressure
lah
on
hari
their
ni.
shoulders, I know, but we know they've been there before. They can do this again. It's no easy task, though, against the up-and-comers on the other side. Please welcome
masuk baik
Pro
tanpa basa-basi.
Esports. They've grinded away for season after season of MPL, and the door to greatness has finally opened.
Langsung
From
saja.
aggression and early dominance to calm composure, their discipline
Langsung
could
saja.
herald a deep tournament run.
And you know, Milosh, this regional rivalry
dah
dates
duduk
back
buka,
all the way to 2024. And throughout it all, SRG has been coming out on top. Will the same happen today?
There's got to be one moment, one inflection moment today might be the one.
Yes, sir. So, boys, you may now place your keys and take your seats. And of course, to our captain, don't forget a little fist bump or a handshake in the middle.
See if they end up doing it. Oh, walking up for it. Hey.
There you have it. We are ready to kickstart day 2 of the MLBB group stages. Without further ado, it is time to rise above.
Falcons will close this game out with a clean 2-0. There you have it. 2-0 in favor of Team Spirit. And they're looking for one more in Alice 2 for the triple.
Onyx, match nombor 3. Malam.
So day 1 open up.
Lepas ni kita akan tengok
the meta is looking pretty great, but
Aurora
for me,
Gaming
the
lawan
most
TLPS duluan.
intense matchup for day one was Vamos going up against Team Falcons meta. But if I want to narrow it down even more, it's Aero 404.
They're going to go for this mid turret. They know Inferior coming out. Oh no! But the back line getting attacked already. Ezekiel is already dead. Thrown ruin is great.
Perang first game. Tak ada. Aku rasa SRG memang nak 2-0 ni.
He kicks Aero
Straight up 2-0 ke.
This is
Straight up.
Slangway Giants going up against Pro Esports. I gotta say,
Adakah
I'm
Link
really looking
dilepaskan?
forward to see what Slangway Giants is gonna bring, especially Skies, because back in 2024, Ling was the hero that gave him the title, the Sky Prince.
Tak ada game juga,
I
tak ada,
wanna
tak ada.
see if he can
Awal-awal dah
bring it
kes.
back and whether
SRG
Pro
mana pernah
Esports
main
can
2
fight
kata
against it.
Inter?
to the plane, the assassination Mendison is able to blink out forward. Now in the back, Skies goes for the chase, the assassination.
Dia main-main masa crucial je.
Team Liquid going up against Aura. This is probably the game to
Melepaskan
watch.
pria
Everyone
dari
just
Shankar.
both organizations have been at it for a very long time, especially for Team Liquid's
SRG
Philippines.
tawar
They
dia.
Lepas
are,
tu
I would say, the
grand
trendsetters. We really
final
wanna see what the meta they wanna bring
AE
for
tak
this
bermain.
MSC. Going up against Entity 7, that's going to be very, very interesting because Entity 7
Assalamualaikum,
actually
Rino.
perform very, very well in their
serious
own league,
gaming,
especially Shin
Shibal.
against Suns. I think that's
Salam,
gonna be
salam.
a very,
Welcome
very
semua.
strong matchup.
Tap, tap
Young
dulu.
Galacticos going up against GK
Tap,
Esports.
tap
I'm
dulu.
looking forward to see if there's gonna be a crazy
Jangan lupa
damage
pakai
jungler
helmet.
coming in from Young Galacticos.
Backlash, the arrow, here comes Han, they dive back in, the Terrify comes through, first blood for Han.
Because
Okay,
looking
tap,
at
tap lagi
their
sikit, Os, blok
meta, it's really not
Come
gonna be the
on.
same as any other team. And then
Plus
for
pick Dora.
DK, I feel
Nak
like
super
they just
file
gotta
lepas
prepare for it
1 hingga
because
0
hey, if
atas
there's a
Krang
Natalia
Rino.
in the room and such, you know, c'est la vie. That's life.
Weh, ni dah nak belanja super fan dah. Boleh. Masih draft lah, masih draft. Masih draft.
Hey, make sure you guys tune in because day 2 looks to
Shareholder.
be like a bloodbath.
Shareholder SRG bro.
That handsome man gave us all we need to know. And he's actually right here near me as well. SRG versus Pro Esports. Coming up, SRG, they have yet to miss a grand finals at MSC, at EWC. The last 2 years, they have been unstoppable on their path. Will Pro Esports find a way to throw more than just a rock in the
Rasa
middle
game
of the
1
road?
SRG
Maybe
still rank
an
ke nak
entire
buat
wall
ini?
to force them to turn back around and find another route. Guys, this is a big one, of course, and before we jump into the draft, I want to let you know that we have 2 champions and 1 game. Our My Champions event is live
Tak sabar
from now
120
until
kini kumpau.
July 27th. So
Berapa banyak
get
dah
your
tu? Tengok
champions
sikit.
pick now, win $50,000.
Hey!
My goodness, again, live now.
Why?
So scan that
Ada
QR code.
member
Banyaknya.
Brigida, I gotta say, Randy has a very soothing voice.
I know.
Very relaxing, very calming. I feel like if I'm angry, if I listen to it, I'll be like,
Suara
you know
Kak
what?
YT kuatkan sikit. Suara siapa?
Life is okay.
Just when we ended
Suara aku ke
the
apa?
recap, you told us today is likely going to be a bloodbath. But I heard rain days.
Oh, now I'm feeling
Bloodbath, you say?
Oh, maybe I can calm down a bit.
How about a warm bath?
Oh, a
With
warm
some
bath.
Oh, warm bath would be good.
Epsom
That sounds
salts.
You know what's nice?
What?
We have bathtubs, and Eterna doesn't.
Oh, that's and she's not getting paid either.
Yeah, so
That
you know,
can't
It's
be
just
true.
insulting.
that's true.
Oh man.
We can visit her room later just to confirm. But yeah, something that I do want to see if Ling actually gets banned now, because here is one of the dangerous things going up against teams like Selangor Giants when they do have an assassin player, a decorated assassin player like Sakai, is that you kind of have 2 months bans. That one is Fanny. Do not let him get that Fanny.
Yep.
And then kind of don't give him his Ling. It's
Hello,
either
hello.
ban both of them or have a very solid answer for both of them.
Especially considering that looking at the stage, it's likely they are gonna be on home
Okay,
side. So
here we go.
if they do go blue, we saw this trend
Setelah hampir 2 bulan tak tengok SRG main ah. Ayo yo.
games maybe with a link prio
Give
in
us
six.
dopamine
So it's
shot.
not impossible to see that happen again here with
Give
SRG
us
possibly
dopamine.
going to blue, but we are
Give
gonna confirm
us
that in just a bit.
dopamine.
Did we get dangerous grass?
Give us
We got expanding
dopamine.
rivers. Yep. I may be colorblind.
200
I can see
dah
the
dua.
maps. Actually, no, that's not true. Dangerous grass is very
SRG
difficult
dah
for me
lah
to
nak
see.
prank ni.
Anyways, going back to that topic, right? We gotta find answers for the Ling. An old answer before was that Hayabusa, where it
Would be funny, no?
a skill matchup between who uses the
Would be so damn funny, not gonna lie.
Hayabusa had that range nerf on the quad shadows. It has become
Mobius!
quite a
Atlas!
or maybe fifth prio in terms of the assassin's pick. And now we're jumping into draft here. Slangory Giants first pick on the blue side and Pro Esports red side second. Already betting out the Phovias, and for Pro Esports betting out the Atlas.
The Phovias already says a lot, I feel, about how much you need to pay attention to your next two rounds if you are Pro Esports.
Mantap! Sila guys. Nizam Ringo sebagai shareholder terbesar. Shareholder terbesar. Selangor Giant lah.
Ban out the Fanny themselves. I think this is also great.
Belanja korang satu super fan. Sila ambil guys. Nanti sepanjang MSC ni boleh lah komen korang ada bunyi. Okay. Sila. Lepas tu nanti habis MSC boleh lah korang tumpang maba aku untuk push rank. Maba aku kan memang ni macam joki kak. Bagi-bagi bintang. So value tinggi. Ambil. Terima kasih Nizam lah.
Sure, Stormy is an amazing Doesn't that kind of say that their draft might have a lot of stationary heroes that could get picked up by
Pasien lah bro.
Because I can feel like in a very high mobility meta.
Dah. Aku rasa aku dah betulkan dah pasal gift tu. Sorry loh Shadow.
This might be showing that
Why sorry loh. Semalam Shadow. I am forgiveness lah brother. Dah. Aku dah settlekan. Kalau tak percaya cuba bagi Galaxy satu.
Pretty high. I mean, like he likes to use
Gerak.
Nana, Selena, like Tesla.
Bukan bajingan Bukan bajingan.
And he dominated that game, so
Tapi dah settle.
See now the third ban
Panas
for SRG followed up yet again, and the first pick.
It is open. But Eudora is also open.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Ya, 200k dadunya. Tak relax. Tak relax.
They have this ego like, I don't care. You think you can stun me? Hey, good luck.
Okay, first pick Pakito
I
ada.
mean, one of the most picked characters, but also moments of taking over games. Air 404, you mentioned yesterday. Can we see that from Sakai?
I think a lot of people want to see that. So
Apa lagi lepas lah?
it's just a question of whether
Pakito.
you're confident, but maybe not Pro Esports.
Pakito
There's 5 people who don't. 6 people at least who do not want to see that.
Yeah, but they're taking
I'm not so sure lah about Link first pick gang.
Whether they want the Ling
I'm
or
still
over to Pro Esports and
not yet. Oh, Hirara first pick. Valentina.
So it looks like Slangory Giants, they're going into the first draft here, trying to read Pro Esports by having a very, I would say, flexible mid. And now, looks like Pro Esports, they got the Ling as well as Bellard. Very scary opener here. Link has a lot of burst mobility, can go for the back line, and then in case Slangory Giants wants to go for a dive composition, Bellard can stop that. So I wonder if Yumes will try to use something like the choke to potentially...
Welcome, Reese! Congratulations! Terima kasih Nizam.
Apart from that, I feel like the Valentina is one of the safer.
Okay. Let's see the plan. Okay, macam aku cakap, Team Giant, okay, team besar-besar, kita memang worth bagi benefit of the doubt. Sebab ni baru first game kan. Okay, so kita tengok. Maybe they have some, they cooking, you know. Let's see the response. Hirara, okay. Sebab Hirara, kalau aku kena pilih Hirara tu Link, aku pilih Hirara lagi. So itu okay lah. Cuma yang aku tak faham Valentina. Okay, Moscow pick pun good. Very good untuk lawan Link. Chill. SRG cooking. Okay. I like the Hirara Moscow. Much better compared to Link lah. Tapi Valentina ni lah yang aku macam confusion sikit.
He has a lot of dashes as well as his second ability able to push someone away.
Sebab Valentina first pick.
It will get stunned up.
Tapi ni dah ada belay, maybe okay lah.
Bring it on. If you want to chase me, I'll kill you first.
And a question too is if you have a team like maybe Pro Esports who are aggressive, Moscow allows you to push
Hirara pun tak ada masalah sangat lawan Idora.
But also if there's a random aggression, join that team in that fight, right? So a little
akan
bit of
jadi masalah kalau Beleric ni flicker lah.
Quickly.
I gotta say, this is innocent on this Moscow is something of nightmare to Cambodia because even back in M6, CFU coming in from Cambodia almost eliminated Slangory Giants.
But then again,
with one
Pro Esport pun dah nampak kan Valentina tu masih flex. So dia takkan pergi ESP yang akan bagi Valen ni advantage lah kalau Valen pergi ESP. So doesn't really, not really a flex pick there.
Opening with a very meta MSC draft, right? Bringing the Ling, bringing the Eudora and the Belric as well. Whereas
But very traditional ataupun klasik punya matchup lah Valentina untuk Ling kan. Bro display dia tak, dia production kalau MSC ni sekarang sebabkan dia dah under EWC. Aku rasa lah, okay, ni palatau sikit lah. But
we're innocent, you're all alone. You're not going to get any help. Good luck. Everyone else, do your best.
Which is, I think, great because at least Pro Esports have a link to somehow match whatever Innocent could do across the map. Because I think that's one of the biggest threats that we're looking at right now. But also, we don't know who the front lines are going to be for SRG
Tapi
just yet.
apa yang aku rasa that's going on adalah productionnya atas EWC. Faham tak? Atas EWC. So
maybe even
lebih berat EWC daripada contoh kalau kita nak ambil production yang betul-betul solid MPLID ataupun MPLMI kan. Aku rasa dia tak pakai. Aku rasa dia tak pakai tenaga kerja in a major way MPLMI ataupun MPLID tu. So sebab itulah yang korang tengok ni apa?
And the Cho got banned out, so they have to figure something else out to catch this Ling.
And the fact that
sebab itulah
you do have Ling, it does make your problem in some ways one-dimensional, but it just feels like a control.
Sebab itulah korang tengok UI-nya apa semua tak berapa handsome kan.
From Pro. And does that indicate
tak ada Harit tu aku tak kisah sangat, tapi UI dia memang aku tak berapa, memang tak berkenan lah. Entrance je lawa. Entrance. Yang betul-betul sebelum masuk lane of dawn. Tapi yang MSC tak lawa sangat. Yang Maui. Yang Maui punya colour merah pink tu bapak handsome je. Ruby band. Okay. Harit. Magic is my life. This Valentina pick is making me. Geng, kalau bergema tu korang kena keluar masuk balik, geng.
Yeah, and idea is pretty much the same. You still
macam pakai PowerPoint, like legit, real. So aku rasa dia punya tenaga kerja tu belah EWC lah. So you get what you get lah.
And commit to a very aggressive lineup because we're still looking at their last two picks. We brought up some of the suggestions
hopefully
in terms of the role,
moving forward dia lebih handsome lah. Sebab
they go for Uranus. So that's not the most setup heavy XP laner, but they will compensate it through a Badang in Rome.
So the Badang is one of those heroes that can actually catch the assassins, especially like pin them against a wall. I'm seeing Slangore Giants. This is a very unorthodox kind of draft that I feel like not a lot of teams can pilot very well. The Slangore Giants, they have a different kind of way to play where I feel like they're going to win the lane.
Masih Sora selepas nampak Valentina.
The fuck? Quite a lot of damage. I feel like first roll going to be difficult for Slangore Giants.
A lot of team fight and a lot of pressure from the lane who is just
player padu-padu, bro. Player level wakil planet lah, man. Bagi hero kuning buat apa syak? Bodoh betul. Hai. Dia prank first game kot.
RIP 200k.
Prank first game dia bawa pergi Messi, man. Berat.
Easy 200k.
Pro Esports ni power ke? Aku tak pernah tengok. Power ke tak apa? Normal ke macam outstanding? See you soon. Lain lah playernya.
Power.
I'm looking at this and immediately I'm getting a little bit of those flashbacks. Innocent on Moskov again.
Atas sikit pada normal lah. Geng, boleh lah kita tap-tap. Terima kasih. Bagi 100k, bagi 100k.
Level origami.
SRG Rage Rino, the real though. Serious. Oh. Okay, very aggressive, ha? Very aggressive play. Tapi matilah jungle, bro. And first blood tak dapat pun dekat junglernya. But nice attempt. Tapi itulah play yang kena buat kalau main draft ni, geng. Itulah playnya, geng. Same thing I said yesterday. Tentuan, kan itu kira macam fail sikit lah. Sebab Hirara tak dapat first blood, lepas tu Hiraranya matian. Tapi kena buat lagi lah. Kena buat lagi lah. Sebab kalau tak, oi. Tapi Link ni akan struggle juga lah. Sebab kan Moskop ni. Moskop plus badang kan. Under the assumption yang badang ni akan jadi bodyguard lah. Tapi itulah lepas tu Harit ni lah. Pegang Link Harit free sangat kan.
He's already lost that momentum, right? As soon as you hit level 2 on Hirara, that's probably your biggest power spike overall without the items. But now we're seeing that a lot of that mid motion, right? Clear up that mid as soon as possible and immediately start moving towards the other sides of the map.
All right, so Pro Esports looking for an angle, and Sakai's already started working on this turtle.
Dah better aku rasa. Lagi apa, lagi easy nak skill hit. Tidurah. Ni badang ni boleh kena burst ni sebenarnya. Okay, bro.
Sakai's making his way in. Sariam Felix gonna back off. No big angle from Pro just yet. Coily has to finish this orange buff as quick as possible. He's gonna look for the angle in. No pinch poise just yet. Gets a nice little bit of damage on his Sakai's. Tempest Blaze does comes down, gets the knockup. Puts the turtle in a lot of damage.
Oh, lambat oh. Velenya. Lambat sikit. Berapa pula bapak handsome. Velenya dapat lah pula. Aduh. Tinggal lah hero kesayangan korang. Tu nampak oh. Bye.
When we this turtle fast enough, let's look at the replay one more time because Graham's job is very different. He right now
tapi Bailey-nya MVP teruk.
Multiple people just yet, and the worst part about it, losing that 50-50 from the side of Sakai's has already netted this team.
Itu Bailey-nya impact teruk ah.
At least the next 4 minutes.
Yeah, I'm almost surprised Sakai's went into that knowing the Tempest Blaze was going to come, but a little bit of damage.
Bunuh. Waduh, tak mati. Oh, kena. Mantap lah. Handsome.
Taking out Kuzin. Pro Esports forced to back off. A nice little bit of something and back to Innocent. Hasn't been involved in any of these fights. Having a decent experience could be the saving grace unless he's taken out by Coily here. Couple more shots.
Kena. Oi. Bailey ni.
In the Coily's pocket. Able to make sure he secures up Berserker's Fury.
That's so unfortunate. Yum's already used all of his charges.
Macam mana dia buat skill satu dia dari tadi kena terus ah. Sampai kena puris.
SRG is playing a really difficult composition. It's a composition where you truly
dia pandai ni, dia pandai patting ah.
Must be interconnected. Similar to Avatar, just gotta make sure they can find something back.
Nice damage, Stormy.
Sakit dia Bailey-nya. Sakit. Weh. Itu aku baru tahu lah. Sora petik Bailey, Sora yang turun nyawa sih ya. Tu Velen. Memanglah soft gila. Mana ada Sora. Tu Valentina bangang. Patut dah macam soft sikit. Salah. Bagi je lah tu. Sumpah tak worth tu. Tak boleh keluar tu ni. Aduh. Tak Hirara early game. Dia macam mana nak panggil lah. Dia macam Suyu lah. Lebih kurang macam Suyu. Maknanya sebabkan CD kau tu masih belum dapat that sweet spot. Maybe kau boleh masuk. Nak keluar tu nangis sikit lah. Like contoh kalau dapat pun tadi kan, turtle-nya kan. Nak keluar tu kau memang akan mengah sikit eh. Sebab ideally kalau early game kau nak masuk, kau tak boleh guna skill satu. Kau kena guna Evo dulu. Lepas tu kau immune keluar, timing retry, lepas tu kau guna skill 1 untuk outdistance kan. Gila 20 e-sport, pressnya gila-gila man. Pressingnya gila-gila. Weh. Tim mana? Aduh, tim sampai. Aduh, masuk. Lari boy, masuk. Aduh. Dapat bro. Boleh. Boleh guys
Holy cow, that was dangerous. So dangerous. The SOD on top of utilizing your battle spells to get into this fight. It connects,
Tapi
he takes it, but he
apa?
already knew that the
Pressingnya gila babi. Saya baru minit 5 banyak benda ada orang ni.
Early with the stolen wrath of Dryad to guarantee this kill onto Sa. The trading isn't just instantaneous, it's 15 to 20 seconds ahead in the future.
So SRG are still finding some moments, right? They're able to get some little trades. They're behind
Recover sikit
2.5k gold, but it's definitely not the end of the world for them. We know that just with the game IQ, they can make something, shake something. Is it too late? I don't think a 2.5k gold lead is too late at all. We'll see at this first, not third tour, but I think first Lord is going to be the big moment where we know who's possibly got this in the bag.
Before anything happens, Zipper, pull up the item list. Thank you very much, because I'm interested in where Coily actually is at in this item.
Winning condition.
4-0-2 as of right now.
Winning condition. Ada Moskop.
For any Ling player, and they're immediately on this turtle as SRG
Ada Moskop, ada Hirara.
I think that's the right play this time.
Masuk kena hidup lah tu je. Tapi not an easy thing to do lah right now. Sebab ni nanti late game tak ada SP lane. So yang ada bodyguard dia badang lah. Dia nak kena handle Harit. Masalah dia dah 3-4. Entahlah, leceh. Tapi aku rasa memang yang terbaik sekarang ni Stormy memang kena ambil ulti Belly lah daripada Sora. Supaya dia pun boleh jadi bodyguard. Sebab dari tadi pun dia dah ambil ulti Belly, which is very good lah. Memang nampak impact kan. Sebab Sora boleh juga jadi bodyguard, tapi dia macam lambat dan kurang konsisten in terms of skill hit tu. But yeah, to answer the question, winning condition kena jaga Moskov lah.
Trying to make sure that they are efficient. They've developed their 1.6k lead now over to a 3k lead, and you can see that Cram now, he's getting a lot more confident after that nice Pauldron. He knows he can't get 100 to 0 just yet. Sa doesn't have his full 2 items, and most importantly,
tapi there's the thing, dia tak boleh peluk saja juga. Sebab dia kena pergi bagi damage. Sebab kalau dia tak bagi damage, dia tak poking, Hirara ni tak boleh nak main. So dekat situlah ada tricky part. Tapi dekat situlah juga pro player ni ada title pro player tu. Maknanya nanti dia nak balancekan the offense and dengan defensive play tu kan. Ya, pro e-sport menunggu lot saja. But surprisingly yang pegang map SRG lah. Surprisingly Belly to Revi tak apa. Belly to Revi lah yang membantu hidup rakyat jelata sekarang ni. Kalau Belly tu flicker, let's say Hirara pergi buat play yang risky ke kan, ataupun Valen ke, lepas tu nak balik Belly flicker ulti, link pula dari dinding, memang mati lah aku cakap kau. 100% mati lah.
But just kind of baiting out skills that
this guys tapi level 2 level ke
starts working on the Lord.
2 level full man. Aku rasa macam tak berbaloi ya men. Oi, dapat Hirara. 2 level gap, what the fuck. Tapi kita mampus lah. Ow, 5 lompat. 5 lawan 4 Maret 2 level memang pelik. Memang masalah. Jadi kita biar lah minit 9. Padahal dah ulti Ling tu. Maret juga. Unacceptable mistake by Koi Lele. Okay, dikasih ruang bernafas lah. 1.5 goal swing. Uish. Pampun dia. Gila sakit siap. Boom, satu. Belakang.
As Innocent makes his way to the mid
Wih,
side.
Dora. Dora pula. Gila dia.
Going to try to run through, takes a tower shot to the face, but will be able to dash through.
Oh.
But the chase is on. Sorry,
Oh,
Felix is
bica.
gonna catch him, but the
Yung.
iframes are
Oh, lagi.
still It's Sakai.
Nampak tadi Sekas buat sekali yang invi lama tu.
Oh my god.
Oh. Oh. No way.
Cross map the Hail Mary. Make him miss an SOD or something. This entire game, that SOD has been at a 100% efficiency, whether it's stealing away a camp, whether it's closing the distance, but most importantly, it's keeping Pro on their toes. They can't let their foot off the gas
Dari
just yet,
mana?
not against a team of this caliber.
Dari mana?
Game has fallen into SRG's hands. Pro Esports. It was in their grasp. They had control.
Dopamine sampai bro, dopamine sampai.
In a match against the Giants.
Dopamine sampai.
It's interesting to see how this is going to play out because now that Coily, he's got,
Hilang Golit.
he's got some real kill threat to anybody on the side of SRG.
All right. Cram into the backside.
Wih, Ling buang alki yo.
Nice to Blades.
Awan bro.
Does not get the knock-up. Coily
Tadi ni mudah ni. Bapak ulen je Lingnya. Apa why?
recalls are out. SRG's in full form.
I figured it out. It's all about the scramble. It's all about the scramble. Somebody, you can be coordinated on
Dia
the engage,
ni yo.
but I've never seen a team
Dia
actually go and
hesitating. Dia nak pergi. Lepas tu, lepas dia dah tekan ulti, aku tak? Aku cerita korang apa yang berlalu dalam kepala dia. Dia nak pergi. Sebab dia nampak boleh bantai. Dia macam adrenalin lah.
Cram takes a lot of damage.
Tapi lepas dia betul-betul lepas dia pencet ulti, baru otak dia register. Shit. Brother ni ada flicker. Dia pun malah cancel. Tapi lepas dia cancel, dia macam, nak kutip 4 pedang lah lepas tu baru keluar. Tak dapat pula 4 pedang. Sebab apa tak dapat 4 pedang? Sebab lepas dia kutip 2 pedang, dia pun macam, weh, ini kalau aku kutip pedang yang belah luar ni, kena stun aku ni. Dia pun cancel. Ambil pedang yang belakang. Lepas tu tak sempat. Cooldown dinding belum siap. Kena tumbuk dengan badan. Sekian. Sekian, okey? Aku bagi terus side. Bukan pala tahu. Dia. Kalau kau tanya dia masa tu apa dia fikir, exactly word to word. Word to word, okay? Word to word.
Pro Esports has to back off. They're not going to do this, and now SRG trying to be even more efficient. They're going to show topside until it's too late, and now Pro unfortunately just has to respond to SRG are playing.
Kalau, kena hidup dah. Pop! Sempat flicker lah pula. Tapi bogel lah ni. Ling ni suka buang ulti yo. Kenapa dia tiba-tiba oleng lah, geng? Geng, kenapa dia tiba-tiba oleng?
Sorry, I'm Felix. Just has to try to get away under the tower. But another Wrath of Dryad and a double kill for Innocent.
Tengok, dia takut nak turun. Gol punca bro Ling ya.
Oh my goodness.
Tak macam Ling di profile loh.
Mental
Look at that. Nothing can touch this guy so far. Every ability, pixel perfect footsies.
Habis mana si Kram?
It's been tough because Pro has been throwing so much at him.
Coily.
Can he steal it?
Coily. Tempest of Blades comes down. He goes, but the guy still secures it. Coily gets the kill on a Stormy though. He's trying to make the big play.
Dah kenapa turun balik?
It's not enough.
Dia tak ada blue buff ke?
Tapi
tu nice time lah. Nice time. Tapi marek lagi lah. Play kat SRG tak ketuk lotnya masa Ling tengah terbang lah.
Zipper, if you pull up the items, I'm pretty sure that Kuzin is pretty much getting to his third, if not finished it already at this stage. Yep, fourth item technically already complete here. He's got real damage. The problem is that he can't close the distance. If not, Stormy or even Yums could knock him out of place.
All right. Pro Esports, can they defend it? They still have inhibitors. This is only first Lord, second Lord actually. Crash has come through. Sakai's wants to jump in. Yums with conceal play. Doesn't find the big.
Malah buka ulti je.
SRG look for an angle on the backside. A lot of damage from Sakai's.
Betul lah, pattern sama. Diorang tak boleh main mid game. Semalam pun benda sama kak. Kita tengok, tengok Ling. Dia suka ulti awal loh. Tengok Moskop. Oh, sedapnya. Sedapnya. Ui, sakit Moskop. Lagi Moskop. Ui, sakit bodoh si Harit ni sebenarnya. Oh, kena tumbuk. Oh, ada buri.
Gets a nice shot on Humes. Stormy doesn't want to give it up this yet. The minions are still on the base.
Kat Link ni, dia kena bermain dengan Harit. Kalau Harit pergi seorang kat Moskop, memang tak mati lah Moskop tu. Kalau Link pergi seorang kat Moskop pun memang tak mati juga. Tapi prop dekat Humes lah. Dari tadi, mantap. Dia peluk aja, bodoh si Moskopnya ni ada aja. Dapat tu. Pum. Tak ada dinding kau. Langsung. Oi, lasi siap. Aku suruh bagi je tu. Halal je tu. Halal.
That's a 42-second death timer on
Nice try,
SRG. Lord comes up in 45. All right, I gotta stand up for this.
Tak apa, sebab Lord lama lagi.
It's a high intensity.
Okay, worth ke tidak? Worth ke tidak attempt rembat blue buff? Cepat. Trivia sementara menunggu Lord keluar. Definitely worth. Okay, 10 over 10 would do it again. Link, kau tengok dia gam wah. Link ni dia dalam dunia dia. Dia ingat dia lawan apa? Dia ingat dia tengah lawan anak epic ke? Dari tadi dia asyik ulti macam. Kau tahu ada ulti di sana? Dia ulti macam ni. Dia ulti macam setiap kali dia ulti tu, enemy kena petrify. Tower tiba-tiba ni pandai tepi. Tak masalahnya early game tadi masa tak ada ulti elok je main.
You kind of have to force the fight. You can't play the long haul. You can't play the dance. And this could be the fight they're trying to force. Look at the damage. Coily in the backside. Tempest will come down. Sorry, I'm Felix able to just get away, but taken out by Humes.
Tak, dia kena relate sikit tu. Dia kena cuba masuk lambat sikit bang. Tak, dia yang buat tim dia kalah.
The immortality isn't enough. And there you have it, the forced mistake coming out of Pro and SRG. This is why
KD dia memang cantik geng, 635. Tapi dia memang punca lah.
They managed to hold on and turn these conversions only limited to the jungle and not structural damage.
And SRG with a well-fought battle will take game.
It's not over just yet. This is an amazing contest of two incredibly mechanically inclined teams. And I think everybody is praying. I wish this was a best of 5, maybe even a best of 7.
Kita tengok ni
for now,
kita tengok.
Going to go back into their corners. They got to listen to their coaches here because if there was,
Kita tengok ni.
I don't want to say mistakes,
Turning point.
anti-synergy at moments.
Turning point. Woi, tak jadi burn 200 sikit ah. Nice try. Tak ada konek. Tak ada. Kubis! Terima kasih. Sambung super fan. Minit 9. First lot Nak tengok apa? Aku lupa. Oh, kenapa Maret? Bila ulti? Dia tak tekan pun tu. Dia 2 level tu. Tangan sejuk ke? Tangan sejuk. Mat! 2 level! Sekas pun tak retreat ke retreat delay tak ada? Dia cooldown delay. Oh, tekan. Tak, UI!
Someone, let's go Selangor Rohingya Giants. Dah expect menang dengan warga
Dia
asing
delay.
main.
Maret tu agak lain.
Anyway. Memang MSC ni UI dia delay sikit. Tapi dua-dua tekan lah. Dua-dua tekan. Tapi macam mana kau marik 2 level tu? Tak, macam ni. Kau tahu tak kenapa aku cakap tak unacceptable marik kat sini? Marik tu memang normal, geng. Okay? Marik tu normal lah. It happens to everyone. Tapi sekarang ni, particularly in this case, engkau main link. Maknanya kau guna ulti. Guna ulti tu kau tak ada pressure. Sebab tak ada orang ketuk kau. Kau takkan boleh kena stun, nothing. Lepas tu, engkau ada 2 level advantage. Okay? Nombor 3, 5 lawan 4. 5 lawan 4. Moskop dekat bottom tak datang pun. Tapi Maret Berat.
Isu. 5 lawan 3 Larino.
5 lawan 3? 5 lawan... Sorry. Bye. 5 lawan 3, bro. Tak ada SP lain. 5 lawan 3. Sama Komaret kat. Bapak berat. Siap.
I respect.
Tapi Yum MVP oh.
Serang saja break
Tak boleh lah.
10 minit.
Sorry lah. Aku tak boleh lah.
Koneng sumbang aura.
Aku semenjak season ni kan. Daripada yang week 1 MPL guys lah. Aku tak boleh. Yum ni dia dah terlalu ni lah guys. Dia terlalu... He is him ah. He is him, okay? He is him. He is him. He is him, guys. Dia bukan buat play. Macam mana di sini? Kenapa gembar-gemburnya atas sini, guys? Gembar-gemburnya atas sini, geng. Kalau kau main ROM, simple lah. Engkau kena tahu. Engkau kena betul-betul ada satu pemahaman draft yang tinggi. Kenapa kau perlukan satu pemahaman draft yang tinggi? Kerana contoh hero macam Badang. Simple, macam Badang kan. Ataupun High Loss ke kan. Kau ada dua playstyle yang umum lah. Okay. Satu, engkau kejar backline. Kan, kau nak set up bla bla semua. Tapi kadang-kadang bila macam game yang ni, bila draft tu memintakan kau tak boleh buat betul, kau kena jadi bodyguard. Benda tu. Daripada awal season ni benda tu dia sentiasa aku tak nampak lagi lah. Mungkin aku terlepas, I don't know lah. But at least to my memory, tak ada lagi yang dia macam ni. Moment yang macam kenapa dia tak jaga player dia ni? Kenapa dia pergi shot sendiri? Kenapa tak ada? Tak ada. So, the consistent bahagian tu. So, itulah yang aku macam... okay. Maknanya, kalau kita cerita execution, okay, kalau kita pandang execution dari tadi, bukan flawless pun. Tak flawless pun. Banyak je. Yang dia skill 2 tak kena lah. Ulti tak kena target yang sedap lah. Itu tak apa. Sebab itu lebih kepada macam apa? Itu konsistensi dari segi skill hit kan. Mekanik itu pro player as you keep going, benda tu akan just keep gonna be better lah kan. Tapi decision making tu. Decision making tu pada aku itu jauh 10 minit lagi penting lah. Jauh 10 minit lagi penting. So, I like that. Bro, what do you mean? Badan aku saing-saing oh. Ni lah, tak cukup energy dia. Nice try oh. Nak tengok turning point. Ni. Tengok ni. Kat sini dah selalu. Halo. Ni.
200k masih aman.
Ni. Ini aku cakap contoh. Sebab kalau kau tengok ni, kenapa benda ni penting? Very well. Ini kena rekod lah. Tutup not. Sorry. Okay, ini aku cakap contoh. Mekanik Hirara yang... contoh mekanik Hirara yang penting. Okay, dia kecil tapi sebenarnya impact dia besar. Yang Sekais buat dan supposedly... bukanlah kau kena buat every time. Tapi dari masa ke masa, kau memang kena buat benda ni lah. Okay, kita tengok. Kita kena track dulu dia punya skill cooldown. Okay. Okay, dekat sini. Cooldown habis. Okay. Skill evo cooldown habis. Skill 1 pun habis. Okay. Sekarang duduk cooldown. Okay, dia lari. Teng. Okay, dah siap. Pum, dia evo lagi. Okay, sekarang ada skill 1. Okay. Dia skill 1. Okay. Sekarang ni skill 1 cooldown. Minit 10 probably ada dalam 2 item. So, aku assume kat sini dia dah ada 20 ataupun 30 CDR lah kat sini kan. So, probably skill cooldownnya dalam 4 second. Sambil ada lah. Okay. Sekarang ni, kalau dia guna yang immune tu, laju-laju, skill 1 dia tak sampai hidup. So, macam mana dia nak tunggu? Macam mana dia nak make sure lepas dia Evo 2 tu, dia boleh uptime skill 1 dia. Dekat situlah yang kau kena buat ni. Ni. Tengok Kau tengok duration untargetable dia. Full kan? Full, nampak? Pum baru keluar. Yang ni dia dah buat lah. Sebab dia dah ada benda lah tu. Lepas tu dia pun tengok skill 1 dia dah nak siap kan. So yang ini. Sekali lagi Okay, cara untuk kau dapatkan benda ni, kau tak boleh tolak analog. Okay? So masa kau tarik skill 2 Evo tu, analog kau kena lepas. Kau kena lepas kejap. Nanti dah bila kau tengok untargetable kau duration dekat ujung, baru kau tolak. Baru kau tolak. Barulah kau dapat macam yang Sekai buat tadi tu. Yang ini. Barulah kau dapat yang ini. Okay. Kenapa aku cakap benda ni, walaupun kecil, it matters. Contoh, dalam situation tu, timingnya, sebab kau, position kau tu dah terlalu terlalu choking, engkau terpaksa guna semua skill serentak. Maknanya semua skill serentak tu, engkau terpaksa guna skill 1 dash. Lepas tu kau kena untargetable. Lepas tu kau takkan lari jauh. Sebab kau dalam situation yang choking kan. Dekat situlah kau kena guna untargetable tu yang duration paling lama. Sebab bila kau guna 2 kali dan kau dapatkan maximum duration tu, dekat situlah engkau punya uptime skill 1 tu akan lebih cantik. Dan kau boleh bermain lagi lah. So itu something yang macam a little advance lah pasal Hira lah. Okay. Combat Ehsan ni bro, dari mana sebenarnya? Aku tak faham. Tak, bukan maksud aku dari mana dia nampak Idora ni. Like apa cakap? Dominonya dari mana? Lagging pula. Sekejap.
Kram tu.
Aduh, minit berapa tadi? Bangkit lah. Mun tengah interview lah. Sekejap kita tengok.
Sebab kau naik.
Aduh, minit berapa ni? Bangkit lah. Minit berapa ni? Mana ni?
10. Kau tak kena interview ke Rino?
Tak ada dok. Ni onsite creator je ada. Mana ni? Okay, diorang nyawa 75%. Itu je, tak ada apa benda pun. Tapi apa yang membuatkan dia call lah, aku tak faham. Fucking crazy je. Bro memang tengah recall pula. Fucking crazy
Dora number ulti.
Bukan pasal tombak dia kena tu. Tak adalah gempak sangat. Decision making. Like what?
Hodam dia bagi tahu loncat tu.
Kalau boleh dengar. Kalau boleh dengar mic check dekat sini kan. Cakap kau input kita dapat memang 10 planet lah geng.
Dora nak rekel lah.
Bukan. Just nak tahu apa top process. Faham tak? Top process.
M5 punya shot kill. Assalamualaikum, Rino.
Salam. Selamat datang semua.
Mesti dia cakap biar dia beria dulu. Terlepas long game 1 stone.
Aduh, rugilah. Boleh tengok dekat YT. Jangan risau. Aman. Itulah ternipu. Tapi ini masih apa? Masih okey lagi. Ni link dia.
Kalau dia tak rekel-rekel tu sempat
Kau tengok link. Tengok. Ni aku cakap contoh. Ni kau tengok. Dia apa? Nak apa sebenarnya? Dia dah ada ke depan. Lepas tu dia macam, shit. Tak boleh. Banyak stand lah. Banyak stand. Cannot. Lepas tu miss first pedang. Aduh. Punca tu. Serius. Dia membuatkan tim dia berat nak main. Sedangkan memang memerlukan dia punya damage. Memerlukan dia punya cut. Tak, dia suka pergi dulu. Itu masalah dia. Tak baik gelak. Ni bukan gelak. Nak membahan saja. Membahan tu sikit lah. Tak, tapi lebih kepada geram. Bro, dia 403. Extra 2 level siap. Tak, macam mana cakap lah? Macam mana nak kabur
Dia ambil job desk korang.
Lead dia macam ni. Lead yang kau ada tu. Paling senang macam ni. Throwing.
413.
Itu paling senang. Throwing. Itu yang dia buat. Throwing. Kau dah ada lead yang bombastic. Lepas tu hero kau pun sedap match up. Team kau pun memang sangat perlukan kau punya impact untuk pergi bersama-sama ke Moskov tu. Tapi kau buat benda-benda macam ni. Masalahnya ni bukan dia buat sekali. Kalau sekali tak apa. Masalahnya since yang Maret tadi sampai habis game dia tak main. Memberatkan tim. So tu throwing itu yang aku macam apa bukan
Bro,
macam memang tak suka. Ketar-ketir kot dia, geng. Macam ni kan. Tengok badang. Piung, pum. Tak kena kan?
Sejuk sangat.
Itu aku cakap. Dia bukannya flawless. Tapi dia that decision making tapi to be fair play yang dia buat ni tak adalah unik sangat. Dah banyak dah sekarang kita tengok Rom buat kan. But that okay. Duduk kat bush kecil, opposite side. Lepas tu concil. Cuba tangkap dari belakang kan. Sebabkan memang kau tengah ada position. Kau ada full info enemy kat mana, okay? Sebab tu it matters juga. Macam sekarang ni kan. Kau kena faham kenapa call ni, decision ni bagus. Salah satunya, hasil daripada contribution team juga. Exposekan position enemy kan. Kau dapat full kan. Sora memang tak nampak. Tapi to be fair dia dah tahu Sora ada dalam area tu kan. So tak adalah. Sebab kau dah dapat full info enemy ni, kau pun boleh lah buat decision yang lebih tepat kan. Kau tengok link. Mana link. Kau tengok dia dash tu. Kau tahu tak? Dia suka. Hai, kau tengok. Aku tak nafi. Aku faham kenapa dia kena ulti kat sini. Okay, I understand. Sebab dia dah terciduk. Tapi problem dia dari sini. Ni. Yang dia dash ni kenapa? Dah. Sabar je lah aku bang. Aku yau dengan link Level 4 aku koyak.
Haha. Bro nafsu. Antara Nosen dengan Yung mana konsisten lagi Rino?
Nosen memang sentiasa konsisten. Nosen daripada berapa puluh season dah ni. Aku point out pasal Yums ni sebab season ni baru betul-betul glow up. Bukan season ni, sorry. Hujung season lepas. Ataupun betul lah. Hujung season lepas sampailah sekarang. Dia dengan Stormy Innocent tak payah nak borak apa pasal Innocent. Tak ada benda nak borak bang. Melainkan tiba-tiba Nosen tiba-tiba kepala dia keluar ada dua ke, baru kita boleh borak balik lah.
They found a way trying to do it again here at
So,
MSC 26.
macam itu je lah Ben.
The fanny ban?
Yeah, I think the fanny ban is very much warranted because especially with all the junglers that are present here in MSC, a lot of good fanny players and a very good
guys,
fanny
ada lagi
player
sikit.
can 1v9 if he has a very good start. My interesting thing though is that Yisun Shin gets banned. What do you think about this Yisun Shin ban? Do you think it's warranted? Like should they ban the Yisun
Berapa lama
Shin?
line up SRG ni akan tahan?
I think Yisun Shin
Aku
is
rasa
good to be banned because he
sampai
can
mampus.
out
sebab
outplay, out macro, out
ni aku
macro.
punya
Dia punya farm pun laju, so dia boleh out rotate
assumption dari luar.
the enemy lah. Plus boleh dapat vision.
Bukan sebab diorang tak ada.
Sebenarnya yang paling mungkin dapat menyusahkan daripada segi
tak.
macro play.
Macam mana? Okay, diorang dah lalu dah zaman jatuhnya kan. Betul. Diorang dah lalu dah zaman jatuhnya kan. Tak adalah jatuh gila tapi apa drama kram hari tu dengan Cok masa MSC ke M Series MSC ke M Series yang pasal Freya tu AE dengan Aurora tu.
Close in a couple of moments of turning this around. If we
AE Aurora tu apa? M Series kan? Itu pun dah boleh kata zaman kejatuhan lah. Sebabkan mistik yang macam pergi lepas je Freya kan. Gitu kan. But all in all Selepas every problem yang diorang dah lalu, they are still together and they are still performing. So maknanya diorang punya apa aku punya take away daripada situ, high chance diorang punya dynamic social wise very good. Maknanya diorang punya problem solving tu healthy lah. So itu assumption aku lah. So sebab itulah aku rasa diorang akan tahan.
Very difficult job.
So what do we see here?
Sebab kalau time menang-menang memang senang kan.
Oh, dia pick up the ruby.
Jadi kita nak tengok time jatuh. Macam mana? Siapa yang akan mengeluarkan perangai dan wajah sebenar kan? Macam tu lah. Bye Ruby, let's go. Finally.
Sakai's on this Hirara can go in and out. Do you think Freya can go in and out? Because I don't know, looks like Belleric and Ruby is countering 3 heroes of SRG.
But they still can't do anything.
But what happened to Pakito dulu kan?
Immune, right? When he's using ulti. And Chow also.
Gang, what the fuck happened to Pakito?
For SRG game right now will be different.
Sekarang ni ada dua anomali lah. Idora first phase pick, tapi ni tak ada lah. Tadi lah.
Pakito ada arrow merah.
Dengan Pakito.
Vision a lot on this game, in this game.
So, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, so it looks like Slangor Giants, they want to try to control the map now.
Tu ya, tu aku rasa Yin colek Yin kan baru kena buff. Aku rasa Pakitonya kena colek, kena tumbuk meninggal. Tu tak keluar-keluar.
Letting go of the possibility of Freya still being flexed eventually. Like if they still want to go for a marksman in the gold, but at the same time, you also wouldn't really want to see
dia buff dengan nerf ni. Korang jangan tengok arrow tu kan. Kalau kau tengok arrow je, memang problem lah. Kau kena tengok apa benda yang dia nerf, apa benda yang dia buff. Sebab kadang-kadang, bukan kadang-kadang, memang sentiasa dalam setiap patch, sentiasa dalam setiap patch mesti akan ada ni. Kita panggil apa? FOMO hero nak masuk patch note. Maksudnya dia punya buff ke dia punya nerf tu tak signifikan pun, tapi dia nak masuk kat dalam patch note.
They want to have
dia memang akan ada.
They want to make sure the first turtle they're able to get, second turtle they're able to get, and then try to control the map by the first 10 minutes of the game.
Well, when you look at what you could do better if you go back into that room.
Ruby's dah ESP ke goal, dua-dua
games, that's what you're talking about. I mean, those were the moments of a coach to come in and say, this is what we can improve. You guys did great towards the end once Innocent.
Bukan buat-buat tak nampak ban kepada Koneng. Aku tak nak borak pasal Koneng. Aku tak suka. Aku rasa maybe sebab kita bagi banyak sangat attention dekat dia.
With Innocent, and so they need somebody to kind of
kita bagi banyak sangat attention. Sebab itulah dia masih berlega-lega. Wow!
Moon, what do you think about this Vexana pick? Like, Eudora okay, but what about Vexana?
Aku nak beli JC Pro Esport lah.
Rasanya diorang lebih fokus ke arah untuk bagi sisi lah, untuk crowd control to chain. Yes, so diorang more towards fight. Dorang sebab kan kita boleh nampak dekat
Speak England lah Moon.
Dorang susah nak target player saja, tapi kali ni kita boleh nampak yang dorang
tak speak England je
ataupun satu hero yang dorang nak target untuk kalahkan terus dalam team fight tu supaya dorang boleh take advantage lah.
Yeah, so basically you're saying Vexana has a lot of burst as well as good control with the ult. So looks like Pro Esport, what Moon is saying, they still want to double down on more crowd control. This time having Vexana.
Wow, Pura
can try to get that instant kill, but now Slangor Giants with the Farsa as well as the Claude. So right now it looks like they want to fight 5 with 5.
Wait, this is the best game ah?
And he can still play long live with the
Claude. Aku dapat tengok Ruby, aku dapat tengok Hirara, aku dapat tengok Vexana, aku dapat tengok Link.
If you're playing this lineup right now, then you might not have this much of a good time because you already are seeing so much backline from SRG.
Bagai Qualis, perfect.
You're playing a Vexana with little
bagai Qualis.
mobility or escape tools as well. If not
let's
for
go.
that knock-up, you can
Alice ke Pakito ke mana-mana lah.
Again, you raised the question
Come on.
on what Kuzen could pick up. We're not sure if the Ruby is going to be his hero, honestly. But Moon, do you think it's Gold Ruby? Or do you think they're still planning to flex it? Okay, never mind.
Stormy in the chat.
Well, in some ways, this is confidence that we did some things right and we need
Okay,
to swap
langsung
a little bit.
saja.
That's where Ruby comes in off the ban list in the Vexana to try to mix up what is a similar 3-on-5
Barulah benar bagi keramaian hero terbang-terbang yang benar.
The Farsa, the Cho, the Claude.
Let's go, burung Stormy.
Here for SRG.
I gotta say, this
Tuh,
looks like
macam
a very
dulu-dulu
fun
loh.
draft coming in from Selangor Giants.
Ada
This is the kind of draft that
Vexana,
says, we still want to show our
ada
micro,
Parsa,
but we just want to end the
Harit
game fast.
Klode.
Moon, it's been great having you
Ada
and your
Lee.
thoughts as well.
Wow.
We're going to follow you along your stream.
Eh,
Thank you for joining the guest.
Dia bagi si Koye Lele tu link lagi tu. What the fuck?
Trying to make it back to grand finals here for the third time in a row at MSC.
Berat.
Pro Esports stands in the way. What can they do? Game 2. As you send it over to
Hayo.
and Trex.
Aku rasa coach dia tengok KD yo.
Thanks so much. We're already jumping
Dia
into
tengok
this
Koye
next
Lele
game
tu
and
tadi
the
KD-nya
adjustments
cantik. Dia
happening
cakap boleh link
really
lagi ni.
high pro. And I'm not gonna lie, initially
Redemption lah, redemption. Okay. Boleh.
why are we going this when the Eudora was already doing some
Ray
good
Trimira
work
lah,
trading
sial
battle
ni.
spells? And I think what it comes down to is wave clear. I mean, you can get
Seram.
Cinco de Pepe to come up.
Salahnya
with
link
you
kalau
every
tak ada
single
retri
time
biru
to
ni
get that
susah nak
classic
kejar orang
blast. But
flicker.
now, with Sa on this Vexana, single-handedly, I
Tapi
can
kalau
push
dia main
waves,
finisher dia maybe okay lah.
go where you need to be.
Tapi dari tadi mana
Be
kabur.
careful because with something
Oh no.
like this, you
Wah, nice flicker.
lack the
Eh, Bele ni sumpah ah.
yourself, but you lack the movement, and that's where I
Bele ni memang kena bagi ni oh.
You lack some of that big AOE
Dia memang
where I
patting
would've
dia,
kind of liked
makro
to
dia
be
memang
used
solid dah.
possibly for pro. But again, they're the pros here. They're the ones who have to make the decision. You do at least get the stiff arm for Cram. You have the terrify.
Bodoh dia buat flicker. Fuck, dia tengok stream aku.
Disengage or engage, so there is potential for Saw here.
Makro ke makro, patting. Hero macam Bele ni, kalau kau nak betul-betul skill hit, kau kena patting, kau kena cantik. Engkau jalan tu kau tekan kanan sikit ke, kau ke kiri sikit ke, tersalah angle, that mini second to matter sama ada kau akan skill hit ke tidak. Ah, kono, mas. Mana ada flick, adalah bodoh tu, kau nampak spell dia, flicker bangang.
It looks like with that top side winning the way that it is, it's got to be a bit of a trade, right? Strong side off of this Freya. This Ruby is going to try their best to try and slow Cram down as much and more ideally sand.
Jangan tahu si ada sorry.
Gets knocked up.
Sorry. My bad.
Amazing on this
My bad.
last game.
Family friendly stream.
Making some great plays, always at least trading off.
Family friendly
Able to
stream.
secure the first all three turtles. Into the hands of
Minor warning for babies and children.
Slightly slower pace. They want to look for the engagement.
Ah, link turun.
Banyak-banyak nanti lo
Nice, I'm offended. A lot of damage comes in. Cram has to try to run away. But the airstrike comes down.
Ui, link bermain. Ui, hidup. Why?
Yum's not going to punish. Nah, unfortunately the flicker is coming back up only in 12 more seconds. The mistake was the fact that Cram and Stormy, they had the right idea. They're in position to actually activate the
Tengah layan host kat TV. Boleh.
instant target prioritization coming in from Coily to attack.
Hi guys.
Look at the replay one more time, right? The I'm offended comes on through and even Cram decided to disengage from that fight. I was thinking whether Cram could actually 1v3, but it's too early on in the game for him to do that. So they just have to peel away the jungler to slow down any kind of snowball attempt.
Still a big win for SRG though. 1.2k gold lead. A turtle, 2 kills.
Ui, Harit pun tak purify
I'm sorry, I'm Felix and Kuzin, both offlaners. And a big kick lands down onto Pepe and he falls. Coily now trying to pick up something.
Ay, tak kena lah pula. Oh no, cow. Mati dah bang.
Yums falls, moves on to Stormy. Stormy forced to wings by wings
Aku
away.
meragui Koye Lele yo.
Finch bows in the pocket. Cram's going to try to lock on. Sorry, I'm Felix here to help out. And SRG backs off.
Yep, they could have tried to deny the purple buff.
Tapi aku still rasa dia kena masuk lambat sikit. Sikit lagi.
Cram not gonna let him walk away from this lane.
Sikit.
On the opposite side for SRG, this is a big lead. 1.5.
Tapi susah sikit lagi satu sebab tak ada badang ah.
However, a lot of their damage is coming from both sides.
Sebab mahal lah, Cho-nya kena pakai ulti kan.
Supplementary damage, but eventually it's going to fall off in the later stages of the game.
Alright, so
Itu yang membuatkan dia sedikit bebas gak?
Tadi linknya early okay juga.
Things seem a little more even, but SRG still holding a nice lead.
And I like the movements from this, right? Hey, let's try and invade. Oh no, they're already
Okay.
there. Okay, let's quickly
Let's
close
go.
it and set up a potential.
Nampak gerakan, nampak. Mana ada AFK? Ada pergi makan merebah dulu, tak ada.
I mean, he's thinking about
Tak ada,
it,
tak
but
ada, tak
somebody
ada.
needs to make the kick happen.
Okay?
He does have the ult. This is a scary hero to go under a tower with. A lot of ability to hold you down.
Nak tunggu Rubin rotate pergi ni. Dia tunggu timing turtle, bangkit betul. Supaya nak betul-betul make sure timnya tengah pergi dekat turtle kan. Let's try. Nampak? Successful ke? Successful ke? Tidak pun kan. Tapi time. Okay, Matters. Matters. Boleh flicker.
Will Fallen able to get the kill, but the response quickly from Kuzin able to get one onto you.
Ini tak ada blue buff, ini tak ada blue buff. No blue buff. Okay, tarik tak ada ulti, langsung.
Doesn't have an ult anymore, and now Pro Esports has the pit. Yep, they played for the fight, and now they don't have enough to contest for this turtle. They trade supports, and that's the thing. They're trying to make sure they keep Goily in one place for as long as possible, while SRG quickly have to make a cross-map play on the opposite side. Let's look at this replay one more time, because initially, I was thinking maybe they don't have enough damage, but then Innocent comes in with a blazing duet to get that last bit of a kick that they need to get across that finish line. Cram, the entire time, zoning out Sa. It's a great idea, because Sa is going to be the main anchor for the side of Pro Esports to wombo combo with each other.
Kill hit tak berapa insert Barca.
It's a turtle for a turtle. Pro starting to show off a little bit.
Ush,
Boily gets some nice damage on the Cram there. Force use of Valkyrie's Ascent just to get away. Pro Esports are matching the pace very well across the map, and even when SRG looks for plays,
tapi Harit tak ada puri weh, bab dia.
Yes, they're able to like attack the offlane, but nobody's gone down to those advances just yet.
See, that's the thing. I think that Pro actually decided to
dia cuak, dia tak boleh keluar kalau dia punya blazing.
Punishment was targeted towards Goily's side, a lot of the invasions as well, and even down here by bot side, right? They're trying to keep him in visible areas across the map. They're not letting him take control on the opposite ends, and I think they've been doing this since game number 1 for the side of SRG. Pro on the other side, hey, if they're focusing on our Ling for this long, you know what? We're going to play for our Harith, right? Look at the reinforcements controlling this top side. Wait, a kick!
A lot of damage. Saw goes down, but a lot of ults used as well from SRG. They're going to be able to take that tower in the boss side as well. It finally falls. They've used so much just to try to secure it.
Bukanlah dilupakan, tapi Zetian ni hero yang macam nak pick boleh, tak nak pick pun okay juga.
No, Goily not going to go for it just yet. Scared that maybe without the Blade of Tempest, he's going to get hit by the stun. That's a pretty good call here for the side of Pro. It's 6-3, but this 1.7k lead has not been developed further than this.
All right, so Pro Esports kind of back against the wall.
Dia kalau base sana ni soalan yang lebih tepat adalah why not? Why not? Dia ada double CC chain stun sendiri-sendiri, bab sakit je. Hesitating Ling ya. Kalau kau terus je ulti bincang. Dia punca tu. Kalau nak all-in je tu. Tapi tak tahan man. Aku rasa tangan dia ketar-ketir lah.
Turtle should fall into their hands as Pro is forced to move back into the lanes to make sure something happens. And Innocent, he's max stacked right now on that artifact.
Ya, bodoh damage dia sakit, bodoh masalahnya.
Damage from Stormy as well on Asari and Felix.
Lambatlah Billy.
Looking for the engage here. Doesn't have the Valkyrie Ascent.
Lambatlah Billy.
Looking for a quick strike.
Wih, Harit. Harit. Woi. Woi. Woi.
Innocent not able to get the final shot down, but still a win in SRG's book.
Oh my goodness, you can hear that crowd. What a gut punch. They wanted to see Kuzin go down, but his mechanics kept him back up.
How?
Been happening across the map. Honestly, it's not the worst for
Pro.
But at the same time, it's not helping the scenario, right? It's just trying to stop bleeding. It's trying to stop the infection from spreading.
Aku terbabi gila ke hari ni? Kau dah lah tak ada purify. Tuh, kau dah lah tak ada purify. Bukan 15. Keluar juga oh, blazingnya. Tapi kena juga. Paham betul terkeluar sikit je tu blazingnya. But itulah cebisan-cebisan buat.
Definitely evens the playing field a little bit there in that fight, right? Pro Esports
haven't fallen behind. I mean, last game when they were ahead, they were sitting about a 2.5.
Ya, goli tak
SRG was able to
signifikan
turn
sangat.
things around. This time
Hyper
SRG
satu level.
leading by 1.4. Pro Esports definitely not out of this. They're going to try to move on to this bottom tower.
Damn. Tak ada cooldown siut. Sikit sangat lah. Replay lah Bele. Kemas lah Bele Rick Kemas. Pilot 30 second lah.
They're forced to just defend.
Tak siap ke buang dia strike oh.
Tempest the blades out and buffer it just before the kick actually
Sekarang
connects.
biasa
Really good stuff here because it comes in two
dia
parts
free
with
hammer
that
je.
kick. So if you want to drag it out and max it out, you absolutely can. But if you
Tak,
got the
sebab
right boots, you
apa?
can get out of it no problem. As soon as
Sebab
you have
Hirara
your
ni
abilities
kau nakkan
available.
30% tu
Flicker,
secepat
this
yang
could be
mungkin lah.
bladed Tempest. Either or works the exact same way. In this particular case here, I'm noticing that SRG unfortunately don't have the same benefits. Pro can walk into you like a bulldozer.
Tulis dalam
overwhelming
list. No.
force. SRG actually have to play the
Itu
consistent
macam
push and pull. They can't all go in at the same time. If not, Bellerin gets value.
Gempak-gempak,
But
tapi
can't go in by himself.
tak ada gempak kan.
Teams dead even on towers on the off lane. No big macro advantage, but a lot of damage on the Yumes.
Ay, mati lagi!
To keep Pro Esports
Ah,
off of his
Bele.
teammate. Pro Esports now with a man
Bele, yang benar lah ulti flickernya Bele. Asyik. Tu salah aja. Aduh, ilahai.
Actually, that was pretty huge. The fact that Pepe lost not only his flicker, but his Wrath of the Dryads. He can't force a play upon his opponents. He pressed the buttons in the wrong order, and now this contention might be a little bit harder than it seems.
I mean, with a man up, he still feels comfortable. Sakai's going to try to make his way in. Coily's still able to get the Lord. Sakai's able to get away with his life. Trying to take it. He's going to move on to the target though. Pepe taking a lot of damage. Valkyrie sent into the backside. Sakai's goes down because Kuza responds to Smon's force. And now Pepe may be able to get away here.
Tak, kalau dia nak main macam tu, jangan buat sekali biasa.
It's 2 down inside SRG. And a Lord into the hands of Pro
And this is what I was talking about. It's
dapat
so
trade
difficult for
golden
SRG to throw everything.
Tak, Hirara ni banyak okay, lagi satu pasal Hirara. Lagi satu pasal Hirara, banyak orang salah faham apa? Orang suka ingat Hirara ni hero finisher. Not necessarily. Dia finisher betul, tapi dia bukan juga tak boleh masuk dulu. Dia boleh masuk dulu. Tapi nak masuk dulu, kau kena ada CDR. Max Q1 30% kan. Mati lagi cu, tak main bodoh dari tadi. Tapi kalau kau buat Fury Hammer, Sky Piercer Warrex. Dan kau definitely tak boleh masuk dulu. Sebab kau masuk dulu memang orang akan punish kan.
Damage, Feather Airstrike comes down, so Felix forces back off. Tower does not go down like you said. But Pro Esports are relentless. They're going to wait for the next wave and take it down.
Yeah, this Ruby pick, especially with the wave, ridiculous side.
A little bit of a 1v1 here. Innocent, not on the Moskov this time. Won't be
Jom
safe.
memang gini kau. Babi dia pancing kimak tu. Dia saja. Banyak gaya kau dia koi lele ni. Banyak gaya siap. Aku capal dia tak panjat ni. Bergaya bodoh dia. Kau lah punca 3 kalah tadi. Ui, banyak gaya siap koi lele. Kau banyak gaya. Babi.
Pro Esports back off immediately. They're playing it cleanly too. They don't overextend. We got our target and we leave.
Tapi sedap bodoh pro ni. Pro Esports ni boleh boleh.
He's not given the signal that he's going to engage. It just looks like his hand is floating there, and the next thing you know, he's caught too.
Aduh, dia memang nak pergi dulu. Tapi tu tak apa lah, tu aku faham lah. Tu memang nak exhaust enemy je kan, supaya tim boleh ambil tower. Tapi time yang tak okey. Time yang tak okey, masalah je. 40% CDR.
He's a real threat in the damage department, but he can never use his feathered airstrike first. Because as soon as he does, he's right on top of him.
Ruby nya flicker bang. Tu pasal dari sana pun follow up flicker kat.
And Kuzin was so ready for it. The comms right now are on point.
It's so good
But the worst part is that it's unpredictable. You don't know when he's going to flicker I'm offended at this point. He's not giving the traditional signals most EXP laners usually give.
Nice kick. On a Pepe the backside once again, forces Stormy away. Pepe's unfazed. Coily just one by one. Anyone can come catch these hands at this point.
Tu kalau Cho dah sepak, Link ni memang boleh turun terus. Oh, mana ada orang boleh pegang je. Melainkan Parsa skill hit. Tapi auto loader lah tu. Oh, hari hebat. Tak main Innocent.
Sorry, I'm Felix looking for a target. Tempest Blade lands in the backside.
Main boleh Link ni. Bermain Link ni. Bermain Link ni. Tapi boleh lagi tu. Bodoh dah tak boleh buat apa. Bodoh dengan hari ni. Tak nak tak tahu dia. Sepaknya memang kena simpan untuk Link. 200k aman lah guys eh. Aman lah eh. Ya ni. Babi terus mati. What the fuck?
Pro Esports tied the score. What a prediction with the I'm offended. Holy cow, we got a real game on our hands. 1-1 as both sides refuse to back down. I mean, SRG, they can't be sad about that. The same can be said about Pro. The outplays were really good this time.
I'll tell you what, we're not sad about it at all.
Absolutely. This is
entertainment right here. It's 1-1. Yes, you had to watch all sweeps today.
198 pengundi. Saya minta izin nak tekan ni ah. Jangan marah. Saya tekan.
Within the first 2 days. Yesterday it was about clean macro.
Now
it's about how dirty you can get. How good is your infighting? These neutral objectives though. I gotta tell you tricks. Half the time,
SRG cakap prank first game orang dah tahu. Orang dah tahu.
You never know. They're always fighting and they're always taking the neutral. It's all part of the plan, remember?
Yeah, that's
all part of the plan.
You're right.
Hirara is not Hiraraing, oh.
Your third eye, man.
It's not there yet. It's
to be completely honest with you, ah.
That third eye, but based on what we've seen so far, Pro.
Oh. Hirara is not Hiraraing, oh. Tak. Lepas Link tu dekat aku tak ada masalah, geng. Tak ada masalah. Sebab kalau kau nak kena pilih Link Hirara sedap lagi. Tak adalah by a distance. Dia macam ni lah. Ada dua sedap. Senang lah. Okay, dua sedap. Tapi Hiraranya not Hiraraing, oh. Kat mana turn tadi, ah?
SRG kasih chance takut player team Pro Farewell.
Jap. Sekejap, ni okey lagi. Ni Cho. Tapi Cho pun 3 kali mati straight. Tak ada ni. 3 kali kena. Kau nak instant tak bergerak member. Lepas tu nak counter engage pun tak boleh. Sebab Bailey tak guna ulti. Tapi maybe berat lagi dekat Cho lah. 3 kali straight tu. Matinya. Link dapat. Masuk orang counter engage. Dapat ke Bailey? Lupa aku. Oh, ni yang dia pergi dulu kan.
Kau puji dia
tersangkut.
tadi banyak sangat.
Aduh, berat. Aduh, Hiraranya. Aduh, sangkut pula, geng. Sangkut 2 kali ke? Dash Invi pun sangkut. Lepas tu skill 1 pun sangkut juga. Parah. Dapat harit. Oh, ni yang trade 2 untuk 1 tu lah kan. Tapi dapat harit okey lah. Ini reset. Dan Ruby tarik ke? Ruby skill 2 Cho. Kena sasau. Kena knock up. Kenapa back sana bang? Bang, kenapa back sana? Tu. Ni. Nak gerak macam mana? Okay. Tapi dia bukanlah kau kena tengok match up juga macam tu. Tapi hero-nya bukannya tak kuat Chain stun-nya terlalu crazy geng. Lagi macam ni kan, dia ada banyak setup kan, ada Ruby, ada Bele. Link punya knock-up pun even. Tapi ni goal different tak besar lagi. Masih okey-okey lah. Dua-dua kena, seras.
Vexener je yang ada 2 skill CC.
Sakit gila tu.
Nak tengok you
kau tengok ni dia main. Sebab dia tahu Irara tak ada skill. Dengan anjing bodoh ni kau tahu tak?
Rasa kin ban belerik ke?
Kena ban Bele. Tidak maybe kena ada real badan tu. Maksudnya real badan yang boleh makan sikit whatever yang ada kat belah kanan kan. Macam Cho kan nak berjoget-joget. Freya pula nak kena follow up. So situ pun mungkin jadi masalah sikit lah.
High loss.
Ruby lah. Kalau nak buang kat aku, Ruby ni lah sebenarnya yang paling semak lah. Tak terlalu senang tu. Dia tekan segi 2 je pun. Ni memang babi. Serap. Handsome. What a call, what an execution.
Itulah semak Ruby ni.
Handsome. Tapi sedap bodoh dah main, geng. Sedap. Ini bukan above, slightly above average lah. Above average lah. Even game tadi pun aku rasa kalau linknya tak oleng, aku rasa lain jadinya. Ni yang sepak Bele tu. Tak boleh lah. Sebabkan kau ada satu je sisi yang senang untuk link ni. Kau sepak Bele. Lepas tu damage pula tak cukup. Tak, maksudnya kau tak boleh buat laju lah. Lepas tu linknya pun terbang kat Parsa tu yang play lah. Sebab dia pun tahu kenapa dia berani turun kat sini kan. Sebab dah tak, literally tak ada benda dah boleh pegang dia. Okay, maybe not literally lah. Parsa ada skill satu lah. Tapi sebab dia pun nampak Parsa dah follow up kan. Dengan Bele tu. So semua orang tak ada skill. Ni kan. Kau punya kick, kau punya skill satu Parsa. Habis dah. Tak ada sisi dah. Memang seronok lah member kan. So walaupun dia tak dapat Parsa tu, Parsanya tak dapat bagi damage. So out of commission kan. So still good lah. Wah, Irara bukan tak ada damage. Cumanya tak ada, ya, dia tak boleh main, bukan hero main seorang-seorang. Tembus juga aku tengok damage Iraranya. Wow. 3 bar babi. Tapi tak ada benda nak main dengan dia. Piung. Tak dapat. Boom, linknya. Aduh. Targeting memang mantap lah tu linknya. Dia turun kat Parsa tadi handsome. Turun dekat ni pun handsome. Real redemption dok. Ya dok. Sorry dok. Kau ye. Kau ye. Pak sebenarnya end je. Ni lah bangkit betul. Terus meninggal lu masalahnya. Siapa yang flicker? Ruby. Ruby ada flicker pula. Tak sempat men nak buat apa-apa. Peras! Tak sempat tekan purinya. Instant death. Sebab Ruby punya damage terlalu OP. Campur harik tepuk sekali. Hilang men. Padu Ruby betul-betul. Kalau aku MVP je, Ruby dengan Link lah. Sedap lah. Buat game. Buat slow motion. Dah slow motion tu tadi, geng.
What did you see just a little bit before you did this?
Dah slow motion dah, laju sangat.
Because one of the more important things in the previous game, we talked about position 1, but now I want to talk about the advantage of having red side for second pick because red 3 as well as red 5 in this game, Pro Esports was able to use this red 3 pick to counter what SRG showed, because in SRG the order of their picks earlier was they pick up the Freya first and then eventually pick up the Cho as well as the Herrera. Now the thing is, the third pick for Pro Esport was this Ruby, which was banned out earlier, and we can see the effect that Ruby has.
Ruby sekarang memang gila, okay?
Basically all three of these picks just
bukan full damage pun itemnya. Tendek je lah. Emblem Fighter, Orex, Queen.
You guys never go out. So amazing drafting coming in
Hunter
from
Strike.
Pro Esport. We're just gonna see
Pistol lah,
just
dia
a few clips here, and this is one of the mistakes that potentially could have been good for SRG because unfortunately for this one, Pro Esport didn't play that draft where they try to go all in, Kozen goes all alone, and yet you see the minimap, everyone else, the damage dealers as well as the peelers is nowhere close. The fact that he was able to survive this and eventually got a kill was unprecedented. So honestly, SRG should have won this one, but it's a good thing that Pro Esport was able to outplay that. And then we move on further. This is what I'm talking about. This is why the Ruby is so strong. Because we can see here, what Cram is supposed to do is to basically 1v4 in this line, giving a lot of space for the backlines of SRG to actually go for the attack. But as we see, that doesn't happen. Look at how Cram gets just chain CC to death. There's nothing that he could do, and when once he dies, there's nothing that SRG could do. So amazing drafting coming in from Pro Esports.
Maybe another thing adalah kalau nak bagi link kena ada CC skill. Macam tadi ada badangan yang murah ha. Macam cuma mahal gak?
At least she's getting paid. You know what I mean? To do that. And I think at this point, when you look at these two teams, we have seen strengths against other
yang murah-murah sikit macam macam Ruby macam High Loss macam
where Pro Esports is allowed to dictate the pace of these group
fights
with strong heroes like Belleric that has worked so well for PPP and has kept them consistent. Will they give Sariam Felix another chance at the Ruby, or will they basically bounce that out in the ban phase to allow for Cram and again Innocence matchup against Kuzin? One could argue that that might have been the most important lever that SRG pulled in Game 1 that they did not pull in Game 2, Brigitte.
Yeah, to a certain extent, I think it was encouraged
macam
by the fact
punya
that they
gamer.
saw it was a not so high on mobility mid lane. It was a Vexana. They had to go in for dives because they would already expect the backline attempts, especially from Coily on the Ling, and that there had to be someone who could bypass the walls that clearly Pro would set up just because of how they wanted to answer and catch these dive heroes. But then it didn't really work out well, especially as the team fights did not really favor them eventually. But now it's different. It's flying clouds.
I personally feel like there was also something that SRG wanted to limit us. They want to see with the Cho, can they catch Coily on that Ling? And he showed that. Good luck, because that's not going to happen. So I feel like if SRG, they have two options. Either back up the Ling or allow them to pick the Ling, but this time pick out the Moscow as well, because that seems the more reliable choice against the Ling.
They could have attempted to try if the Cho could just catch the Ling, but also, you know, like, it's not just the Ling. You have to also worry about the Ruby. You're being countered just in the same way, so you couldn't really do the job that you wanted to execute. But now we're seeing exact same sides. 3 games in a row, it's going to be SRG on blue and Pro Esports on red. But the difference...
Which is weird, because the color of the shirts are...
it's the opposite.
It's the opposite. Hey, that's us, Brick.
Oh, yeah.
I'm wearing red, you're wearing blue.
So
Wow. And you're sitting on the same sides here for this draft. You can't see it on camera, but
lepas Povia je, lepas tu Povia first pick.
Is that when you feel SRG is going to do something a little different with this pick?
I feel
kind of. I mean, they've been allowing the response.
Tak link ni dia nak ban boleh, tak ban pun tak apa, geng. Okey je, tapi kau kena ada ni lah. Dia sama macam Fanny lah. Fanny nak lepas tak ada masalah pun. Tapi lepas tu kau punya draft kena cater kepada hero tu lah. Which is okay je, bukannya hero yang tak ada counter.
Esports Store considering banning out the Phobias because I don't know if SRG
want
to pick up the Ling this time. Because if ever they...
I want them to pick up the Ling.
But that's a good point.
Dadu SRG masih strong ah.
Hesitancy. They've had the opportunity to do it now.
Yeah. So
why Sakai, you think, going away?
Masih wow. wow.
It's already mentioned earlier. That's probably
Masih
them
wow, wow,
also
wow.
just really destroying the confidence of their
You
opponents.
think that's what it is?
Dia play for music.
Well,
Please pick up the link just so that we can see it again, because yeah, I feel like part of it is sometimes you let that pick go because you know that you can counter it, right?
Yeah,
so I feel like they've already proven okay with the Moscow we can, right? And then they see with the Cho maybe they can't.
Not
so
good enough.
I want to see how they're gonna adjust for that, because the other one that is painful to say. What if after 2 years he just doesn't have enough practice with that hero again? Yeah, because I believe muscle memory is there. You can still do good, but hey, there's a lot that can happen in 2 years. You know, as your age gets older. But hey, finally, Ling is back for Skies.
and Pro Esports don't have the focus or don't have like the opportunity to grab it for themselves this time. So Coily might have to pick something different. Maybe we see the hero in his hands this time. Possibly Red 3 if they want to pick it up there, because as of the moment right now they are going to go straight for the Belleric Prio. Or maybe if they want to save a bit more of their strategies, they could also show the Hirara here too, but at the same time they're just the Freya still open. There's
Would you
a
grab
bunch
the
of other
That's true. Yeah, trying to make sure that they can control the assassins or just high mobility heroes here. So I'm liking the Eudora pick here. I feel like Pro Esports, I just want to know whether they want to Hirara themselves or they want something else in the jungle. Because, hey, you know, like playing, there are different assassins. Maybe they have a different option. It would be scary, I gotta say, if Pro Esports somehow get a Moskov as well. Moskov and Eudora, I don't see the Ling having a good time.
Yep, probably two of the most annoying
Aku
players
harap
to
dah
go up
ambil
against. I'm
Moskov
wondering
ni.
now if SRG, do they
Parah
want
kalau
something
Moskovnya
similar
ada kat kanan.
to what they did in game number 1-2? The Valentina is still there if they just want to further limit the options here for Pro Esports, or if they just want to pair it with strong mid duos again, similar to what we saw in game number 2, because there goes the Valentina, as we mentioned, so they are going to pick that up.
But dang.
But the Badang, I'm surprised it actually shows up here.
Why are you surprised?
I feel like it was something you'd expect more to come out in second phase.
It's a little early.
Like, you don't expect the Badang to get banned.
Yeah.
You're expecting maybe the Raiders get banned, maybe the Esmeralda, because right now, looks like SRG want to run it back for game number 1, except this time changing the Hirara into a Ling.
Yeah.
But that does mean that Cram has to use some kind of
Moskov
front runner. He has to be the bait, and then
Moskov
Valentina as well as Badang, used by Stormy as well as Humes, is supposed to be the backup.
I think they are saving that EXP pick so far on the side of Pro Esports, so we don't know what that's going to show up with. But when so far Cram having a good game, and then that kind of setup, sorry on Felix being on the backside. Now when he had a great game with the Hirara getting picked up for the jungle, sorry on Felix was able to control tempo with the Ruby, and that really helps. So maybe that Cram matchup is really important for Sorry.
Even in the interview, Eterna asked whether the EXP lane is still very much important now. It definitely is, and I feel like for both Hirara as well as Ling, they would prefer if their EXP is winning that matchup, because both junglers like to counter engage inside the enemy jungle, right? They want to path vertically. They don't want to clear their own jungle. They also want to clear the opponent's jungle. And if your EXP is winning, bonus if your mid duo is winning as well, your jungler, your position 1 is going to have such a good time.
Yeah, I just don't see it being a good game for a Ruby potential pickup again.
Okay.
If ever Sorry I'm Felix does want to consider that. It's simply because of the presence of a Valentina
Sebab aku pun
this
rasa
time, which I
SRG
feel
akan
like
pick
if you
Uranus
pair
lah.
together with the Badang in multiple ways, stealing away the
So,
I'm
terima
offended
kasih
and
Ben
the
kan
IMU ultimate,
Masih.
that could just mean more and more damage for Pro Esports in
Tak ada
terms
dah,
of
dah
the team
habis.
fights, because that's multiple layers of
Tak
crowd
ada.
control. You also don't know the
Tak
kind
ada.
of front line that we are going to expect from Cram as well. So they would just probably enhance their team fight capabilities if ever they go for the Ruby route all over again. But again, there are a couple more options out there. And considering that there's a XP lane matchup you just really want to guarantee favoring your side, then there's a chance we also see it considered in last for Pro Esports in this draft.
Do you let the Freya go through?
That's a good question. Yeah. Here's the thing. I
Dia
feel
patut
like
ban
Freya
Alisa, guys.
could do it if they're looking at Pro Esports 4th pick. does not have a lot of crowd control because Freya's tankiness comes from lifesteal, right? And then your picks like the Arena is just by healing very, very fast. So I feel like the Freya, as long as there's not much crowd control, so she can keep
sekarang
basic
tinggal.
attack
Tapi
to
honestly
death,
kalau dia nak go
then I
even
think
for
they're
high
like,
loss
we
ke
can go
Gatot
for Freya
ESP
again.
ke,
If
aku
the
rasa okay
fourth
je tu.
pick, whatever it is, has
Sebab dia
zero
perlukan
crowd
badan lah.
control,
Itu yang
then yeah,
macam
maybe Freya. If
nampak
not,
problem
maybe something
sangat.
like
Sebab
the
badan
Terizla,
dia bukan pure
would
badan
be
tau.
a better option just to be a tanky frontline.
Okay.
Keluar dia.
Yeah.
So we won't see that.
Dexter.
And we also don't know if like SRG are considering.
Wait, honestly, another
Ruby
pick.
Actually,
one of
Ruby
Cram's
Ben pun
favorite
macam
is the
handsome
Lapu.
Yeah.
I feel like it is going to be
Maybe
good
Ben,
enough still.
maybe Ben tu lah.
And there's a potential for a pick like a Sora where I can see how they're going to play is someone goes in, please
Esme
kill
okay juga.
Eudora
Cumanya
fast.
Esme pun dia
Once
bukan pure
Eudora's
tank
out
tau.
of the picture, it's a bit safer
So,
for the
dia
lane to
tak
go
adalah
into
tak okay.
that
Dia
options. Either have a tank to
tricky
absorb
sikit.
all the damage or
Kalau kau
kill
nak
the
banding
Eudora
dengan
so fast that the lane can
Alice,
just clean up.
Gatot,
Yeah.
high loss ada.
And,
Tapi boleh je.
We also don't know.
Sebab
if-
kenapa aku cakap dia
Someone loves
tricky
you,
sikit?
baby,
Sebab
that's every day, bro.
Esme ni kau kena first item buku. Itu bukan optional.
That's probably not me.
So let's say lah tiba-tiba
Okay.
first 2 minit kau terciduk, memang kau main tak ada
Going back,
SB
it's
lane lah.
gonna be another Harith for Kozen, and
So
we don't
dekat
know if,
situ
again,
lah
SRG
masalah
might wanna
ni.
consider
Lagi-lagi
a
kau
double
lawan
fighters
hero
setup as
macam
well.
Eudora dan
Since the
burst-burst
Freya is
gini.
still open, as you've mentioned. So
Yeah.
there's a possibility they go for that in gold and then another
Mino
hero in
tak boleh lah.
EXP if they just want to
Kalau kat aku pun aku rasa high loss
play
paling
around
mantap
the
lah kat
lane
sini.
for
Tak
Crab,
dua high loss
and that
ESP.
just makes them a lot more team fight heavy as well. That's just gonna help them
Harith.
execute much more of the maybe creative angles that you were talking about earlier, Lefel, but a lot of the other marksmen are also still available.
Tak boleh, dia kena badan
nonetheless,
tu.
if they want to
Kena badan,
consider
kena
that,
badan,
but
kena badan.
I'm really considering a Freya
Freya.
potential here.
Okay.
Ataupun Bakito.
Innocent had a great
Walaupun
game
Bakito
one.
buka badan tapi
Set
dia
the
lain.
tone.
Yuzong.
Yu Zhang.
Yu Zhang coming in the
Clean,
EXP as
yeah.
well as Clint. Okay, I'm gonna go very fast for this one. This
ay.
means Pro Esport, if they pick up a tank in the
Tapi tak
EXP,
apa lah,
they
sama-sama
will
tak
lose.
sampai
Yu
sana kan.
Zhang's great in lane, but
Sama-sama
more
tak sampai ya.
devastating in terms
Eudora
of
pun tak boleh
turtle
sampai kat
fights,
Clean.
team fights, anything in the
Harith pun
river,
tak boleh sampai kat
he
Clean
will
kak.
be able
Clean
to
pun tak boleh
dive
sampai
in
kan.
and stop them. The anti-CC that Yu Zhang has helps him a lot, and Clint, if he gets
Boleh.
going,
Tak banyak
the
terbang-terbang
burst
sangat. I mean
is
Harith
gonna be
terbang-terbang tapi
so
terbangnya
high.
terbang setempat kan.
I don't. There's a chance that Hirara won't be able to
Not every
get into the
fan of that.
iframes and just die instantly.
Isn't
me,
this
howdy.
also
Not the
just like
biggest
one of
fan,
the
but
best ways
given
to
the
deal with
matchup
the
yang dah
Eudora?
nampak
You
Harith,
just fly
Hirara
around
Bele,
Eudora, you
Eudora
don't
boleh je.
care about the threat of getting stunned as long as you're
Boleh
still
kot, boleh
in your
kot.
dragon form. So
Try to stun me when I'm.
yeah.
Although
Semuanya tak tahu
honestly,
tembak Bele
that
ni
should have
tembus tak
high
tembus.
effect because Yuzong's high in the sky, so lightning should be more
Dalam mid
effective.
Valen. Ui, tapi not clear bapak parah. Fuck.
Okay. So I think they got to answer so much here. Laning wise, Clint into the Harith and
Oi,
then
kalau
Yuzhong
gamenya
into
terdrag
the
lama kan.
lines.
Lot 16, 18 ke atas.
I gotta say,
Hui.
Ring, this is a draft that's hard for me to call because the
Nangis
win
sikit abang
is not like rock paper scissors.
Bang,
This
bang,
is
bang.
very like
Bro.
you need a lot of
Kena
context
main
what
early,
happens
kena
in the
main
game.
early.
So it's gonna be difficult for me to
Press
call this
sikit
one.
early gamenya.
So probably one of
Press
those
sikit.
down to execution type of scenarios.
Pening
As
pala.
cliche as it sounds, it might be the way to go as we head into game number 3.
Well, as it should be, with two teams fighting to advance here. One to go elimination side, one to keep their dreams alive with a chance to advance with one more win. Let's see what happens here as we go to game 3 of our first series of Group B.
As we jump on into this match point for either side, and I gotta agree with the table here. It is a tough game to call as both compositions are distinct in what they want to do, but most importantly, it changes and fluctuates depending on the game state, and each one of these phases is gonna be devastating for those who give first blood.
Let's be
Okay,
honest,
langsung.
all 3 games have been a tough game to call. It has been a coin flip back and forth between
Vengeance,
these
Treyanya.
2 teams. I do feel like SRG, there's a lot
Emblem.
more how is Innocent going to do on this Clint. Yes, sometimes the Clint can be an amazing
Good pick,
pick,
Clint.
but
Okay
for
pick.
me, I worry that there's
Okay,
just
Emblem
not enough
assassin,
of a
ah,
box
Link.
around him, and he could be an easy target for Pro Esports.
Kau
I
tengok.
think he's gonna be the main anchor.
Tak ada, dia punya ni memang mantap. Kau tengok Eudoranya. Kau tengok dia bawa apa.
Person to show
Pull
up,
yourself
I think
together.
it's gonna be Cram, who
Tak,
has to
memang
somehow
dia tak boleh
show
main
up
tu. Tak ada flicker.
to keep him outside of that area, and the rest
Kau
of the team need to
tak
figure
boleh
out
sampai.
what to do with Sorry, I'm Felix,
So
'cause
Clint ni
let me
kena
tell you, that vengeance is
berhati-hati
gonna
di
buy
jalan
him
raya
at
Tapi
least
kali ni ada badang
and that could
untuk
be
jadi
like
bodyguard.
anywhere between 6 to
Yang belum
19
tank
auto
badang.
attacks.
Very, very
Understandable.
fair.
Like this is the rare occasion yang aku akan setuju Embletank ni untuk Badang. Sebab masalah badan tu. Sebab Yujong pun dia bukanlah pure badan kan.
It is a lot on the line right now.
A lot on the line. I love the pull yourself together coming out from Sa. He understands. I'm willing to trade flickers, but most importantly, if I catch somebody without theirs, it's game over for them. And I like the fact that Pro have adjusted, right? They didn't get super aggressive in the mid stages of the game. And more importantly, for the mid lane, they want SRG to kind of walk out here. They've already figured out the jungle path where Sakai's is going to be with the help of Cinco de Pepe.
Likewise
And he's made sure
I mean team fight wise. Team fight wise kanan tapi kiri ada link untuk Macron. Untuk split.
From Innocent there is forced to use the Revitalize, the Rejuvenation. On the boss side, Turtle will be up. Sakai's gonna look for any angle in, but again, both teams just taking things so slow. It's so different compared to what we saw previously.
Oh yeah.
Oh, lika je. Oh, Chin.
Gila lah. Yumes taking out first blood into the hands of Coil. The Saw's gonna fall next as Stormy finds kills Sakai. Looking for a target, but forced to run away. Pro Esports taking domination over the mid. As well. Two members down inside of SRG. Sky done just yet.
Boleh tak dong?
Yumes back to the party, doesn't have this crack available to him. He's still level 3, so he can't get a big
lawan
blow.
si Stormy je ulti tadi.
Takes the first turtle.
They tried to drag this out as long as possible. Really unfortunate for Cram, right? He finds the initial assist, but unfortunately he can't keep fighting forever when there's so much CC on the opposite side. Unlucky for Stormy, wasn't able to get the steal the Wrath of the Dryads fast enough to buy him those precious few seconds to get a little bit more out of the Shaw residue passive. In the meantime, though, this first turtle already in the hands of Pro, a very slight lead, but the lane states hasn't really changed too much. Maybe for Sariam Felix, but for everybody else, it's pretty neutral.
Sariam Felix just consistently rotating up to this mid. We can already see
I like
they smelled blood. They're looking for maybe a little something more here.
Ke Badang tadi pada Pro.
Sedap orang main sebenarnya. But I mean that's kind of the plan, right? You wait until the objectives and
walaupun baru first time tengok.
Black Dragon. Whereas when you're on this Freya, you want to move around a bit more. You have the ability to do that.
Yeah, the lane states are so important, especially like manipulating these waves. Cram understands if he hard shoves this, there's a good chance that Sariam Felix, if he's there at the right time, he's
bukan si Yusun kan, player lain
semua. Always take a negative trade against him if he's next to his tower.
Bincang member baru. Member baru guna semua skill lah. Faham?
They knew for a fact he was going to show up, knowing that he started on the top side of the map. So this was all pre-planned by SRG, and also not to mention the fact that they've denied information. On the top side, nothing much is going to be happening here, right? Like, we're expecting both teams to get more aggressive, but I think the lane states are by far too important to disrupt.
You know, you would think Pro has maybe learned the lesson a little bit. SRG has loved coming down to this bot lane. They love that tri-bush, but it looks like Pro loves Stormy. They're looking for the target. Sariam Felix needs one more hit. He finally gets it. Consistently finding moments to get an advantage.
Every single time. And luckily for Sariam Felix, he's not wasting much. He's just going. He wants a whole priority, doesn't mind sacrificing. Oh!
Nice fist crack, doesn't fully commit though. He wasn't able to get more than one.
That's a
dia nak Idora tadi.
They just have to give this up unless Cram makes a super play where he petrifies 3.
Idora dah tak ada flicker.
Is looking for it.
Tengah berubah bagi je.
Sariam Felix connected himself, will get knocked up, but it's just to make sure Cram can get away. Pro Esports moves on to the turtle as Sakai's points his eyes elsewhere.
All right, that was expected here. It was going to be a no contest no matter what. Yumes made an attempt, and unfortunately, that's going to be the signal to back away. But Sariam Felix is becoming a little bit of a problem. He's starting to take more control over his side of the map, making it more difficult for people like Skies.
Dia patutnya by second turtle dah boleh ni dah boleh timingkan ngam-ngam. Kau ambil tu sebelum turtle spawn.
Sariam Felix seems to be a step
ahead of Cram. Kau nak dapatkan timing tu kau kena reset kau punya rotation lepas first turtle lah.
So they can start working together, start overpowering as a team. Right now they're still playing a very split up game. Do we think that moment's going to happen around the 7-8 minute mark when some of those second items start really locking in?
I think it depends on who gets this upcoming turtle, right? If they can deny Sakai... Oh!
A lot of damage on Yumes!
Sakit sangat, men. Langsung. Nak ke tanah ni. Nak ke tanah ni sebenarnya. Aduh. Aduh.
play. The re-engage is there. Coily locks in.
Aduh!
Finding Innocent. Stormy just look at Coily doesn't want to stop.
No. So good at extending their leads, but it's still going to be flying clouds, right? They will be able to get back into their base, into the fountain, and immediately start heading back to where they need to be. They can respond fast, and Pro recognizes this, right? Luckily, we're seeing just how fast with the hand cams and how quick these people are playing. But let's look at this one more time, because again, it's really coming down to how hard can we punish Yums. We take away the trigger man, and the rest of the weapon just doesn't fire anymore.
Yeah, and Cinco de Pepe,
Dia
PPPP,
tak boleh buka
whatever you
push
want to
oh.
call him. The guy has been on fire.
Sebab tengah kalah duit oh.
Always catching Yums.
Kalau tadi awal-awal boleh lah, tak ada goal difference kan. Ni dah start 2K, 3K. Memang kena berhati-hati sikit lah.
Belleric has been a nuisance. Overall, it makes it so hard for SRG to want to engage.
Yeah, and worse yet, now we're seeing the infection starting to bleed out from that EXP lane. Small camps getting taken away, and now they fight.
A lot of damage on to Stormy. Stormy not able to get away.
Don't
Sorry,
say,
Felix with that, he's up into the back lines, guys. Trying to make up.
Tak boleh kutip, aduh.
But he's unable to do anything in the face.
Aduh.
Cram falls next. And Pro Esports
is over.
Goal, and it's nothing but Innocent left.
They can't do anything about it. The
Berat, bola tapi Pro Esports ni padu sia. The fuck. Memang padu bodoh geng. Kau tak boleh nak nafi tu benda tu. Aku harap orang konsisten lah gameplaynya menjadi. Contender baru At least to me lah. Sebab tak pernah tengok.
They keep getting disconnected. It's no longer a front two back, is it a front and back because someone else is standing in between
tak mainnya garang oh.
Once they're split up,
mainnya sangat pressing.
Stormy gets taken out.
Sangat decisive.
Backside, which means he's going to get taken out because he's got no backup from his team. SRG is getting intersected.
Ada anti-strike baik, worek ni.
A bit of bullying, right? You know, he's coming into and stealing the meat from your sandwich, leaving you with only 2 pieces of bread and nothing good in the middle. It's difficult, but it's not impossible. We need to start seeing the third item start to come on through. Unfortunately for Cram, not even the second item has been completed, so he hasn't been able to sustain as hard as he wants to. And there, the Wrath of the Dryads is out. This might be the signal.
SRG is going to force it though. I don't think they can force it right now.
No, the IMU got wasted, took the Salmon Force, did not get the Wrath of the Dryads there. They're just going to have to let this happen.
Sakai's at least on top side looking for some play on the map. They haven't taken a single tower yet. So not only is it a huge gold lead, it is a huge map lead for Pro Esports. Sorry, I'm Felix, 2-0 and 3. The man has been a monster on this Freya.
Really has. The worst part is that they have no real...
Oh! Big stun, a lot of damage on a Stormy. Cram takes it as well. Coily untouched, unfazed. Another tower should drop here. Pro Esports
hampir meninggal.
This is disgusting. Like, Sa can do this forever. This is such an impressive play style. 80 seconds to 103. That's a 23-second difference just because he has pull yourself together. And Sa's going to do it again. He's going to keep repeating this process, targeting Stormy to make sure that they don't have any form of counter engage because Yums is the only one who's allowed to walk forward.
So do we think we're regretting the Ling pick up front? Maybe should they have gone for something else? I feel like at this point, the Harara or the Ling, it's an even trade no matter what. No matter what, you get one of them. Maybe you can start prioing something else. Or is Pro Esports just outplaying in a general sense?
I think it's outplay, and I think I wish they were thinking, I wish we had Lapu, but here we go.
Guys, looking for a way into the backside. Coily still able to get him once again. Guys, looking for the steal. At least they don't lose any members. They still have a holy defense in the mid and the bot. This could be defendable still against Pro Esports.
That was a difficult contest here, especially for Sakai. Right now, he is 2 levels down to Hirara and has plenty of base damage just to kind of go above and beyond the retribution numbers that we're seeing so far. And now that SRG back all the way into the corner, we're seeing but this time for Pro.
Memang semak gila.
Memang
hero dia.
Mid side for when this Lord comes. Meaning Pro Esports may not be able to get a full push in.
Like safe to say best Bailey so far.
He's got to cancel recall. There we go. That's it. That's what Coily has been doing all game. Oh, you're going to recall in a very dangerous spot. I'm going to waste another 5 seconds of your life. And these 5 seconds have been stacking up already.
Seal play on the top side. Go to Pepe,
looking for a target.
Cram forced to back off. Okay. Wrath the Dryad has not come out just yet. He's holding on to it. He finally pops it.
Padang tumbuk tak ada orang, bodoh masalahnya.
The backside, Kuzin gets the kill. Sakai's into the backside as well. Tempest of Blades comes down, unable to find any
sakit sangat loh. Liarnya.
Coily gets it with barely a sliver of health. 2 members drop on the side of SRG, but they do defend their inhibitors.
It's down to the wire. It's down to 1 HP. That makes the difference.
Brother! What's going on?
It was a good play. SRG, they have the answer.
Tak tahu nak kapur. Sebab apa? Ni memang
make it work. Honestly though, the fact that they lost no
kena bantai
inhibitors is still huge. I might rather
itu je tu
lose
nak cakap.
2 of my team members than lose that off lane. Lord is going to be up soon.
Pro Esports, this is better.
Where we are at in this game right now.
We are at a quite a difficult moment.
Kita full VR guys.
At the very least, they're willing to throw.
Kau lah puji Yum tadi.
They don't want to be put in a forced mistake scenario, but at the same time, they clearly
dah benda cantik.
puji lah. Finish off the correct targets. I think the only person they can really jump on is Sa. Kozen, he's vulnerable for the next 30 seconds, but by the time the Lord actually spawns, he's going to get the Purify up again.
Game 3 ni kita VR full Kita nak tengok apa benda sebenarnya.
Continue to take it slow. Or is there a clock eventually ticking for SRG? Because I still am on the board that SRG is not completely out since they didn't lose any inhibitors.
That's a good question.
It's comfortable, right? The map isn't... It's not like what we saw in Game 1 where Pro had 0 inhibitors. It's going to be hard to fight for a Lord. The possibility is still slightly there.
It is. Thank you, Ziffer, for pulling it up. Already 1 step ahead of me here. But yes, 3 items already done, but I don't know how they're going to take advantage of the Sky Piercer. This might have been a little bit of a mistake on Innocent's part, but at the same time, I think it's a lot of faith as well. The rest of the team is like, we will put them at 1 HP. If you had Sky Piercer just a little bit earlier and you could auto-attack them, that would have been a 2-for-2 trade. So at this stage, my hands are up here. I'm praying that SRG can find that angle, but Pro, they have not made this easy.
Look at this position from Yums right now.
They're
definitely going to try to fight for this Lord. Look for a cheeky back. They do not know. It's a very clean position. Nobody checked the bush on the side of Pro Esports. He's going to come into the backside. Conceal play. Can he target down? Kais gets the Lord in a big fist crack. But Pro Esports hasn't fallen just yet. Saw drop.
Tapi hari ini sama nak urus ni hari ini. Hujung lama babi. Aduh, tak ada mana tim. Lama cek hujung
And they done it. They've done it. I thought they were going to play
5 hari ya hujung tu guys tu.
We are going to go straight for Coily. They lock him down. The iframes are good, but it's not over just yet.
Tries to do
surprise,
motherfucker.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Kozen slapped him. Just a big
gila lah. Catat minit 13. Bodoh lama. Bodoh hujungnya tadi tu, geng. Aku rasa sebab tak ada live ban kat badan dia tadi.
SRG.
Aku rasa sebab ada live ban bodoh. Nak 2 ke 3 kali lah. Macam nak mati tapi tak mati tu.
Yums in a beautiful position coming in from the backside. Sakai's finally able to get a neutral objective under his belt in game number 3. And now they are knocking on the door of Pro Esports.
I can't believe both Cram and Yums technically survived that. They used everything to try and
tapi aku tak rasa boleh dapat inhibitor lah. Tapi gold spin pun nice lah.
And SRG knew that if this next Lord falls into Pro Esports' hands, there's a pretty good chance this game ends in the next 4 minutes.
Kau lele buat hal lagi. Okay, mari geng.
Has been worth it, and we are getting to the end game. Now that we're at 44k to 47, despite a 2.5 lead for Pro, Sakai's alongside with Innocent have completed all of their core items.
Man, they didn't check that bush. They didn't check that bush. I've seen that bush be used against teams that I like in my own favor. Nice fist crack though, does come in. Koizen takes a little bit of damage. Black Dragon. It's good. Petrified. Koizen goes down. Sakai's able to get the kill.
Okay, give it pom.
Cram falls. He's able to find Sakai's with a double under his belt. It's a brawl. Sorry, I'm feeling
sakit. Laranya sakit babi.
Finds Stormy and ties it up. It's 3 for for 2. Pro Esports definitely not out of this.
The push and pull was good from SRG, but Pro said, I got one better. Really unfortunate for Sakai's. He was willing to dive into the replay one more time because this did not work out the way that Pro wanted to. And all of a sudden, with the counter engage coming in from not only
tak sampai basic ni masalahnya. Kau tengok clean ni. Tengok. Bodoh, berapa kali passive dia miss ya? Catat minit 15 ah. Handicap bodoh hero ya.
Down after Bellerin caught him with the taunt before he goes. Then, how do you deal with the Freya? You can't deal with that fully scaled up Freya, man.
Man, I think the whole crowd right now is on the edge of their seats. We are on the edge of our seats.
Everybody's praying. They're praying for their teams, hoping there's a God out there to give them some strength. Because 7-15 so far, Pro has not been able to put the final tombstone on SRG.
And everyone still has inhibitors. Yeah. Meaning, honestly, this could go another Lord after this. If this is just a clean Lord take where nobody loses too much, this could still go a little bit farther. Pro Esports is going to start it up. Cram does have Black Dragon. We're going to wait for that one. Yumes as well with the fist crack. Here we go. Green dots everywhere. Sakai's to the backside, please.
Aduh, tak ada orang ketuk. Dia ketuk alurnya. Aduh, kenapa tak ada orang ketuk? Kau tengok clean. Tak boleh tu. Freya ni kacau sekejap lagi. Boom, mantap.
Oh my goodness, Cram, despite
everything
the dashes from Coily, he played it perfectly. I-frame to dodge, manages to slip past, and even then, it wasn't good enough. They can hold on for just a little bit longer and protect an inhibitor. Maybe there's an opportunity, but I don't think it's going to show right now. Here they come, because Kozen, he still has that Zaman force.
Bukan, Cram tahan lama tu sebab tak boleh nak ke depan clean tadi. Woi. Wih, mana skill kau? Lah. Link, aduh.
The kid's on fire.
Dia boleh bahasa sebenarnya. Aku rasa dia boleh bahasa kalau dia.
Before the ammunition was about to dome him. Oh my goodness. I don't know who's going to win this game, but by God, this has been the most fierce competition we've seen so far. Stormy now finishing off that Holy Crystal for the sake of the extra little bit of damage. You notice that every single time
dia winning condition dia ni. Macam mana nak biar clean ni sampai dekat Harit?
I feel like honestly with that last Lord push,
dekat Hirara ke?
Was an inhibitor out of it.
Ni hao.
You're up against the Clint and a lot of just siege defense potential. The fact they're able to get the inhibitor
Bailey
is
ni
a
flicker
good
lagi.
Freya
ni lagi.
To another Lord.
Tu lock Freya dulu. Maybe itu good. At least kalau buang Freya, clean ni aman sikit kan. Sebab dia boleh timing. Bailey ni boleh lagi dia nak timing kan.
Banyak
Betul. Maybe Freya dulu betul. Sebab Freya ni pun buat damage kan. So tak adalah susah sangat nak beduk kalau dah dapat satu sisi whatever. Bangkit. Oi, keluar. Oh, nice try tu. Boleh tu ni. Pam. Okay, nice.
Coily's chasing him down along with Koizen. 1-for-1 mage for EXP.
Betul dah, Idoranya buat benda sama je dari tadi tu, tapi memang mengerikan lah. Ada cerita banyak tu sebab tu ada bawa pull yourself together. Memang kerja dia nak flicker je lah.
He's already up and ready to go in comparison to the staggered death timer coming in from Eudora on Saw on the opposite side. So if SRG want to take first position, they absolutely can. But then again, is it playing to your strengths, or do you want to be the ones who push Pro out of the scenario, right? Make him hesitate on the trigger finger.
I feel it. I think without Cram, though, it is a little hard to break through. But guys, either way, even without Cram, has been doing such a great job at invading that backside and slipping out so quickly. Yumes once again looking for position around this Lord. As Pro Esports play the map, are we going to see Yumes look for that back push again? And will Pro Esports
Oh, I don't know. He doesn't seem to be taking that space just yet. There's no reason to. I think from Pro's side, they've kind of set a neutral state. Top side is going to eventually turn into a slow push. Same goes for that bottom side as well. With that extra minion here, SRG need to be the ones who reveal themselves first. But if they do, that means Pro is going to start blitzing the Lord. It's a game of cat and mouse. It's about information. It's just
corporate espionage at this point.
Corporate espionage, I like it. We did see Coily whittle down to that top side to get the push back. SRG are going to look for the engage. Cram hasn't used the Black Dragon just yet.
Dah mula immortal lah.
Has an immortality. Can take a
berubah,
lot of shots. Can take the big push. Sakai's looks for an angle. Pro Esports bring the Lord down to 10%. Sakai's hasn't made the engages yet. He finally comes in, but Coily still gets it. Soren Felix backs off. Pro Esports got what they wanted. They're not going to force a fight.
They're not going to go any further.
Dia balik je terus men. Sebab dia tahu tu kiri tak boleh clear wave. Aduh, sibal betul lah men. The biggest opportunity untuk defend ni sebenarnya kalau Pro pasal team fight lah.
That also gives you damage reduction. Pro Esports just need to gather the
nak clear pakai apa tu?
Which is great for Innocent. The question is whether or not that damage reduction is going to be more than the true damage Innocent can pump out.
It's a lot of damage from Innocent.
Wah, nak clear pakai apa tu bang? Harap Pro Esports yang oleng sikit lah. Habis peluru clear ni, tak boleh perang dulu lagi.
Innocent, he's running out of ult charges here. He's still...
A lot of damage onto the bot. A lot of damage onto Cram. Cram.
Dapat hidup dah, dapat hidup dah. Dapat hidup dah. Harit, dapat Harit. Harit ada ulti. Sakit. Sakit Harit dia. Sakit. Oh, mati. Darahnya oleng. Weh, masuk tadi. Ui. What the fuck? Aku ingatkan dia throwing bodoh tu game. What the fuck sih?
What an insane game to kick off day number 2 here. Cambodia finally gets the win. Obviously, both sides are tough competitors.
Macam Hirara di profilis ya.
Junglers we see in the internationals. There's no way to be disappointed with that game. I think
holy shit, what was that ya? Aku macam gila ke dia pergi masuk balik tu?
Beriang.
Full fight ah. Okay. Tak ada nampak macam dah macam okey lah. Satu inhibitor je kan. Dia flicker ujungnya. Ballet pun flicker kak. Boom, dapat tumbuh Harit. Harit puri, link turun. Dapat finish Dora. Tengok link sekejap. Ni lah, link ulti. Boom, pam. Tapi tak kena pun Haritnya. Tak boleh oh. Sakit sangat tu. Sakit sangat tu. Aduh. Sebab ulti Harit tu belum habis kan. Kalau somehow kena knockout tak apa lah. Tapi Haritnya ulti belum habis. Senang je dia nak bermain. Lot tak settle lagi. Tak clean punya peluru banyak habis nak clear lot dulu. Masalah kan. Pum, dia masuk dia keluar. Top. Aku ingat dia dah oleng lah ni. Aku dah macam apa benda Hirara ni. Aku tak faham. Sebab kalau Haritnya dash ke depan style lah. Aku rasa problem dia desync kat sini kot. Aku rasa sebenarnya dia expect si Harit ni main dengan dia. Sebab sebenarnya kalau Harit contoh kat sini kan. Ni dia pergi ni. Harit tak dash ke belakang. Dia pergi ni dia dapat ni. Sebenarnya memang mati lah clean ni. Memang 100% mati lah. Sekali member dash ke belakang pula. Lepas tu dah winter. Okay. Aku yang kan Invi ke sana lah. Invi balik lah. Balik. Link tersalah timing pula. Tersalah timing. Seram. Cing. Hantar kita bol ke depan. Peras. Pop. Lepas tu Harit dah siap ulti. Langsung saja bantai. Har. Wayo. What an outplay tu. Holy shit man. Gila. Koyele ye. Pum, kena tu. Skill satu dia tu. Clean tak flicker. Oh, ya tu ada flicker. Dia tak flicker. Aku rasa dia tak perasan. Aku rasa dia tak perasan Hirara punya skill word tap.
Nampaknya investment Nizam tak masuk.
Kalau dia flicker dia hidup lah sebenarnya. Aduh. Tapi tu pelik tu. Unorthodox gila tu.
susah
Serius.
bro.
Unorthodox gila yang aku rasa macam patut dia dah salah. Daripada sini lah. Aku rasa ni dia pergi ni. Macam aku cakap tadi, kalau pergi dengan Arya aku okey lah. Maksudnya kau nak ambil risiko yang calculated lah kan. Tapi ni dia pergi seorang-seorang ke tu tak? Buang Immortal Bele, buang Immortal ni. Boom. Lepas tu ni pun sama tak mati. Lepas tu dia pergi masuk balik. Aku tak faham sial. Aku tak faham tu. But somehow they pull it off, man. Somehow they pull it off. Tapi memang deserve lah. Itu lah. All in all memang deserve lah. Pro esportnya menang, man.
Rino terlalu
well play, well play. Tak boleh nak ni lah. Tak boleh nak ni. Boleh. Sure SRG mungkin lagi sedikit down ke apa. Tapi kau tak boleh nafi yang pro esport playing very well lah. Ketiga-tiga game lah.
Izin dadu.
Woi, 2 kali dadu geng. Gila. Pokok tu. Oi, jom lah. Kita tengok lah. Kita tengok dari awal lah. Kita full VR lah guys.
Izin memedisi.
Ada meme? Sampai ya. Bro, aku puji Yums je tadi. Aku puji Yums je sebab sedap. Ya bodoh banyak bodoh. Tak, tapi Skies tak online doh. Geng. Oh, what happened to Skies bro? What's going on with Skies? Sepanjang season doh, bukan game ni je.
Pasti tak hilang.
Skies is tak tahu doh what's going on doh. Tak, dia bukan. Dia jadi dia tak oleng. Tapi dia tak sengat. Ni bukan game ni doh, entire season doh.
Sex gameplay nak kena sub.
Tak, bukan tak ada impact tu terus sangat. Dia okey.
Dia tak main kat shilling dia.
Dia tak oleng tapi tak betul. Itu yang tepat. Tak sangat. Dia macam yang kau ye ni main. Dia oleng-oleng tak? Dia oleng-oleng. Tapi dia dalam masa yang sama sengat pun ada juga. Faham tak?
5 sung sekit syembung ni.
Kan lama satu season tu geng. Legit. Even dalam SRG punya pembantaian dekat MPL season ni pun still tu kurang Okay. Jom kita VR full game Let's see what was wrong What went wrong? Tak, satu. Pokok lepas ni tak ada masalah. Sebab betul, Pokok memang kuat sekarang. Lagi-lagi buat flicker ni memang ngeri. Tapi dalam konteks pro player, dia tak adalah hero yang kau tak boleh nak react. Sebab ulti Pokok kan dia macam lembab sikit kan. I mean dalam konteks pro game, dorang boleh dorang mampu nak dash keluar ke, flicker keluar ke, jaga jarak and everything So far aku okay. Draft wise, melepaskan ability ke game tak masalah. Bagi link pun bagi aku tak masalah. Kalau draft wise yang kita nak sentuh, kalau aku nak sentuh satu je memerlukan badan memerlukan pure badan. Sebab kita tengok daripada game 1, game 2 tu, itu yang macam masalah nak lawan pro e-sport ni kan, dari tadi kan. Dia punya chain stun tu banyak sangat. Dia punya poking tu terlalu banyak yang bila kau tak ada pure badan, tak ada orang nak exhaust spell dengan risiko rendah. Maknanya sure, Yujong Abadang pun boleh je exhaust spell. Tapi kau nak konsisten tu yang susah. Sebab engkau kena Yujong full skill hit pecahkan stack. Dan ideally nak 2 target. Badang pun kalau boleh sempat skill 2 target yang mantap. Kan? Sebab dalam kau dapat shield tu, kau deny juga enemy untuk keluarkan damage yang banyak sangat dekat kawan. So dalam masa yang sama, kalau boleh kau nak dekat belakang badan tu, ada benda yang boleh follow up, cover dia juga. So point dia kat sini, bila kau tak ada pure badan tu, dia banyak kerena sikit untuk kau exhaust skill enemy, nak buka map, etc. kan. So banyak kerena sikit lah. Tapi other than that, bagi aku draftnya okay. All in all, bukannya macam, bukanlah sampai tahap yang unplayable loh. Bukan. Bukan, okay. So pasal draft tu tak ada banyak sangat lah kita nak kita nak ulas. Other than pasal tak ada badan tu. Okay, kita nak tengok full game ah. Di mana? Okay, ni nice pick off. I like that. Terpaksa. Ini masa aku tengok. Kan sempat tu kan. Nampak oh? Kalau pro player. Gila-gila. Sempat Maksudnya Bailey ni dia laju-laju tapi tak adalah. Tak boleh nak react. Okay, lepas tu turn.
Kali ni Kembo.
Pum, link. Pum, tak kena siapa-siapa pun. Ultinya knock up tak kena. Tapi sebab dia target Dora. Tapi lepas tu cocok pedang pun tak kena. Tak kena Freya je. Tapi early game kan. Bukan Freya. Aku turtle udah 2 kali. 1 je ke Freya. So tak ada value sangat ultinya. Sebab Idora tu dah mampus kan. So very mid value. Pum. Ini Bailey ni Waduh. Kat sini aku cakap patut turun tu. Sial lah man. Patut turun. Kau tengok. Ni that extra damage tu. Sebab timnya bermain tu. Nampak macam tak boleh kan. Tapi timnya main. Pum. Valentina function ke? I mean, aku tak suka the pick. Tapi kalau kau tengok dari tadi Stormy main Valennya memang mantap lah. Dia punya sasau, dia punya kite, dia punya ambil ulti, belay semua tu memang cantik lah. So kau tak boleh nak deny lah benda lah. Tak cukup damage, dia akan CP-CP. Aku tak ada lah cakap dia turun terus mati. Tapi given that team kau dah senang ni. Dah senang satu, lepas tu nampak boleh outplay kan. Okay. So worth untuk kau try lah. Always comes, remember, okay? Filosofinya kena ingat, it always comes with a risk. Itu je one and only way untuk kau menang, untuk kau jadi champion ke apa. If it's only decision yang kau buat tu sentiasa yang risk free, maybe kau boleh menang, but you will never be a champion. Never. Okay, never. Itu satu statement yang berani sebut dan berani pegang sampai mampus lah. Okay. Always comes with a risk. Always. So contoh macam tadi yang aku cakap tu kan. Turun tu kan. Tak adalah aku cakap tak ada risiko pun. Memang ada risiko kan. Sebab Link pun nyawa tak ada sangat. Valen pun baru lepas habiskan skill kan. Memang tak ada ni. But given that you see that window yang macam boleh ni. Kau kena ambil benda-benda tu. Sebab bila kau buat macam ni, okay, tak salah pun. Bila kau tak masuk, okay, macam ni. Apa repercussion bila kau tak masuk? Tak apa lah. Satu je, you jom mati kan. Tak apa lah. At least Valen dengan Link hidup. Okay lah. Okay. Maknanya tak ada pun repercussion yang, terus kalah. Early-nya apa ke, tak ada pun. Tapi itulah, kau tak dapat lah that extra reward bila kau ambil that risky punya window kan. Okay, tambang. Tak ada goli sangat. All is well. Betul. Bellery Idora tu lah, kacau lah. Dia macam ada satu, bukan macam, dia ada box control yang membuatkan susah dengan. Okay, kat sini turn balik. Shirara kena outplay. Dah tak ada skill. Meninggoy, nice. This one very good lah. Bila dah sampai lah? Oh, ni Valentina, gila. Bellery tim kanan, bangang tu. Lupa pula aku. Ini Valentina, bro. Dia hati dulu, lepas baru dia sasau. Kemas, okay. Perfect. Okay, perfect chance stand by Stormy. Okay, reset. Boleh abaikan dah first turtle tadi. Dah dapat neutralize. And then Valentina, kenapa jalan seorang-seorang? Oh, badan kat atas tapi Bele pun kat atas. Bro cuba poke Idora. Bukan cuba poke, aku rasa dia terjumpa Idora kat situ Yup. Tapi dia ada je info je dia. Dia ada je info. Betul, dia ada je info. Idora jalan naik atas kan. So dia tahu je ada Idora kat situ. Dia pergi. Kena. Boom, meninggoy. Walaupun Freya-nya ulti tak cukup jauh. Tapi dapat dah. Timing pula turtle tengah up. Oh ni lah. Oh, tapi ni well played lah. Ni nampak macam dah handsome lah. Tapi Link tak ada biru lah. Tak, itu yang aku cakap tadi. Dia ideally, engkau nak buat rotation buff bila kau main hero blue buff depender ni, engkau nak biarkan blue buff tu, ngam-ngam engkau akan ambil kan. Dia macam ni. Engkau nak biarkan uptime blue buff tu, masa ni. Masa ni. Masa 15 second turtle nak keluar kan. Blue buff kau up, so kau boleh ambil blue buff masa tu. Then, engkau dah boleh panjat dinding, ngam-ngam dah turtle up. So cantik lah. So kalau macam ni kau tak adjust. Kau tak adjust timing blue buff kau. So terpaksalah kau perang turtle tak ada blue buff. So team pun tahu dia tak ada blue buff, tak contest. Walaupun tak ada goal different tapi tak dapat contest turtle. Okay, tapi goal different baru 1k, masih okey-okey, tak ada masalah sangat. But to be fair, SRG pun tak ada buat apa-apa tu. Dah 6 minit ni. Tapi tu ada nak buat benda pun memang susah. Padang Valen. Maybe itu lah kot. Kurang-kurang attempt. I mean susah-susah. Susah memang susah tapi needed lah. Ada attempt. Badang. Masuk buka bush lah. Kat sini lah. Kan? Niat dia memang nak buka bush je. Tapi dah dia je yang ada. Lepas tu mati tu. Nampak? Tak sempat nak counter engage pun. Aduh. Susah. Aduh, turun kat creep pula. Aduh, linknya. Aduh. Salah. Irara dari tepi pun 15. Kemas. So itu lah. Habis dah 6 minit. Turtle.
Selepas beberapa season naik Reno, akhirnya curse kau sampai. Congrats. Dari badang buka bush. Tapi masa tu dah ada goal different ke? Dah ada goal different sebelum kejadian tu. 1k lah. 1k. Tapi tu lah. Ada semua pula kan. Ada Idora, ada Harit. Memang mati lah.
Kena chain stun 5 hari. Ni lah, Stormy dah bagi lah. Dia dah buat lah. Dia dah buat lah. Tapi clean pun tak boleh nak main sangat. Sekejap, tadi aku catat minit berapa lah aku nak tengok passive clean tu. Minit berapa tadi? 19 ke?
Minit 8.
8? Aku rasa macam 18 tadi. 15
Minit 19. 15.
Catat. Nanti kalau sampai kita tengok. Okay. Kat sinilah turn. Maknanya team fight tadi tu lah. Turnnya. Terus 4K goal different. Boom. Look at that fucking poking damage tu. Holy shit. Tu clean. Boom. Raya pergi. Tu Avenger ni kacau sangat. Kenapa tak kari je? Boleh juga. Tak, dia clean ni geng. Kalau korang tanya kenapa clean? Kalau clean pick ni satu je geng. Landing itu je. Aku memang tak suka clean ni. Tapi nak to be fair about it, nak cakap dia tak work, tak boleh juga. It works. Sebab aku cakap clean ni dekat aku, it works. Tapi tak worth it. Gitu. Tapi it works. Emphasis on it works. So, sebab tak aku cakap macam draft ni, sure lah kalau aku dah cakap, okay, clean tukarlah clean kepada whatever, betul. Tapi bukanlah clean ni tak working. Dia gitu.
And susah.
Susah aja. Susah. So dekat situlah yang aku biasa akan bagi, okay, you know what? Since hero je memang susah, tapi it works dan pro team pick, maknanya dia dah training kan? Dia dah training kan? So, baik pick lah. Pick lah, tapi make sure kau deliver lah. Macam tu. Sebab, on paper, hero-nya work. Okay? On the paper, hero-nya work. Ni tak boleh lah. Ni dah kena pegang lah. Sudah tak ada gol. Linknya cuba cut. Good. Dah tak boleh nak lawan. Okay. First slot. 2 level gap. Tak boleh. Dia bukan soal menang draft ke kalah draft. Dia soalan yang lebih tepat macam ni. Okay, sure lah. Okay, kita ambil pro e-sport menang draft kan. But to what extent? Kalah draft tu to what extent?
5. From please draft ban elok kit. Coach tahu je pokok tu kacau Rino, tapi macam biasalah dia nak try counter
tak
event.
apa. Aku okay. Tak ban pokok pada aku okay. Tak, korang kena faham. Okay, dia pasal draft ni. Korang kena faham macam ni sikit. Ban ada 3 je first phase. Ban ada 3. So kau kena pick your poison. Faham tak? Kau kena pick your poison. Bukannya okay, kau cakap ban Bele, okay? Habis tu yang benda lain macam mana pula? Benda lain Atlas, Gatot, Hylos. Apa lagi? Gwyn Rom, Badang Rom. Itu baru kita ambil dekat belah Rom. Yang lain-lain kita tengok dari first game. Ya, aku pun tengok. Bro, we are watching the same fucking game. Aku pun tengok aku pun tengok Beleric tu dari game 1. Okay, aku tengok daripada game 2, aku tengok game 3. Sekarang ni korang kena bagi something yang dia macam ni, argument kau tak boleh modal dia main Bele 3 game maknanya kena ban. Tak boleh. Kau kena sebut Apa exactly pasal Bailey ni? Apa benda? Kan? Yang macam kena first face ban ni. Apa? Sebab Ulti Flicker aku dah cakap. Aku dah cakap, dia memang kuat, tapi bukan kuat yang kau tak boleh deal with. Kau boleh deal dengan benda tu. So kalau kau boleh deal, kau tak payah nak ban dia. Bukan dia tak boleh tak ban. Tak boleh ban. Nak ban lah. Nak ban boleh, tak nak ban pun tak apa. Begitu. Kalau semua hero kau nak pegang, dia sini, kalau semua hero kau nak pegang, ui kena ban ni. Tak muat. Tak muat. Faham tak? Tak buat. So kalau pasal draft tadi yang aku cakap tadi tu, pergi YT aku, scroll ke belakang sikit yang aku cakap tadi. Itu je. One only thing TLDR kalau draft benda yang kita nak sentuh adalah sepatutnya dekat ESP ataupun ROM SRG kena ada satu hero yang betul-betul badan. Supaya dia boleh SRG ada satu firepower untuk buka map. Tanpa mampus. Macam yang badang pergi buka bush haze dekat mid tadi kan. Lepas tu mampus kan. Itu. Itu je. Itu. That's it. Benda lain macam apa? Ban link lah. Ban Bellery. Tak ada. Okay. Okay, tersambung.
Kalau glow cukup ke jadi badan?
Aku suka dia ni. Glue tak boleh. Glue badang dia sepesen. Bila aku cakap pure badang ni, hero-nya ideally bawa Revi lah. Gitu. Emblem tank bawa Revi. So, Gatot, Hylos, Alice, Uranus kan. Boleh lah. Bagi lah Uranus. Bagi lah. Sebab tu Pro Esport tadi pandai. Okay, saya tajak minit 11 kan. Okay, Pro Esport pun tahu. Okay, tengok kat sini. Dia pun tahu. Sebab tu second phase ban dia pun buang hero-heronya. Sebab bila dia dah nampak badang, dia nak deny dah. Dekat ESP ni, hero-hero yang betul-betul strong. Untuk jadi badan. Kan, dia pun buang. So, sebab tu tadi aku sebut, aku cakap, okay, maybe dekat sini, nak consider Hylos ESP pun boleh juga kot. Boleh je. Terizla ke kan. Asalkan hero tu betul-betul badan. Esme pun boleh juga. But aku lagi berat ke arah Hylos tadi tu. Sebab kalau kau Hylos tu bukan saja kau boleh TB. Kau boleh buka map. Kau boleh ketuk kepala Hirara ni. Ni gila-gila ni. Macam tu je. Tak ada cerita banyak tu. Combo je. Bagi out of commission kan. Bandang tumbuk tapi tim tak ada. Tim ada tapi tak cukup kan. Tengkala duit. Dah paksa tu. Instant betul. Sangat agresif lah mainnya. I like that. Link ulti kena balance saja. Lepas tu mati balik. Boleh lah geng. Boleh. Koile ye. Dia bukan perform. Bagi aku dia tu. Dia ada dua-dua. Oleng dia pun oleng. Tapi dia punya sengat pun sengat betul lah. Dua-dua. Sebab game satu tadi tu kau tak boleh nafi tu. Memang dia punca teruk.
5. From someone. Bang, kalau Inoflick elak Hirara tu agak-agak hidup.
100% hidup lah. 100% hidup. Tak, aku rasa dia tak perasan Hirara punya tab. Skill 2 tu. Tu dia dah flicker. Meletup. Mana dapat tumbuk? Clean. Tak clean. Kena pegang dengan Freya je. Aduh. Kena pegang dengan Freya je bro. Padahal dah minit 13 pun tak boleh kau Kabut je. Sebab engine tu lah.
Tujong.
Link mana Link? Tapi Link dah guna ulti kan. Poing. Sakit sangat 2 harinya. What the fuck je. Sangkut pula. Ni. Lama gila tu. Tim masuk balik. Atau boleh doh. Tak ada, bukan nak nekan-nekan doh. Tapi aku rasa sekali kena ni Sekali tu ini
From coach online. Dia macam ni kalau nak counter pon 50/50 lah. Ni dia guna draft 3 game yang memang tak boleh nak tahan pokok tu.
Tak macam ni kan. Aku bagi macam ni lah. Ini aku rasa this is a very good example current state of Skies sekarang Bukan game ni je, season. The entire season. Okay, kat sini Okay. Dia pergi ulti untuk retry. Okay, dapat retry. Okay, dia keluar. Okay, lepas tu dia kutip pedang balik. Dapat Idora sikit kan. Okay. Lepas tu nyawa dah habis. Tersalah sikit pedangnya. Lepas tu dia keluar. Okay. And then sambung team fight. Dia jorok dulu. Regen jap. Okay, dash tak kena. Reset balik dia. Sebab tak ada blue buff. Okay. Lepas tu team cuba nak poke. Okay, habis. Okay. So, sepanjang team fight tadi tu. Dia useless ke? Dia useless ke? Tak pun. Siapa cakap dia useless memang bangang Okay. Memang tak reti tengok game Okay. But at the same time, dia punya impact tu tak menyengat. So itulah state dia sepanjang season ni. Dalam semua match yang dia main
From someone, itulah why dia punya imun itu sakit hati Kalau flick tepu sikit MMG mati hira sama bel tu, sedih sikit SBB kalah make tu.
Sedih sikit So itu. Maksudnya consistently di tahap itu. So I'm not sure why Star Syndrome lain. Star Syndrome tu macam yang kau ye ni. Yang suka sangat barbal tak menentu arah. Lepas tu apa? Itu baru Star Syndrome kan. So tak tahu. Not really sure what is it Not really sure. But that memerlukan tak, dia bukan pasal dia tak boleh main link, bukan tu. Kalau kau suruh dia macam ni, kalau kau suruh dia pergi main rank sekarang kan, mainlah hero apa assassin, confirm dia membantai. Dia bukan masalah mekanik lain. Takut sikit tu, tak tahu something yang macam gusar. Faham tak? Sedikit gusar. Macam ni, dia macam Rolly pakai pemberat kat kaki tu. Faham tak? Dia macam ada benda nerf dia. Tapi dia tak tahu benda. Sesuatu. Cautious sangat. Tak eager Dia tak ada darah. Darah membunuh. Dia tak ada darah membunuh, men.
Salah makan crow with sun cord.
Darah membunuh dia kurang. Dia terlalu pandang rendah dekat pro. Macam mana pula? Kau ni jangan merepek lah. Kau ni janganlah merepek. Itu kau saja-saja nak cari drama abang. Masalah betul lah. Vote Sekejap. Lagi sikit. Aku nak
Sumber
tengok.
terus mi.
Aku nak tengok mana tadi minit 19 Mana yang clean tu? Ni ke? Oh ni. Pum. Kena tak? Okay, kena. Oh, tak sampai. Pum. Okay. Tapi tak sampai lah dekat Arit ni kan. Pum. Bela lagi. Pum. Tak kena lagi. Pum. Kena kat APC punya. Kena. Tak tembus je lah. Dia problem dia sebab pasif je kena. Tu pun masalah agak. Kena pasif saja. Tapi kau punya skill tu tak kena kan. Sebab tak sampai. Clean ni kalau Monton nak betul-betul buff kan. Bagi range tu. Nerf sikit damage. Nerf sikit damage. Tapi tambah range. Aku rasa memang handsome lah.
To the point where JP was using a healer in Matilda in just protecting Teddy. I do have to say, it worked out very well. Teddy on a carry is properly disgusting. But again, different meta. It might be different now.
Sometimes I just want to interject this because I have the benefit of not having seen all of these games that you guys have. So I'm coming in with no prejudice in some ways as well.
Ya,
The
buka.
SRG in the
Siapa
first
lawan?
contest we saw.
TLPS ni.
Innocent had maybe the biggest impact in the goal. And I think we focused a lot on assassins.
Bro, Rapi kan?
From experience in some ways, LaFell, be a trap potentially, because a gold lane that is popping off is still a win condition. And if you're setting yourself up for a win condition like that and maybe saying, we'll give you priority in the jungle, but we're going to take something that feels comfortable, is that another route that in these tight contests we might see a meta, start to develop
Siapa
around?
team
For sure,
PS
we
lagi
have
satu?
to see in the draft who's going to be position 1, right? Because we've seen pro esports.
Falcon
position
PA,
one
apa
being
benda
the
aku
jungler.
mengarut
All the
ni?
farm goes to him, he's going to be the carry. That's why we're interested to see
ngaruh
whether
Rapi
Team
je.
Liquid, the position 1, is it going to be Carl or is it going to be Teddy? Because again, Carl is
Ya,
an
alamak, dah
assassin
start
user. I want him to be
first phase
position
ban
one,
aku
but
tutup
that is gonna change quite a
Dadu
bit.
je.
And you were talking
Habis
about
first
gold
phase.
lane. We're going to talk about Aurora in TNZ. TNZ
Abang
as a
sedih
jungler,
sangat
even when
sedih
assassins are not
Sebab
meta,
kalah
that
yang
guy
real lo,
popped
geng.
off to the point where we believe like, hey, maybe assassins
Kalah yang real lo.
even when it's not supposed to be.
Bukan
so
kalah
much
macam
mind
nak
games. I think
cakap.
we're expecting more mind games here in this draft, but
Kalah
also,
macam
I just want to note that
draft
it's flying
ke.
clouds, LaFell. Liquid
Ataupun-
barely lose when they're on flying
Ataupun
clouds.
early game
I think
terciduk,
there was a
lepas tu
clean
tak
record
sempat nak
during
comeback, lepas tu
MPL
terus
even.
kena bantai
They
ke.
had lost though, I think that was an Asian Games, but
Nak kalah
other
yang
than
real
that,
in every
this
way.
should be a map that favors them.
Raymond, this is already an interesting opener here where Team Liquid, they're already batting out 2 assassins. They're batting out the Fanny and they're batting out the Ling. So they're not going to be opting for that one just yet. I don't know whether this means they will be using a utility jungler or just go back to Lancelot in the jungle. But look at Aurora, they're batting out the Zushin as well as 2 tanks. They ban out the Atlas and the Marcel.
Coming into this, if you're thinking assassins are the meta, you ban out Fanny, you ban out Ling. Does
Oh,
that
yes,
mean you're
Darah lepas,
expecting Aurora to pick Herrera here?
Oh yeah, honestly, that's an amazing first pick. And maybe Liquid will try to counter with the Eudora, considering that it's open.
Sanford marry
Because
me.
I feel like Aurora, if they pick up the Eudora
Kalau
first,
TZ equal
then
kambing.
Team Liquid's like, I mean, then we just don't use assassins, right? Simple as that.
And you might want to be a bit more careful in terms of revealing their more vulnerable
Bro,
heroes.
tak sedap bunyinya,
going
bro.
up
Kau pakai
against a
kambing.
team like Team Liquid, but they're taking their time. It's not just an
Mumi Rosa
automatic
nak
lock on the
bantai-bantai.
Herrera, as opposed to what we've brought up. But other than the Herrera, again, the Freya too is
Freya,
available.
gila lah, bukan
So
first
this
pick
is
lah.
going to be
Gila
the
lah.
choice, a good flex
Awal
for
kali ni
Aurora.
tutup.
Now the Herrera potentially
tutup.
picked up by Carl TZ if he likes. But obviously the Freya, a strong pickup for Aurora Gaming. How will Team Liquid respond to this?
And also this opens
Esmeralda.
up for Aurora. Not only does it mean that you can put it in the EXP or the gold, but also enable a double fighter setup where maybe you can have like a Yi Sun Shin as a hyper carry. For now, Team Liquid shows
Eudora.
up the Eudora,
Okay, Eudora
and now
for
with
Freya.
the Esmeralda as well.
But
So they're
still
kind of asking Aurora
too fucking
pick
early.
up the
I don't
Herrera,
like it
we
very
have
much,
an
but
answer.
okay.
But as we saw in the previous game, if you're a good Herrera, it doesn't matter that much.
Yeah, and they can still flex this hero to a different lane if they just do not want to face
Tapi
that
tak
matchup
kisah
head
bodoh,
on. If they don't want the Freya into the
Tak kisah
Esmeralda,
Freya,
and if
faham
they'd
lagi.
rather
Tak
have
kisah
a
ni,
much
oh.
more comfortable setup
Hirara.
with the Hirara that we were
Pokok,
talking
ah.
about goes over
Pokok itu
to
lagi.
TNZ this time. I think he is likely to be one of the best performing junglers on this kind of hero.
Agreed.
Definitely as an assassin specialist. But
Song
he has a
Zeng.
Derek. So Okay, now we're starting to see the idea behind Liquid's. It's not a Lancelot going next, it's a Yisun Shin.
Yeah, because I was looking at Yisun Shin as a possible pickup for either team here because I feel like both teams, one of the I would say advantages that they both have is they know how to slow the game. They know how to make it 18 minutes, 20 minutes, so you need an enabler for that one. So the Yisun Shin is probably going to be position 1 for Team Liquid here. So Carl should be having a good game knowing Team Liquid.
Yeah, I think my question right now here for Liquid though is, granted the Yisun Shin in the jungle, is it likely we see the Esmeralda still considered a flex and they just opting to go for a different XP lane? Because if they want to put it in gold and just revolve around the Yisun Shin, I think that could be a fairly probable game plan for them as well. Considering that right now Aurora might just go heavy on team fighting as well. It's a Belleric in the roam that you're seeing.
And that Belleric proved to be so valuable on the side of Pro Esports and help them get 2 out of those 3 games to take down SRG, sending them to the lower side of the bracket. It's a strong matchup so far. Harara, Belleric, Freya, probably are some of our highest picked, also highest win rate heroes so far in this game. Haven't seen a lot of YSS, but I mean, you put it on Carl TZ in the jungle, you're probably feeling confident.
And wouldn't the Lilia ban also suggest that they might want to go for that route?
Yeah,
it's
have more tanks, yes.
Yeah, because if they want just more melee, more close range targets, then they definitely would have to take that out.
Yep. And also, you know, like Lilia is good against a lot of tanks and also a lot of wave clear. So maybe that's also something that they're trying to punish for Aurora, making sure that whatever picks they do have, the wave clear isn't going to be great. And now a targeted ban. They ban out the Selena. And this is one of Rosa's pick where Selena kind of doesn't care about the meta. It only cares, are you good enough, right? A good Selena will always make it work. But now we're looking at Aurora as well. They're banning out the Cho, which is, again, one of JP's best heroes. Other than that, there's still the Matilda, there's still the Gato Kacha, Hyla. There's so many picks that JP can utilize here.
Yeah, honestly, we haven't seen much of the utility roamers just yet. The more support type, healer type roamers. And maybe, I guess, next to that, if we're talking JP, if they really want to go play around this Yisun Shin, then maybe another revitalized roam would just be next in terms of hierarchy, in terms of their options.
Yeah, the only question is it going to be a Hylos or a Gato Kacha if you do want to go for that revitalize? And now the carry gets banned out as well. So they've looked at the Asian games and they feel like it could still be the case of Scary Teddy just go on that carry. And now the Gato Kacha, again, one of JP's best heroes, has been picked up. So looks like Team Liquid, they have adjusted to the meta, but they haven't strayed away from their identity.
That's true. It's still very Liquid, like the picks you're seeing right now. It's just, I guess, Aurora that we're looking at for more potential surprises. Because we're waiting for their mid lane as well as their potential EXP or gold. You're not sure where the Freya is going exactly just yet. But in terms of mid lane options that might just work out for them here,
I feel like they kind of need a gold laner because they're going up against a Yisun Shin. Something like a Claude would be pretty good because Claude's one of those heroes that can dive. And a Rafaela gets picked up. So this is going to be Belleric in the EXP. So Freya in the gold.
Let's go! Finally!
So a long range damage.
Let's go!
This is new. And the Uranus. Midnight. What are you?
It's a mid lane Rafaela. What?
Midnight, what are you cooking? Yeah, this is a mid Rafaela. Oh, this is...
Hey.
Oh.
How do I... Where do I respond to this, huh?
At this point, something
on one hand, they pick Rafaela.
From Midnight. Why is catching us off
on the other hand, they pick
We're not expecting from anyone. This is... I can see
it's Big Brain Midnight.
It's Mr. Big Brain Man.
Maybe the utility healer type we were suggesting was something I expected more from Liquid rather than Aurora.
This is the kind of draft that kind of says we're playing for TNZ, right? All the heals, all the peels, everything goes to Harara. So who knows? This Harara might even go for a Sky Piercer, considering there's a lot of heal, there's a lot of crowd control, and now the Claw gets picked up by Team Liquid. So let me just say this: if Aurora somehow gets a very good early game, it's gonna Team Liquid's gonna suffer.
That Solseng dengan Claw they pick is very fucking weird.
Yisun Shin is farm. Esmeralda also kinda needs farm. So if Aurora has a good early game,
SRG bakal jumpa siapa geng? Bracket yang mana?
Yeah, I'm also worried. It's a very annoying lineup to go up against if you are Liquid at this point.
Assuming Onyx menang dengan TLPS menang kan?
That could just catch
you, stop
you in your tracks if you do dive in. So timings are very crucial heading into
this
game.
Kan boleh ni kan?
Well,
Tak lesek-lesek
your
TLPS
second
dengan
series
Onyx
of the
menang.
day, it's the defending MSC champions for MLBB, Team Liquid versus Aurora
Oh,
Gaming.
Onyx atau
Let's see
TLPS lah.
if
Sebab
the
Onyx dengan
sparks
TLPS
will
akan
fly
jumpa kan
as
kalau diorang menang kan.
expected as we send it over to our casters here, Trex and Naisu.
Here we go. This is going to be an interesting
So memang akan
one.
jumpa Onyx atau TLPS punya bracket lah.
Off the rip, Trex, after an amazing series 1 to
Damn,
start
man.
off day 2 with MSC. Here we are with a draft that's out of left field. I don't even know if it's in the field, man. This is so far from what we're used to seeing with the hands of Coach Midnight and Aurora Gaming here. When was the last time you thought you'd see a Raphael in the
Sibal lah,
mid?
man.
It's been a while.
Yellow is sakit, bro.
Oi.
Dia cross kat second.
Nak cakap ayat bodoh sikit lah, geng. Tak patut kalah tadi.
I mean, definitely saw some. Outside of that, yeah, it's been a very long time. I have been wondering about this. If we're going to start to see some classic, you know,
Look at the damage,
in a
though.
sense,
Fucking
with
hell.
such heavy assassin junglers coming back, sometimes
Dah
that
kalah
is the
masalahnya.
answer.
Hai,
Sustainability, steamroll, group up, and just power through. But the thing is, with something
Support
like
Gengarino
Aurora,
tak disappointed. Ai.
it's a little different to what you would classically see.
Just because aku disappointed, bermakna aku tak support ke? Emblem match ya.
This is a different flavor, I'd say, but leave it to a team like
Aku disappointed dengan match tadi. So equal tu aku tak support lah.
strategy to play. I think that's
Macam mana tu?
Hah?
Kau expect aku punya respon apa? Wow! Well played that team tu lah. Hah?
Is what I'm interested in. You know, what do you build here on that
Apa?
to go in the mid lane, supplement this strategy?
Sebab support lah disappointed. Kalau tak support, dia no feeling. Macam okay kalah. Okay. Whatever, move on. Apa?
You get to bring one of your teammates back to life, essentially. So even more sustainability in terms of how long you want to drag out a team fight. The target could literally
Kalau
be
tak
anyone
support
on the
dia
team,
nancelan
honestly.
betul.
Anyone on Aurora's side could benefit from that. You bring back the Uranus.
Dah move on. Tak ada VR satu game tadi.
It could all be a
Good little flicker burn there. Battle spell down for Sanji off of that. First turtle is going to be up here to second too. So both teams getting into movement for that turtle. One thing I would say.
Late macam mana? Wah, Rafaela GG. Tapi tak bawa emblem support tu aku tak sure lah. Tengok build item lah. Kalau dia kena compensate cooldown lah.
And a revitalize for JP. Hold on. Speaking of,
nice dive into mid. TNZ able to get the turtle. Carl TZ on the
Lagi
run.
sikit. Oi, lagi sikit. Sorry.
finally falls his first blood.
Mati buru darah.
To Lunar.
Wah, dia balik.
That TNZ drops.
and there's a respawn. Right? That's what we're talking about. That revive is gonna play a part, play a role.
Tak bodoh draft TP ni pelik kalau dia menang tak.
Objective secured by Aurora. They're going to go ahead and try to put some pressure on Carl TZ to get his buff, but he's going to go ahead and get that just fine. But as we saw from that last fight, that's what I wanted to point out. You know, JP's revitalized in this sense.
Tak, emblem dia memang miss. Tak boleh kah? Aku dah try. Dia macam ni, kau nak miss kau miss lah. Tapi kau kena make sure cooldown kau 45%. Kalau cooldown kau tak 45%, kau tak boleh spam skill 1, skill 2 tu. Sebab kau nak spam skill 1, kau kena ada skill 2. Itu dia punya macam apa? Combo dia lah. Sebab kau perlukan that movement speed.
Even though they lose TNZ, level still very similar between Carl TZ and TNZ.
Tapi SRG kalah,
Sanford able to get that kill. Lunar able to get a kill for himself. So both the XP laners benefiting from that last
tak, kenapa aku macam ralat gila lagi satu tu? Sebab aku nak 3-3 pergi, aku nak Onyx pergi, aku nak TLPS pergi, aku nak SRG pergi, knockout. So sekarang ni nak tak nak memang satu akan tak lepas kan? Dah guaranteed betul, sebabkan bracketnya kan. So itu yang paling menyedihkan aku. Dia buat flash first item, tapi bukan buku lah. Dia patut buku lah first item, baru flash. But either way works lah. Apa talent satu dia ada bawa CD ke?
The kind of theory crafting out there about after this patch, you know, would we see these healing roams pop up? And I know it's
tak, bukan spam skill 2 kena dekat opponent. Skill 2 tu untuk membantu kau dapat close the distance antara opponent tu. Sebab lepas kau ke depan, kau first skill, kau nak ke belakang. Macam tu main dia. Dia macam joget-joget. So kalau kau tak ada skill 2, kau tak ada movement speed tu, Susah. Sebab kalau boleh kau tak nak target Gatot. Kau nak target Sonseng. Claude, Idora pun even. Tak, bodoh memang takkan boleh datang dekat. Bodoh Sonseng ni.
JP getting a little vision as well. Sanford not going to fully commit, but Aurora wants to take the fight. A big Mountain Shocker onto multiple members, getting the stun. Aurora decides not to go for this orange buff. They are going to back off.
This is one of those things, Trex, where it's like, okay, Team Liquid knows the play here with this type of, you know,
kalau TLP satu pohon ni kalah, boleh lah. Boleh lah. SRG ni, jumpa SRG supaya 3-3 boleh lepas.
Packed in. Even the Fork Lightning is great, you know, good for poking, but you're essentially to get a kill for Team Liquid isn't the main focus right now.
Okay, mantap draft TLBH.
Themselves up on this kind of line.
What an exceptional drafting. Let's go. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Aku nak beli JC yo. Aku nak curse aku on oh. Let's go Aurora.
You have this heal, and the fact that it is a mid lane
Raphael,
not a roamer, that's going to actually start.
Aku garis keras Aurora Gaming oh. Aku sebenarnya 1/8 baka Turki oh, kau tak tahu
Team Liquid does have some skill of their own.
Dia kalau tak ikhlas dia tak jadi.
Ikhlas loh. Ikhlas. Belah dadaku.
Jangan sokong Aurora Dawa.
AOG connects, does get the knock up. But TNC finds onto the backside.
Tak boleh main tu tak, memang draftnya terlalu oleng oh. Aku tak faham je.
Dia tak boleh buat pun tak jadi.
Babi betul. Itulah cara betul main Hirara kan. Itu cara betul. Bukannya TNZ padu main Hirara, bukan. Dia team. Tak, dia memang kena. Hirara ni bukan dicipta untuk dia main seorang-seorang. Okay? Dia kena macam tu semua. Semua tan. Semua macam ada 5 biji bola pinball kau. Semua main dengan cooldown masing-masing, dengan siap masing-masing tapi bersama. Lagi ni ada Rafa kan. Kalau 3-3 turun lower jangan lah. Jangan dilarang membangang.
This is what I mean when I say we are just unpacking the meta. The layers are still peeling off right now, and we still got a long way to go till we figure out exactly what is what. And Coach Midnight's showing it right now. We have the Raphael, and it is working beautifully. Definitely we can't count TL out just yet. The fact that Aurora is up 4K right now.
Aku cakap aku nak 3 pergi knockout. SRG, Onyx, TLBH. Lepas tu kau single out kan. Aku cakap Onyx.
Again, this was a big thing.
Toxic. Oh. M-Star korang.
Just where would the meta be? How would the current contenders for that championship and the defending champions themselves adapt to a meta that's quite different, right? Just from last year alone. Just from a few months ago for a lot of people. And it's already showing here. Oh no.
Oh, tak sampai dapat juga. Tunjuklah item. Aku nak tengok item oh. Tapi ni Hirara paling aktif ah. Tapi sebab tim dia. Sebab tim dia nampak nampak. Lepas dia waste tu macam tu. Oh my god. That is very good. Minute 7. Catat. Itu the very good. Kenapa aku cakap Hirara ni memang boleh pergi masuk dulu Yang dok cakap dia ni hero, finisher only, tak boleh masuk awal kan, itu. Tapi kena dengan tim Abi betul Hirara ni. Gila. Tengah snowball lah, sure lah. Tapi finally kita dapat tengok Hirara menari-nari lah kira.
Is insane. Tower shots to the face.
Mereng.
Right now.
Boom.
Minions down the mid side.
Next game tu redemption lah.
Tu dia masuk base tak payah pakai load tu geng.
Death counters.
Bodoh minion tak sempat keluar tu. Yang ada Gatot penalti terus kat luar. Penalti kat luar.
JP and Sanji are up.
Sempat tu.
AOG comes out. Wave of minions comes out as well. Aurora can't fully overcommit.
Kan tak sempat minion keluar sempat tu. Mati dulu geng. Waduh. Macam tersalah sikit lah pula
For the count.
Salah sikit lah Gatotnya bang. Minion. Simpak ke? Aduh kapal sedih. Sempat baling. Sempat baling. Pum. Tang. Tengok dia terus masuk je GG tu. Macam main rank. Ui, banyaknya dadu. Hari ni. Kena prank. Wait, what the fuck is going on tu?
Bawah 10 minit hanat. Izin dadu.
Okay, ni contoh Okay.
Hari Kumpau Sedunia.
Ini contoh
Penat kalah dadu.
pembawakan Hirara yang benar, okay? Hirara ni macam aku cakap, dia bukan hero seorang diri. Hero-nya kiting, masuk dan keluar, dan bila dia masuk dan dia keluar tu, tim pun kena masuk balik. Okay? Kat sini. Bukan ni. Yang ini. Okay? Yang ini. Tengok dia pergi dulu ke? Dia pergi dulu. Dia masuk.
TLPH
okay.
Test pink ke?
Dia tunggu jap. Okay, Ivo dah siap. Dia masuk balik. Dia masuk duluan. Okay? Dia masuk. Piong, dia bed. Serung, dia keluar. Lepas tu. Dia yang lepas tu. Itu paling penting. Dia kena betul-betul lepas dia keluar tu. Pram. Dia masuk pula. Nampak? Uranusnya pergi. Freya-nya pergi kan. Lepas tu cooldown dia dah siap. Dia boleh masuk balik. Itulah Monton cipta Hirara ni, geng. Itulah meta dia yang sebenar. Bukannya hero-nya tu main sorang-sorang. Memang tak boleh lah. Kalau kau main sorang-sorang. Contoh dia buat yang tadi tu sorang-sorang kan. Ni. Yang dia dive ni kan. Okay, kau bayangkan Dia pergi sini. Okay, tim semua kat sini. Tim jauh. Tim kat sini kan. Dia masuk macam tu. Okay. Lepas tu dia dapat keluar. Lepas tu dia nak keluar pakai apa? Dia dah tak ada skill. Skill dia dah habis. Cooldown. Ada lagi dalam 3 second. 4 second. Memang meninggoy dia kan. Tapi sebabkan tim
10
pum,
from
react.
M4V, Year of the Underdog.
Year of the Underdog. Tapi ni to be fair, I mean bukan nak discredit Aurora. Aurora playing very nice lah. But TLP draft macam telur lah. so tak kira lah. Kita tengok next game. Tak pelik sangat tu draftnya, geng. Terlalu pelik. Jomlah kita VR draft . Malah nak VR gameplay.
Semalam boleh
melepaskan Hirara tak apa lah. Walaupun link dah tak ada kan. Kiri pun dah ambil Freya. Okay, lepas tu dia tak ambil Hirara. Dah ambil Idora, dah ambil Esme. Okay, Esme untuk Freya, sure. Expecting Freya ni pergi ESP kan. Okay, ambil Idora, first phase pick. Aku dah cakap memang, I mean, dah nampak Freya tu valid lah juga. Untuk Idora. But then again, lagi 4 hero kau tak nampak apa kan. Tapi okay, it's okay. At least adalah sedikit merit dekat situ lah. Okay, walaupun aku tak suka first phase pick Idora, but sure. Okay, langsung saja bro. Pergi dengan Hirara Beleric. Okay. Nothing crazy about that. Lepas tu tiba-tiba dia pergi Sonseng. Untuk apa Sonseng? I don't understand. Kau dah nampak Hirara yang memang 100% sentiasa akan outpace kau in terms of mobility. Lepas tu kau nampak Beleric. Lepas tu kau nampak Freya. Kau Sonseng. Macam mana Sonseng ni nak contest objektif? I don't understand. So fucking weird. Laju pula tu, betul? Laju gila. Betul. Not even 10 second. Okay.
Ada tangan-tangan gaib tak nak liquid menang. Ni semua dirancang.
So lepas tu dia main Lydia. Dia main Cho. Dia main Lele. Lepas tu dia main Kari. Okay. Okay, dah ambil Gatot ni aku suka. I like that. Kan? I like that. Sebab masalah yang SRG tadi, itu. Kan? Tak ada badan. Nak tak ada Bele ni sikit ke. Nak tak ada Hirara ni sikit ke. Okay, Gatot tu aku suka. Okay. And then Rora dah reveal full draft dia. Dia pick Uranus. Dia pick Rafaela mid lane. So dah nampak dah Freya ni goal lane. Okay. Daripada dulu sampailah zaman Abadi. Sama mampus pun dengan Claude baru lepas kena nerf. Claude ni memang tak cantik match up dengan Freya ni. Okay. MMT speed pun tak berapa handsome juga. Match up dengan Beleric. Lepas tu dengan sustain healing daripada Rafaela lagi. Uranus pun yang dapat free stack. Malah tiba-tiba hey Dexter. Malah hey Dexter. Like why? Apa rational Claude dekat sini? Like apa? In what sense kalau dia pick dekat sini? Aku tak faham siap. Alternatif yang cantik kan. Kau boleh go for Bruno. Kau boleh go for maybe Moskov. I mean sure they still MMA at speed, but at least kau ada that split push mekanik. Engkau ada tombak skill 2 kan. Dan late game pun memang tembus je. Even lawan Beleric Uranus ni kan. Uranus tak fair lah. Uranus memang useless. So memang apa pun tembak tembus. Okay. Apa lagi choice kita ada? Kita ada Harit. Kita ada Caribbean. Kita ada bro, dare I say Melissa pun probably even better. Kita ada Ruby Golen. True? Since dah ambil Sonsen jungle kan? True. Kita ada Cici Golen. So many ada good punya alternatif. But bro, go for Dexter. So that's so weird. Hey Dexter. I don't understand. So kita halal je game ni.
Paku gol tak mampu kah?
Serabut sikit Bailey tu lah. Tapi tak adalah, tak boleh.
And talk about how this really worked out and why it really counters what Team Liquid want to do. Because this thing is not that Liquid drafted wrong. It's just that Aurora, like we keep saying,
yep.
And you see how it's such a good telestration segment. Everyone's cheering for you. And there you go. Because here's the thing. Midnight, the thing is, he knows Liquid, he can roughly predict how they're going to draft, so they just draft around you if you want to go.
At this point, you're not even doing telestration. You can hold your mic at this point. Okay.
There you go. So
it's like, what's it?
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Where this is going to be position 1. By the way, I don't know whether they're angry at me or they're cheering for me at this point. I have no idea. So this is position 1 coming in from the Harara. And one of the weaknesses of the draft coming in from Liquid is that this, and this needed farm. So if you have 3 members that needs farm, only 2 members can defend. And let me just say, these 2 cannot defend when it comes to the minions. So it became a point where the damage coming in from Harara is just a little bit too much and there's nothing that Liquid can do. We're going to be looking at a clip here. Hold on. All right. So we're looking at mostly the damage as well as the sustain coming in from Aurora. Look at how, in terms of TNZ going in, he is basically going up against 4. Now, usually that's not such a great idea, but what if he just doesn't die? What if he just does too much damage and then there's nothing much that they can do? Because at this point, TNZ has 3 stacks or 30 stacks. Oh, perfect. 30 stacks of Sky Piercer. And let me just tell you, Rain Day, for you and for everyone else.
Yes, please.
If you have 30 stacks on the Sky Piercer, you basically can go in 1v3. The reason why you can go 1v4 is because of that heal. We're going to be looking at the clip here and look how instantly that they were able to get this win, and then the Rapid Riot as well as we can see that Sigibum just goes in and destroys the
tapi nice
I would say
I like the Hirara gameplay.
But honestly, the second to third ult, that was checkmate. That was when Aurora already won the game. And not to mention, this is Flying Clouds maximizing Rosa using this Rafaela, where on the passive you can revive one of your teammates, and now with the Flying Clouds you get onto the stage much faster. So thank you very much, Brigida. That's basically the telestrator.
That was good.
It was a very short game, but perfect execution coming in from Aurora, utilizing the strengths of their draft and the weakness of Liquid's draft. And again, shout outs to my boy for holding the mic. You did a good job, even though you forgot to do it.
Hey, I still did a good job.
Hey,
she was interpreting what you were saying too.
Yeah, and remember how you were...
She's the banana, I'm the potato.
Yeah.
Huh?
Oh wait, actually that does work.
What?
You're going off the rails, LaFell.
I don't know where the...
He's got too much screen time, guys. This is getting crazy.
Yeah, I feel like everyone wants Brigida. So you want to talk?
Okay, Rain Day. What I say?
To me?
Oh, yeah, I was saying something before this, but remember how you were asking us on our thoughts on whether or not Aurora are actually capable of doing it this time around. And we were both on the same page that yes, there's a chance, and we might slightly be leaning towards that. Game number 1, I think, significantly skewed our expectations for this series, but again, this is Liquid. This is Liquid, and mid-series adaptation is nothing new to them. Let's just hope that there does come significant adjustment, because I do agree that was a draft that demanded so much and was really difficult to pull off.
And it's kind of rare that we've seen this in this tournament so far in our first couple of days, where draft has almost like a gotcha moment, a moment that you're like, whoa, I was not expecting that. Liquid might have been caught off guard, and they might have realized that and gone,
I mean, everyone caught him.
I mean, it's like they caught you. If you catch all 3 of the people up here, plus all of Liquid off guard, you have a chance to win. And if you do that, well, Liquid might have realized that, hey guys, we have to wrap this one up. Let's do our best, but we need to come into game 2 much more prepared. Because guess what? If they do not win here against Aurora Gaming, they're going to be sent to the lower side of the bracket, and that means one more loss could send the defending champions right back home.
I gotta say, Brigida, we're talking about the Liquid Stampede. At this point, we gotta talk about the Aurora Avalanche, because look at how much they just charged in.
Yeah.
They were an unstoppable force of nature. And I gotta say, like, a horse probably doesn't like snow.
I guess so.
We have to ask a horse. We have to find one first. I don't know how much horses they have in France.
Oh, I saw one.
Oh, you saw one?
I saw one.
Oh, cool.
Maybe 2 stations away from our hotel, but there are horses.
All right, we'll ask the camera crew to follow us for us to ask the horse. Do you like or dislike snow?
But it does snow here, so they should be able to.
I still haven't experienced snow.
Same, but nonetheless, it doesn't make it any easier for the horse. So again, we do have quite some questions heading into this draft. Even if it were on flying clouds, it did not necessarily work out for Liquid the way we expected it to be. And I just can't help but think back, because during that moment wherein they brought out the Rafaela, there were just a multitude of options that we were considering. Maybe something along the lines of the Louis, even if they're just talking about wanting to go up against compositions that are forced to group together, but instead they do it with a completely different approach. And that I'm really starting to like from Aurora, the way that the big brain decisions in draft just suddenly come in. So it's gonna be a task right now for Liquid. Now that they're on blue side, they're the ones who will be choosing this, I believe. But we have a fun fact.
And we do. Niall from Team Vitality says, for me, top jungler at MSC is TNZ. We just saw that proven pretty well in game 1. As for second and third, I put Carl TZ and Kyle. Those 2 are interchangeable.
I mean, like, based on that early performance, hey, you know what?
Hey.
He's right. And looking at this game, I wonder if Aurora, they want to stay the same. Hold on. Liquid now showing up with the link. Carl wants to prove everyone wrong by saying, hey, I can use the link.
Yeah, and hey, the Eudora ban that Aurora put out just now somewhat helps them in just confidently picking that up. But just the same, I don't think they feel any less confident about the responses that they went with. The Atlas and the Valentina, I feel, are really good pickups. The first time we see the Atlas open today, honestly, and it's going to be paired up with the Valentina, who I think is, again, one of the better heroes to fare up against the Ling.
And here's the priority on the Beleric. We also saw the Valentina picked in that game SRG against the Beleric. It didn't do enough.
Yep.
And so this is something that Aurora's trying to say, we like the idea, we think we can execute it better, we'll allow the Beleric to go through and grab the Atlas now that it's available, as Ling, Beleric, and the 3rd pick about to be chosen for Team Liquid, trying to get on a good start here.
I gotta say, Brigida, I don't know how Aurora is gonna make this draft crazy. Already showing your roam, already showing your mid. Well, I guess Valentina can go to the EXP depending on certain matchups, but I don't know how Aurora is gonna make this crazy. My only question is, who's gonna be the jungle? Because the Fanny's banned, Aurora's banned, as well as the Ling has been banned. Those are the top picks in the jungle. There's still the Nolan, Yusun Shin, the Hayabusa, all, in my opinion, quite viable. Just not entirely sure which one they're going to pick up, because before this, going up against the Ling, they do like to use the Hayabusa, but the Hayabusa is a little bit different now, shorter range, so not as effective as before. It's still strong, not as crazy as before.
Because that was the hero to at least match the Ling ever since. It was always been the Hayabusa Ling matchup, but considering right now that it will be much difficult to get out, since the heroes that Liquid currently are on
finally, man,
could do fairly well in terms of chase. I think they would just opt to save their jungler for later and instead lock in the Paquito. They can take out the Esmeralda from this point onwards if ever they really just don't want to have that matchup. But I can't help but feel like even the Beleric is something we're not entirely sure of if it's going into Rome.
It could go EXP, but personally, for me, it just doesn't feel like a Sanford kind of hero.
That's true.
I feel like he drives a bit better when he can dive. Doesn't matter to the jungle, mid, or goal. I feel like a stationary hero for Sanford kind of wastes his potential, wastes his talent.
And I just feel like a lot of us would rather not see these really active XP-laters on the likes of Uranus and Esmeralda. Fortunately, the Uranus is gone, but the Esmeralda is still on the board.
They're banning the Uranus. Uranus is an EXP laner. Paquito is known as an EXP laner. So does this mean this Paquito is a flex? It could go to the gold or to the jungle?
Honestly, if you're up against Aurora, I don't know anymore.
Hey, you know what? Big Brain Midnight. Big Brain Man Midnight. BBMM. Big Brain Man Midnight.
Okay. He's trying, man.
Okay, he's trying.
The rule is never to do math live on broadcast. And that was cool.
I mean, you don't have to be smart to be an analyst. You just have to be confident.
Oh, okay. Even before taken out. Yeah, that's interesting. Why the Uranus fan of all bans here?
Like it could go to the jungle.
So you think a Paquito jungle was...
Or gold.
Oh, right. Gold might be because the way that they're not banning out the Esmeralda, might they consider having them both on their side? Because does Liquid sense a possibility that that might be the plan?
Horse's sense is tingling, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if it's worth it to ban the Esmeralda. It's not like Esmeralda... Actually, no. Esmeralda can still do good against Liquid's lineup here. It must be so difficult to draft against a team like Aurora. It makes you overthink. And have you overthink Esmeralda ban?
Okay.
They're on the same page here, Brig. Your overthinking has helped them out.
So we're all overthinking right now.
Do you like to overthink, Brigida?
I don't want to, but I'm forced to.
You're forced to
overthink right now because of what Aurora did in game number 1. And understandably so, Liquid, hopefully it's not too much of being reactive that we're getting to see from them right now. Because at least for now, their first 3 picks look solid. But the Harley... Okay,
Okay.
In a way, an assassin.
Boleh juga.
Magic assassin.
Magic assassin.
Yeah. Not as great as the Ling, but still serviceable for sure. So now Liquid, after seeing that, at least they know this Paquito is not going to go to the jungle. So it's either gold lane or EXP. But I got to say that has to be an EXP Paquito because if they don't have a marksman, imagine even if they win so hard, they're not going to be able to push. And pushing's kind of important to end the game.
Yeah.
Do you like pushing, Brigida?
Turrets?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah. So you need a turret pusher.
Let's
Maybe a
go,
Brody? A Brody or a Moscow? Either Brody or Moscow should be good here.
Yeah.
More for the Moscow.
2 picks coming up from Liquid.
Oh!
Zetian.
Zetian
and
Harlot.
Oh, this is a very scary draft coming in from Liquid. There's
Okay.
multiple conditions here. It's going to be quite difficult for Aurora to handle this.
Okay.
So we're waiting for a gold lane. Likely a gold lane.
Moscow or...
I like the Moscow.
I like the Moscow too. I feel like the Moscow is a safer pick.
Yeah.
Brody is, if you think you can somehow snowball out of control and just end the game before Liquid gets a chance to fight back, but... What? The barrage!
Another
Boleh juga. Paquito boleh.
Boom!
Actually better lah benda ni.
Brigida?
Actually better. Sebab at least Link tengah ulti dia boleh immune bawah ulti Link lepas tu makan terus kan.
I feel like you need therapy after this.
Or XP? What? Like...
Hey, you know what? Our job is done.
It's gold Paquito.
It's gold Paquito. We'll see how they're gonna push out later. But Barats, I've heard, is a good counter towards the artist. So maybe that's just a lane matchup kind of thing. Maybe.
Harley jungle
Late game ada ke damage. Dia Paquito ni dia dari segi damage dia level-level ni. Dia level-level Harit, level-level Moskov. Hero yang timeless. Maknanya expired date dia bukan saja tak ada, malah jauh lagi pada orang.
Here we go. Team Liquid Philippines needs this game, and they brought a draft to be able to do that, Trex.
Ni tak payah risau makan menumbuk. Kena makan ni dengan barat ni.
From Coach Midnight as well. What do you think of this one? We saw Barons go XP lane in the hands of Kid Bomba yesterday.
We saw the fighter meta go into the hands of Team Spirit yesterday, and it worked well.
Yep.
I'm not counting it out at all for Aurora right now. I don't think this is extremely surprising. Yes, it's a little offsetting because we're not used to it, but we have seen it worked. And as I keep on saying, there are a lot of layers to the meta right now, Nice.
I think a lot of people want to see, you know, Carl TZ using the Ling. This hero alone has made waves already in the current meta, but now in the hands of someone as skilled and as prominent as Carl TZ. Let's see how he plays it. This is already some rough pressure though.
Oh, what a flicker.
Cash is in. A lot of damage on Carl TZ.
He's left his lane just for the invade. Goes
lama sangat lah
A
Aurora.
little bit damage on Sanford. Sanford flickers as well.
Harley?
Everyone backs
Bakal
up.
merembat ke?
You see how much is needed to go ahead and protect that early pressure in the jungle, even with the changes here. Now they're going for purple.
Dapat batu biru. Gila Auroranya, geng.
They're not giving up, man. They're also going to take more. Take another camp here.
Not here to play dog.
Pretty relentless right now against Carl.
Very dynamic. Oh, mula dia call curi hijau.
We've seen it in the likes
Lepas tu pagi Tonya aku rasa cakap boleh pergi penumbuk langsung press aja bro.
You take what you can, you slow him down. And so for Team Liquid, they have to go ahead and supplement that. They have to support Carl TZ. He's not really in shape to take this first turtle, but if somehow Team Liquid Philippines can secure it, that kind of stopped the bleeding a little bit here. But look at this, the lockdown again.
Another stun lands on a JP. JP is going to take a second death. Within 2 minutes and 15 seconds, Aurora
dah kalah dah early game
with over 1,000 gold lead, and they
nak
haven't
buat apa
taken the
bodoh
first
ni?
turtle yet.
Depan kau ada Atlas, Barat, Validina.
That is just
Link
helping
nak
TNZ
buat
with
apa
all
tu?
the space. They continue on.
Grab and nab, the pull back, Sanford. Gonna try to vengeance through. JP unable to do anything, but Sanford still falls. Maybe staying a little too long.
Yeah, maybe he should have just disengaged there. I'm not sure if, what the move was there, but still, it's Aurora building up on that lead, continuing to put pressure on all sides of the map. And this whole time, again, Sigiboom has just been able to go ahead and farm up on this gold lane for Keto. You know he's going to hurt when he starts showing up to these fights, and so far, when that next turtle comes up, it's going to be really dangerous here. They continue to try to delay Carl TZ. He needs these buffs. He needs to be able to go ahead and catch up. He's 2 levels down right now against TNZ.
Sanford once again taking a lot of damage. Deadly Magic unable to get the finish. But Aurora everywhere right now, and the Barats is looking clean. It's bulky. Lunar continues to land those stuns.
Yeah.
Continues to get those pushbacks.
Again, this is just really a smart drafting, but then just excellent execution right now from Aurora Gaming from game 1 now to game 2. They have stopped the stampede in its tracks essentially. Now for Team Liquid, if they want to get back into this game,
hari ni at the edge of my seat.
The question is, Trex, where do you do that when your jungle's this far behind? You know, you have a Zetian who essentially is able to go ahead and give you some vision, get that little minor stun in.
Aku belum makan hari ni by the way. That's how crazy ya. Tak cukup tidur, belum makan. Aku belum makan buah oren ni. But I don't feel anything.
I think, yeah, Team Liquid at this point, they kind of have to. You gotta look for Teddy to get some gold. Luckily, he hasn't gone down. Carl TZ as well has lost a purple buff early on in the game. It's why they didn't try to contest on that last turtle. They know that they're a bit behind right now. And not even just a bit, it's almost 3K gold. Will they even try to fight for turtle number 2, honestly?
With that retribution, doesn't look like that's going to be the case. So this turtle will go in the hands of Aurora. Right now, it seems like the call is just wait, but hold on, Teddy. Luckily, JP is here. Keep him secure. Turtles locked in.
Si Barat ni dari tadi.
This is the best thing that Carl can do, though. Push that bottom side, get some extra gold, but they're in a fight.
Biru kena rembat. Dia kena hati nice. Ada damage na dah. Wave plate kat Hardy lah. Nice tu. Nice press tu.
Picking it up and will eventually drop a double kill before taken out by Sigiboom. Well, this is happening though. Carl TZ taking a purple buff of his own. They're trying to even the playing field.
Not so bad lah.
Hey, Trex, as bad as
not so bad for TLPS
at
lah hari ni.
least it wasn't worse here. That was a great.
Sebab dia tengah kalah. So trade killnya tu apa? Walaupun kalah sikit tapi linknya dapat makan plating, dapat makan wave, dapat rembat blue buff. Yo, tapi link clear wave belum minit 5 abang.
from getting decimated here under that tier 2 turret. And it also, mind you, allows Carl Teasy once again to get what he can, takes a buff, because he's got to play the catch-up game here. They need to be able to get just ready for that first Lord once it comes up. I wouldn't be surprised.
Memang tak ada apa pun dia boleh buat sana ni. Dia memang kena farming.
Just again, give that call.
At least linknya 2 item baru boleh cuba lagi.
As now some of the tier 1s are falling.
Yeah, they have to start looking.
Sebab macam tadi pun kita dah set up dah cantik lah. Zayton ulti, Bella ulti semua. Tapi sebab damage dia tengah tak ada. Kalau duit lepas tu dengan hero-nya lagi. Hero-nya memang jenis apa? Jenis yang kalau kalah early tu dia macam kurang zit. So all in all not so bad lah. Untuk in terms of boleh gambit tak boleh gambit. Tengok tak masuk buru dia ni. Oh Zayton. Sangat.
Locks onto Pagu, chasing him down, but there's no escape today. A double kill into the hands of Sanford.
Leave it up to Sanford to make that play. What a final slash he was able to use to set things up, but it's still Aurora. They take down a tier 2 turret. They're finally going to lose the turret in the mid lane, but Aurora now needs to be a little more calculated. They put themselves in that position. They know an Arlot's there, so they got to watch out for that. And so little by little, TL has brought themselves into a position now where maybe they can actually get a turtle, unless still it's that call of give them this one. Let's just get ready for that Lord. JP is going to give that information. Sanji's here as well. They don't want to get caught out here. Carl Teasy's not even a part of this though, as he wants to push down bot.
Another turtle in the hands
no
of
interested.
Aurora.
Carl Teasy cakap no interested. Let me farm.
Map control.
Let me farm. Oh, begitu nak.
That gold deficit down. It's only a 700 gold lead over the hands of Aurora. Sigiboom on the hunt for Carl Teasy. Carl Teasy will be able to get away. On the mid side, Aurora want to reclaim this mid tier 3.
Oh, anjir. Sampai flicker si JT ni. What the fuck. Oi, pakai tu. Aduh, bangkit sakit. Aduh. Aduh, sakit. Dapat ten.
Maybe a triple over to the hands of Sigiboom. Unofficial, but still able to possibly get that final hit. It is a brawl. It is a bloodbath. Aurora and TL. Who would have thought it'd go like this?
Tahu dah kena nerf pagi tu ni. Tak ada lo hero-nya. Satu.
Memang match XP lawan XP.
Oh! Benjol!
The guy is a monster right now. 5-0-2.
Oh man, look at this. There's the replay process by SDC. Look at Sigiboom.
Yeah, comes
he
back.
joins this fight from the back, and everybody just lined up there, right on target. Again, the blame was staunched a little bit because of Sanford's play here. But it's just that case of we're playing from behind. If you're Team Liquid Philippines, you have to be able to make these happen, and now Carl Teasy gets taken down. So not the best timing here for TL to lose their jungler.
I gotta say, Sanford's had some great plays, but there's also been a few times where maybe he stayed a little too long, used a few too many vengeances.
Lower bracket, batas seram untuk Group B.
He's gonna finally show himself and back off.
Bukan kat Malaysia,
they gotta watch out for those angles because Aurora's been so good at attacking from all sides. They're finally gonna be able to take this tier 3 as Pagu zones away Teddy. Tower drops, JP will drop as well. The deadly
hujung. Oh, Billy pergi balik. Billy.
Sanford jumps into the backside. Aurora kind of in shambles here.
Oh, last hit. Oh. Harley dia tak mati bodoh dia. Waduh. Dia tak mati, cok. Aduh, linknya dah cuba read lah. Tekan ulti tapi lari ke belakang. Tapi tak dapat juga lah, men.
Wasn't able to get the efficiency it was looking for there from Teddy. TNZ with the fancy moves here to try to stay alive through this all, and he does. Just
ay, kutip pedang tak kena pula kali ni.
Aduh! Last time we saw them play here, and my goodness, they're making it look good.
Aurora's making it look so good, saving the Terrified. All of those little micros. And the thing is, it's not just the small fights that they're winning, they're also winning on map placement. They have the whole package right now.
Trex, this is insane. Look at across the board how much of a lead they have, but especially Sigiboom. You mentioned it, 7-0-4. He's up nearly 3,000 gold against Teddy. And that is not where you want to be. I mean, again, we talked about Paquito in the gold lane. These fighters being brought back into the gold lane when all we've seen for a long time was the Claudes, the Moscows, the Harris. Well, this, once again, changes things, the dynamic of the meta. And you see it in the hands of Sigiboom like this. I mean, where do you start if you're TL? Who do you focus on here? And I think that's the biggest thing. That's why it feels like the Aurora Avalanche, man. It's coming right at them.
The force of nature itself. At your front door, tower will drop. There's no holy defense to bring down this Lord. Aurora Gaming not going to force.
Tapi dia kena press lah lagi satu wave ni. Tak press memang rugi lah. Biar lu ni. Sabar dulu. Wah, ada holy lagi. Langsung. Tapi tak ada orang ketuk tahu. Oh yelah, tak ada MM. Tak ada MM bro. Atlas zoning, barat zoning tak ada orang pergi ketuk. Berat. Boleh ya, kena paksa sikit lah. Sebab zoning Atlas, masa zoning tadi tak ada orang pergi. Sebab kalau contoh Paquito ke Harley ke Valen pergi boleh. Sebab sekarang Hero Mesh, bukan sekarang, dah lama juga sebenarnya. Hero Mesh ketuk tahu pedih. Okay? Memang dia tak ada attack speed, tapi bermakna lah damage tu. Habis coin, hari ni memang ni lah. Hari ni memang hari prank my viewer. Tadi SRG saja 200k dengan 160k. SRG saja. TLPH tadi 90k. Banyak geng. Geng 400k dadu banyak doh geng 400k dadu kalau kau kira-kira kan. Kalau kau kira pakai jari kaki kau. Banyak sangat no.
Yeah, he just is about 3 minutes behind right now. So that's the big kind of thorn in the road.
Kesian, tapi aku tertawa kecil lah. Tertawa kecil. Hihihi.
Go for one more defense. You have a great high ground defense that you can play around with if you have to. But Daytona's welcome.
Boom!
Daytona's welcome. Does lock on along with.
Oh no! Aduh, pasal mati kau. Aduh, sedihnya. Aduh. Timnya ni wah. Tak bertenang wah.
And get ready to approach the base of Team Liquid again. Again, this has been a really rough one for Teddy, the gold laner of TL, but just the team as a whole, because again, your firepower, once it's taken out, it's mainly into that Claude. Carl Teasy might be able to help too, but he was also delayed, so just as a whole, across the board, Team Liquid has been playing.
Tak cukup dengan SRG, TLPH pun nak ni
delay this.
Jadi kita tengok bracket ah, tapi aku harap sebabkan TLPH kalah ni akan ni ah. Liga. Ah! Ah, tak boleh keluar.
I've never seen a boxer punch the sky like that.
Dah lah guys, bagi piala ke Aurora geng.
He picks up an immortality 9-0-5.
Bagi piala ke Aurora. Bodoh, tak bagi muka oh masalahnya.
20 seconds still for Carl Teasy to be up here, and now Aurora Gaming with a 10,000 gold lead.
No face oh, give face oh.
Aurora Gaming looking to end this. A big fatal links does lock on to Sanford and Blaze Duet to do everything they can to defend. But Aurora Gaming have locked on the base.
2-0 tak bermain doh, kena bantai apa benda.
What can they do against this force of nature? The upset of the day.
2-0 dah satu hal, tak main doh.
Go down.
Ya
Aurora Gaming take it 2-0.
Memang tak main. Game 1 tadi aku bagi lah. Memang draft gila macam ni kan. Masalahnya game 2 tak apa lagi tu. Legit kena outplay tu. Ni. Disaggression.
TL nak teman SRG ke?
Baratnya ni.
Onyx next pon kin bantai juga
Bodoh,
ke?
apa unortodok gila tu rotate-nya. Barat ni ESP bongok. Dia tak kisah bodoh wave dia. Kau tengok impact dia rotate ni. Kau tengok impact dia rotate ni gila.
Next Onyx. Skill 2 dia du.
Kau tengok.
High risk, high reward gameplay.
What the fuck? What the fuck is this? What? Rotation apa ni, man? Kacau gila tu. Tak, sebab memang dia tak kill. Okay? Memang dia tak kill. Tapi masalah dia dah memaksa Link Retry, memaksa buang HP. Belleric dengan Link kan. Okay. Lepas tu dia punya repercussion. Okay, chain of reaction, domino effect.
Dah delay.
Okay. Langsung saja Link paksa blue buff, tak nak pergi reset dulu. Pakito Golennya rotate lagi, level 2. Boom, selesai. Habis dah early game. Habis sudah early gamenya. Baru minit 1.30. Baru minit 1.30 dah 10 juta benda Aurora ni buat. Hangus dah dua, hangus.
Barat, habis dah
hangus, geng, hangus. Okay, break.
Pera masuk bos. Jangan lupa
Okay, so sekarang ni betul lah, diorang tak jumpa. Nice Nice. TLP skala tu actually good.
Macam ni rasa jadi miskinnya.
Actually good. Sebab kalau TLPH menang dan let's say Onyx menang, then SRG menang kat sini, SRG akan jumpa siapa yang kalah kat sini. So TLPH kalah tu actually good. Actually good. Sorry, korang tak nampak tu. Sekejap, aku alih. Actually good. Yes. Actually good, guys. Tapi kena menang je sekarang ni. Kena menang je. Okay?
Tapi kalau jumpa Aurora gameplay macam ni Pichang Orino.
Tak apa. Aku dah cakap kan, bucket list aku nak Onyx, SRG, TLPH pergi knockout. Itu je. Tapi wayplate tu Aurora wayplate teruk game.
Seramlah MSC tahun ni.
Seram tu.
Hari ni hari prime sedunia kah? Sekali Onyx yang turun, berat. Kiranya bracket serang dekat lower seram. Bucket list, aku nak bucket list Reno tak jadi. Serang jumpa Onyx.
I'll take it tu. Nak buat macam mana? Terpaksa. Desperate time.
Habis Reno dah curse ikut bucket list nanti Vemos bintingan Falcon Light yang lepas.
Pokok itu lagi, man. Aduh.
Dua grand finalis EMS 2025 turun lower down.
Bila aku sebut, aku cakap SRG, aku cakap TLPH tu kau pekak ke? Kau pekak ke?
Kiwak yang edit Onyx, hahaha. Era TLVS SRG is over.
Aku rasa Onyx yang paling, kau tahu tak, Onyx yang paling perlahan aku sebut berbanding dua timnya. Bok guys. Bok memang ni guys. Ni orang cakap terlalu banyak idea. Terlalu banyak idea. Okay, aman ah. Aman.
Would be funny kalau korang kalah sekali.
Aman.
Onyx dapat jalan mudah.
Jangan Onyx yang kalah ha. Aduh, kalau Onyx kalah aku sedih
Cakap
ha.
je lah kau happy Reno.
Kalau dekat sini Onyx kalah kan. Aduh, lepas tu nak jumpa SRG aku murung lah bang. Aku memang paling murung lah. Tak ada orang lagi murung pada aku lah.
Grand Final 2025 turun. Entity team mana?
Tahu lah. Tapi bukan tim baru. Aku rasa macam pernah tengok.
Amerika. Sekali
South
Onyx
America.
game ini dah kalah. Brazil. Peru.
Wih, tapi Rora tadi gila babi geng. Loki nak tengok dia kat knockout sebenarnya.
Kalau Rora masuk knockout,
dua mainnya tadi.
Tim manalahkan dia nak fight.
Steam teruk ya.
Tapi kalau entity tu main macam Rora macam mana? Tak berkutik by tadi.
Tak berkutik tu. Maksud memang betul kena bantai je. Ya. Kalau Rora jumpa Onyx, siapa kalah jumpa SRG. Terpaksa lah. Itu poison lah. Macam mana? Aduh.
Aurora selalunya group stage kuat Reno. Knockout stage dia all masalah.
Bodoh masalahnya okey. Aku tahulah. Tapi tadi tu. Bro, tadi bukan kuat tu. Tadi tu.
Waktu sampai serang kalah semua salah Reno.
Bro, tadi tu Weh, aku tak ada word tu. I cannot berword-word lah. Gila babi lah. Itu word dia. Itu word dia. Dari draftnya. Dari executionnya. Oi.
Tadi tu champ.
Bangkit betul lah.
Dah memang tertulis. Tak tu Rinokas.
Tapi JB tak main juga. Masalah dia tadi. Game 1 je. Okay, game 1 aku memang aku discount lah. Dah. Okay, game 1 aku abaikan. Aku tutup mata lah. Sebab draftnya memang macam telur. Game 2 tu nak cakap apa tu? Dia tak dapat nak main sebabkan rotation unorthodox tadi tu. Barat tu tiba-tiba dekat batu tu. Lepas tu goal lane pun dah pick Pakito. So boleh rotate awal kan. Terus rotate balik. Punish lagi linknya. Maknanya
di Malaysia.
Maknanya dia dapat menang early tu bukan atas TLPH Oleng. Tapi lebih kepada atas dia ada idea. Dia execute, TLPH tak mampu nak lawan. That bodoh, seminit 30 saat. Siap, geng. Geng, seminit 30 saat. Yang panjang-panjang kita borak tadi tu, seminit 30 saat sahaja. Dan di execute dengan cantik. Everything. Seminit 30 saat, dok. Seminit 30 saat. Oh my god, I cannot stress this enough. Seminit 30 saat. Holy shit. Oh, fuck. Oh.
Bro dah lost of words, geng.
Wah, terlalu handsome, man. Terlalu handsome.
Aurora bawa another label aura tuan rumah M8. So semua tu berlaku dalam masa berapa lama,
Berapa lama? Seminit 30 saat.
Use and etc. And then it looked like nothing could happen, but having TNZ
aku nak makan lah guys.
as well as Sigibum close
nak makan jap
to
sebelum tengok Onyx membantai.
Making it so that it doesn't matter if the engagers
aku kena dulu ah.
My microphone keeps on going get lower by the way.
See how flexible you are, man, you know.
I'm very flexible. We're going to be playing the clip here, but TLDR is that even with this botch engage, the fact that there's such a big difference in power makes it so that it will always work out. Sanford, big props to him. He still tried to make a losing situation Oh my goodness. Losing situation, a winning one. Guys, you guys don't understand.
It's a core workout, what you're doing right there. You're flexing the bicep, you're holding this core position. Brigida's just staring at the camera.
Hey, you know what? Here's the thing.
Having her own mini show next to you,
understand,
LaFell.
okay? We're the siblings here. You know, I'm Professor G, you have liquid. I lost, you lost, now you have a
lost day.
I wore red, you wore blue. It looks like we're cursing it right now, so I think the best idea is for us to get off the panel.
Probably to leave.
I think so.
Even though I'm sad to let you guys go, and you both look great today. I think you're just, this has been a lot of fun. But yeah, every team you've rooted for.
Has it been a lot of fun, Rayman?
Well, let's not go too far. I mean, I was being nice. You don't have to push me on that. No, it's been more than a lot of fun, guys. Always a blast hanging out with Brigida and LaFell. You'll see them later on in the show. You'll see them even here in a little bit as well as we start to close out, wrap this amazing set of games we just saw. Pro Esports and Aurora Gaming take down your defending grand finalists and winners of 24 in Selangor Red Giants, and then Aurora Gaming take down Team Liquid, your winners who were in the grand finals last year. So everything that you could expect to go differently has gone differently. Onyx and Entity 7 coming up next as well. The winner of that game going to play the winner of this upcoming match, so stay tuned for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. And make sure if you have a feeling where that's going to lean, get your pick'ems in. You have a few minutes before we go live with that one. We're going to change out our panel in a moment, get ready with some new casters, and get ready for those new teams. So get your pick'ems in now to see if you are right, whether you think it's going to be Onyx, is it going to be an 87? Let us know. In the meantime, I want to let you know that if you've been seeing some cool skins in-game from some classic games, it's no coincidence. Street Fighter and MLBB have a crossover you do not want to miss.
Human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello. Ezen.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Izin makan dadu.
dah makan lama dah baju. Dah bega ada dua.
The mid-season cup at EWC makes its third appearance, and for the first time in MLBB history, the prestigious stage arrives in Paris on European soil. Awaiting the 25 teams from 15 regional qualifiers is a monumental $3 million prize pool and crucial club championship points. MSC opens with the group stage, where 15 qualified teams and one team from the wildcard qualifier will be split into 2 groups of 8. Both groups will compete in a double elimination bracket, where 2 wins secure a spot in the knockout stage, while 2 losses send teams home. The top 4 teams from each group will advance to the knockout stage. More unforgiving than
Maybe
ever,
Oni,
the
huh?
knockout stage puts everything on the line. In
Maybe
this
Oni
single
patut kalah.
elimination bracket, teams will clash in a best-of-5 series throughout
Oni
the
patut kalah
quarterfinals and semifinals.
supaya
For those denied a place in the grand
Aurora dapat
finals,
pergi,
one
SRT
final
dapat
will
pergi,
remain.
TLPS pun dapat
A
pergi.
chance to secure a podium
So Oni tak
finish
pergi
and
lah.
claim an additional $100,000 in the third place match.
Kenapa
Here,
Oni
one
tak
moment
payah
can
pergi?
change
Sebab
everything. One
pergi
mistake ends the
kalah
dream.
dengan
One clutch
BDR.
play creates a legend. And at
Lalu
the
pergi
end
kalah
of
dengan
it all,
BDR.
2 teams remain.
Benda
One
tengok
final
kan?
series in a best-of-7. All for
Dia
the
tak
grand
patut kalah
prize of
dengan
$1
BDR.
million. One chance to rise above the rest. Who will become legendary? Who will prove unstoppable? 2 champions, 1 game. This is MSC at
Tapi
EWC
itu dah lama kan. Kita tengok
2026.
gameplay dia yang ni lah. Selepas dah cuti lama.
Curse untuk Onyx menang ke?
Kan.
Two major upsets at MSC 26 already, and our third series is a banger as well. We're about to jump into the second half of the day at MLBB MSC here at EWC 2026. My name's Rain Day, and I am joined by a new panel with some familiar faces. Mirko and Renmar
Ya,
joining me
memang
here. Guys,
Sazi akan lawan ni dulu. Tapi tu kita anggap menang je lah. Sebab maksudnya kalau dah kalah dan redundant lah. Conversation selepas tu.
I mean, I went in today
So kita assume dia menang. Yang kita tengah borak dari tadi ni, anda ada senario yang SRG menang.
Say with me now,
First
you know
match
the
low
meme.
bracket tu.
Midnight parating handa.
Always ready is midnight, is what he said.
Yeah.
It's translated from Filipino. But yeah, no one
I
could have
mean, kalau
expected
Onyx menang high
this. And
chance
it
jumpa
wasn't just
serang
because
lagi
of the results,
Gengarino
but because
match
of
tu.
how it happened.
Yeah.
What picks came out.
Betul.
Surprising is an understatement. Sometimes I'm still pinching myself to check if I'm still in the right reality, and we are.
We are, somehow. Even with the Doomsday trailer coming out yesterday.
Yeah.
Everyone is still realizing, is this real? Is it not real? What am I in? No, you,
Aku
you
nak
are in
kecap balik
that
Marvel
maybe one reality Doctor Strange kind of reference in
Aku
in-game.
nak
Because this
kecap
is,
balik lah.
to me,
Sebab
what
aku
this
semenjak
tournament
in-game
is all
kan, aku tak
about.
follow
The
langsung
year
oh.
ago, the meshing
Padahal
styles
sebelum
and
in-game
the
tu aku
early
follow
two
semua je.
games where you have a double
Maksudnya
elimination.
bukan movie
This
je.
is
Aku
why,
memang
because some styles are clearly
tengok ni lah.
proving to
Dia
surprise
punya
even
apa?
the most veteran of
Baca
our
komik tadi
competitors.
lah.
And it's just
Tapi kan
crazy
dia
to
punya
see,
timeline kan
Rafael
ada
and
campur-campuran.
Liz
Ada
both
TV
together
series,
and
lepas tu
Liz
movie,
show
lepas tu
up.
TV series
I
balik
mean,
kan.
these are some of the picks at least we've
Aku tengok
already
semua
seen.
lah.
Games,
Semua
you know,
tu
we talked
Agent
about
Carter
it
semua
backstage
aku
on
tengok.
how we could actually work, like the Eudora, the Barrage.
Tapi lepas
But
in-game
still
babi
seeing
tak ada
surprises
mood loh.
from
Tak
day
tahu
one
benda.
too after I
I don't know what
thought
is
most of
it.
the crazy meta picks have already been shown yesterday, especially by
One
you,
guess.
Vamos.
Dia jadi
It's
macam
so crazy to say.
Yeah, and just when it looks like
tak tahu nak kabur. Tapi tak hilang ah. Motivation nak tengok tu hilang.
Suddenly here comes yesterday Team Spirit. Today Aurora Gaming. It seems like the meta setting trends are coming from EECA and Turkey, which is crazy to think about. It's the first time in
Series
history
yang
that
paling
that's
penting
happening.
yang
Usually
Gengarino.
other regions outside of the big three, outside of Southeast Asia, are following and just slightly adjusting. But for them to actually
Lepas tu
set
banyak tu nak kena
what
kecap.
is
Tapi
crazy
okey lah
and
sebab
what works,
Doomsday bulan 12 kan.
And it's been pretty dominant, I would say, from both of those games. Pretty dominant, pretty early. We're going to find out if that continues as we head into our Series 3
Aku
of
tak, memang tak ada
4
benda yang aku
today.
misah.
In our Group B,
Aku yang paling aku macam
for those
terkejut
just joining us,
seronok
is
ni
what
loh.
it's been named. The reason
Ah,
every single team
apa
in
Agent
this
Shield?
is a
Apa
champion,
series tu?
except the one you're about to see.
Yang ada kaitan dengan Agent Shield punya series tu. Pak lah, aku lupa lah namanya.
They're no stranger to hoisting a trophy at MSC.
Agent of
2019 and
Agent of Shield lah kan nama series dia.
2023, they
Itu
were
kan?
champions and they look to add
Ah,
a
tapi
third
best
title
lah.
to their name
Surprising.
coming up in this tournament.
This is where it gets a bit confusing, right?
Ah.
Because if you look at Onyx, if you look at their players, and you look at the meta, at least yesterday, you'd think this is going to be a good meta for Onyx to perform in. But then if you see the Rafaela mids, you see those double fighters, you go back to asking the question, is Kelra good on fighter gold? Will Kyrie even get his assassins after all those bans that we saw in the previous
Sekarang
series?
berterabur
And will
sikit sebab
Entity
Kang Dynasty
7
tak jadi
pull
ha-ha.
yet another upset? Because the pattern is, it's an
Aku
upset
biasa
day,
aku
bro.
ni ya.
Yeah,
Aku
they might just be able
search
to
online.
bypass for Entity 7 is where they
Kan
walking in
biasa
with
kan
an
dapat
alpaca
timeline
stuffy.
lah. Sekarang ada
Because if
AI
they're
lagi
walking
senang
in
lah.
with an alpaca stuffy, then they're my
So aku
go-to.
tengok je lah ikut timeline tu.
Yeah, I'm E7 just because of the alpaca stuffy. No, but I'm excited to see what they have in store for us, especially with
Champion dari server
Hide on
lain
Bush in the
Southeast Asia.
jungle going up against Kyrie. We know Hide on Bush
just loves the assassin pickups.
You mean Hidean Bush?
Alah, dia bahasa gameplaynya aku tak ada lah kisah sangat region mana pun. Asalkan memang worthy lah.
You know what? I think we'll just
Maybe kalau nak region lain selain PH lah. Maknanya nak lah ada tim yang boleh overtake PH kan. Macam tengok Aurora Ryu, sedap ya.
Even though they didn't come in winning the league, they now have a chance to win maybe a more exclusive title. We had a chance to catch up with Kyrie heading into his match today.
We're now here with the Sky King, Kyrie. Bonjour, Kyrie. How's Paris been treating
Parahnya
you?
geng, Kyrie tak kalah hambuk.
It's been good here, and the weather's so nice here.
Ay, tak dapat aura Gengarino.
Isn't it?
It's very cold here, actually.
It is very cold. And you're wearing a jacket even.
Yeah.
Is that why?
One of the reasons.
One of the reasons. But Kyrie, coming into this, I think we gotta ask you, like, pressure pulse. You know, I think we've seen you on multiple international stages, and it looks like coming into the group stages usually has a little bit of a tough time.
Aku cerita lagi sekali ke?
Be the same problem here today.
Nak aku cerita lagi sekali ke pasal Kyrie, kaitan Kyrie dengan Gengarino?
For so long for this
Is
tournament.
it story time?
Yeah, actually the meta is good for Onyx right now.
It's good for Onyx right now. Okay, could you explain why?
Because of the heroes, actually, the assassins. You know, Onyx is one of the most aggressive teams, so hopefully you can show it today.
You can just say that you're really good at assassins, you know. It's fine. You don't have to be
sejarah keberkaitan Kyrie dengan Gengarino.
But personally, do you like playing the assassins or do you like the tanks more?
Actually,
okay, nanti ah. Tapi kalau korang nak dengar boleh, audio je doh. Aku cerita.
Everybody's been using assassins, so I don't really have much choice.
So who doesn't give you the choice, Kyrie?
The meta, actually.
Oh, the meta. Oh, it's not the coaches. Is it CW? Or Paddington? Both of them. But they're nice to you, right?
Yeah, they are.
Okay, just making sure that they're nice. But earlier on, you said you had preparations coming into this and long preparation. What particular preparations was that like?
Nak dengar bang, sekali lagi boleh.
Practice and scrims.
Ramai tak? Kat Kopen aku tengok minta.
Different heroes and strategies. So.
Ramai. Tapi aku tengah makan, sabar ya.
Yeah, there's not much difference.
Oh, okay.
Aku kalau viewer minta dah hal.
Do you have any message maybe to your fans back at home?
I just hope you guys support us, and I hope we can show you guys a satisfying match.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kyrie, and of course, good luck to your next match. Throwing it back to you guys.
Rinmar, I mean, this is one of those moments with Onyx where you can look at Kyrie's confidence, but also cautiousness heading into this meta, knowing he's prepped a little bit more on those utility jungles.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure he'll be all right. It's built into his DNA at this point to be able to rock out with assassins. Almost every international, he has at least one great highlight you can point out to with whatever assassin hero that he ends up with.
And when we start to look at just the way Onyx play, it's aggressive. He likes that early tempo, but that's been working, Mirko. For every team that has pushed it, they've been successful.
Oh yeah, and again, I mean, when it comes to just playing that game, Kyrie, no stranger to it. He had his big break at M3 when it was the assassin meta as well. Unfortunately, unable to crack the Uber strat of those two guys, right? But he's really good on assassins, man. Really good. I think that's the only time where we see an Eterna interview with a player who just stays the same. Like, nothing changed from Kyrie. It's still just Kyrie.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we were trying to see, is he going to blink? He wasn't blinking very often, looking into the camera. He was solid, ready to go. And of course, you're going to need that if you're going to take on the LATAM representative here that they're going up against in Entity 7. Now, this is a region, obviously, getting here has, in some ways, some things to prove, but also this team has been a team that has gotten together and made a lot of an early run to get here to MSC, and we'll see if they can continue it. We actually had a chance to look at the road to what it took to get here for Entity 7 before they now play on the stage in a few minutes.
Ya lah, satu. Tak, aku nak tengok tu package Fredry no dengan Gorde.
Yo me uní a Entity 7 en esta MST Amber Season 1 porque Akashi y Baggy me llamaron. Después fui con Shin y Hidden Bush. Este roster es similar al de la M7 con Black Tempest.
Oh, now just two members now goes Detective, and ladies and gentlemen, we have Black Sentence.
Com a junção que teve da América do Norte e América do Sul,
dah
acho que levou o nível das duas regiões
hari ni aku kalau dadu ni aku dapat duit kan.
Aku
kaya.
É uma região bem forte, inclusive tem players que já ganharam o MSC, então todo mundo e a gente consegue chegar mais preparado para o internacional.
Aku OKB lah. Aku kalau dadu ni boleh cuci jadi duit kan dekat aku kan. Habis stream aku jalan mendengar.
América no han encontrado un avance porque creo que
Pak Tuki burungin hari ni
por parte de las organizaciones hacia los jugadores como también apoyarnos más y dejar de odiarnos entre nosotros porque al final somos una región y hay que apoyarnos mutuamente.
A última vez que eu joguei em evento internacional foi o M5, acabamos vindo também, mas eu acho que deu para pegar bastante aprendizado, pegar bastante experiência.
Bukan semua tak berani bang, dadu dah ada.
Yo creo que este roster es mejor que el de Black Sentence porque con la experiencia a la M7 fue muy buena, como también la sinergia que tenemos con el nuevo equipo es muy buena.
A Onyx é grande time, estão sendo campeões faz bastante tempo na Indonésia. Tem jogadores muito bons, ainda mais que entrou o Kelra. Eu acho que eles são muito fortes nas lanes. Eu acho que a gente se pegar alguns heróis que tem pressão no começo de jogo, eu acho que a gente pode lidar bem contra eles.
Para todos mis fans, espero que puedan apreciar a este nuevo y mejorado equipo gracias a la nueva competencia MCT Amer.
Eu acho que os fãs podem esperar bastante coisa de nós, mesmo que caímos contra time forte e se ganharmos caímos contra o atual campeão do MSC, eu acho que eles podem esperar bastante coisa da gente.
Clearly the strongest LATAM team right now, representing both North and South America as a region, saying we must support each other. And now they need to do it and get that support in the biggest of moments against Onyx. And I think, Mirko, when you look at it, they even mentioned Kelra jumping in. 91% of the people who did their pick'ems think Onyx is going to win. It's not hard to doubt why.
Yeah, I mean, now that the 2 matches before this already concluded, I feel like these pick'ems predictions, you know, put a bit too much pressure on the favorite teams. But
yeah, that's right. That's
I think it's the same all the way in MPL Indonesia as well. If you take a look at it, just with Kelra joining in, most people thought it's a guaranteed trophy again domestically for Onyx. Unfortunately, that didn't happen because you know, Vitality, my goats. But there you go. Onyx still coming into this. Favorites, it's just a question mark of has Kelra adapted to the fighters if we are seeing more of those fighters in the gold lane?
Yeah, and if NTT7 saw anything from the previous matches and are now considering changing up their strategy just a little bit to adapt a little bit more to what we saw worked against the favorite teams, it might work out for them because if they try to play their style too much and they go blow for Onyx, it might be too tough.
You know, LATAM, obviously a region that is passionate. And one of the things we get to see in the esport I cover as well, just such a fandom there. Yeah. What can they do, Rimar? Is it giving them a little bit of hope looking at the results today so far? The underdogs have won every single game. Could they be the third?
No, definitely. If the coaches and the players could get together and say, hey, if they could do it, we can too. We merged our regions. We're not just LATAM, we're the Americas now.
That's
we are fighting for the entire Americas region.
Yeah, I love that approach, man. You got to represent big, especially when you're on a big stage like MSC.
Trex support Amer, all right? NA might be out, but Amer's here to stay. What the heck is a kilometer, bro?
What the heck is a kilometer, bro? That's a good one right there. I know a kg is like, what, 2.2 pounds? I'm getting there. All right, guys, it's time to get ready. Our third series of the day. It's Onyx versus Entity 7. Let's kick it off.
Yes, my friends, our next and third game is up upon us. However, I have to discuss the elephant in the room here, Rose, because today seems to be the day of upsets. Did you, my eyes just could not believe it. Aurora, Team Liquid?
Yeah, I feel like I'm losing my voice because I was yelling watching that game go down. Whoosh, Milosh, that was crazy. But you know what's gonna be crazier? This match tree that we have today. Ladies and gentlemen, what time is it? Perfect, let us get Onyx out on the stage right here with us. The Sky Kings return to the MSC stage with one goal in mind. Reclaim what was once theirs. With the addition of the gold standard in the team, will it be a W in the bag or does another surprise await us today?
I would not knock down the opportunity of a surprise today. Let's welcome their opponents, Entity 7! They skipped the first 6 and onto the 7th. The inaugural MCT Americas champions have hit the MSC 26 stage. A mixture of the best South America has to offer. 4 nations, 5 players, and a whole lot of destructive aggression. Will the return to the international stage keep the upset trend we've had today? That is the question on everybody's mind.
You are right, Milosh. There's only one way to know if today will end in a chaos. Lads, boys, you may place your keys and take your seats. And of course, to our captains, don't forget your little handshake or a fist bump. You know what, Milosh? This game is honestly so exciting because of the amount of upsets and surprises that we've had today.
We've had a lot of them. We've had 9-minute games against TL before, but we got more to bring you. Onyx take on Entity 7. Back to the desk.
Thank you, Milos Rose. Who won that rock, paper, scissors match and that handshake?
Okay, listen.
That was the fastest rock, paper, scissors match I've ever seen.
There is a positive to take out of that, right?
Yeah.
The worse you are at social interactions, the better you are in game.
Yeah,
all right? So
I believe
they're pretty good.
I believe that wholeheartedly as well. One of the great things about this setup here is we just get to see the unexpected again and again. We've seen it 2 series in a row. We now have a chance for Entity 7 and Onyx to go toe-to-toe. And of course, if you want to check out 2 champions and 1 game, you can check out the My Champions Pick your dual champions, win 50,000 diamonds. Scan the QR code. We'll have 5 winners with 10,000 diamonds each, so make sure to check it out. Maybe you will end up with the Grand Diamond prize, available and live until July 27th in just a few days. So make sure to check it out and join up. All right, Mirko, before the draft, what's the vibe here in the building? Is it that like upset feeling that we've got going on through everybody watching?
I think it's exactly that, man. After seeing back-to-back crazy upsets, you know, one better than the other, you have that feeling. I think it's in the air right now. It's in the atmosphere of the arena. I think the fans are feeling it as well. Entity 7, they walked up with crazy aura as well.Ey've got the confidence. Seeing the 2 upsets, I think they're going to be bringing up something special too. I think they have a lot of things cooked up.
Langsung
Teams
saja.
from Latin America have explained
No way,
in
no way,
international
no
they
way, bro.
want to play a little bit more or so much closer to the Southeast Asian teams, or the Southeast Asian teams being put at them on the pedestal. But if there's any moment to tell your team, hey, maybe it's time for us to look into ourselves again and remind ourselves of what we can do uniquely. What does our region do uniquely? Then bring that. It seems like this MSC, you are definitely rewarded for playing your own style, playing your own game. And it wasn't just even during MSC, even in MWI we saw that.
Exactly, you know, sticking to your identity, really bringing out your strengths, right? And keeping your weaknesses all hidden. And I think for Onyx, that's a very good approach as well. I think for the longest time, a lot of the criticism sent to Onyx would be they're a bit too sporadic. They go a little bit too improv in the drafts. If you look at CW and Yeb, none of them bring notes up on stage. So they're very improv, which is great in this meta. So we'll see what they can cook up as well.
It seems like there was also, from Rose's side, just speaking of him picking up the Rafaela, like, you know, this looked like I was given an opportunity to play it. And that type of adaptability and comfort with a wide range of heroes is going to make a difference in this meta that is, would you say, Rinmar, it's fair to say that's still kind of being found out here?
Yeah, I think we're getting close to hitting the ceiling of the meta, but I would say maybe 3 or 4 more picks that we haven't seen yet that might pop up. My personal favorite is I would want to see the Martes somewhere, whether as a jungle pick or as a unique pick in the mid lane. And we do have precedents with that from MSC 2 years ago, brought out by Team NIP Flash, and they were able to make it work then. So I think there's still enough room, but we're just about to level out, especially with the rise of Barretts in the EXP lane, brought out by Team Spirit and Aurora.
That's true. That character, hero, doing a lot to help round out this squad. But Paquito in the gold lane, going into
that too,
a fighter-heavy composition, surprising people, going, well, we need some more range here. We need something. How are we going to pressure? But when you win the game so fast, the pressure's already there, Mirko.
Yeah, it almost seems like the siege, you know, like the question marks on how are you going to siege with no marksman, how are you going to siege with no range, has just been thrown out of the window, right?
Yeah.
It's all about fighting. It's all about building those early leads and taking those skirmishes to your opponents, right? Both teams equally as aggressive. So it just comes down to who's better on the assassins. Entity 7, with the same approach as TLPH in Game 1 against Aurora Turkey, it was the Fanny and the Ling Band straight up.
Yeah, but we do know that we still have the Hirara available and will be a point of contention. I see Freya available as well, depending if Entity 7 will ban out the Phoveus or not. So I think we're still going to go into the similar priorities. They ban out the Claude, so they really look at Kyrie and Kelra and said, all right, we're going to take out some of your comforts. I feel like the Claude might have been too much.
Yeah, I agree. If they go for the Hirara first pick, though, this leaves Entity 7 with a very good approach. Go for the Eudora straight out. That's Marcel.
Oh, yeah.
First time, that's right. It's been left open, I believe, yeah? It's always been banned out. The Harith prio is quite interesting.
Yeah, I feel like this is Entity 7
tolong
looking at Onyx comforts and going, yeah,
Gorde.
we're just going to pluck them away
Onyx,
from
please.
you, which might lean towards the dangerous territory that I don't want them to go into, which is to look too much into Onyx and try to deny. Hopefully, this still leans towards their playstyle. I mean, we look at Doom, we look at how he likes to play in the gold lane, and so far, this is a little bit more akin to just a few
Hirara,
months
please.
back,
Aku nak
Meta
sangat
from
tengok
2 to 3 months ago,
Hirara.
where if the Phoveus is
Marcel
available,
Pro
you
player.
pick it up. You don't have to worry about the Freya showing up here
Lantak
because it's going to
ada
be up against the
Phoveus
Phoveus.
pun.
But who knows? Maybe Onyx might put that up in the gold lane. I don't
Lantak lah.
know. What is this meta? What year is it?
Atlas, Valentina, Esmeralda banned on the side of Onyx. And you saw the Claude, Ling, and the Fanny taken away. The Hirara picked up for Onyx. We've seen her have such an impact. I mean, it's scary to go up against.
I'm wondering now if it's
Alice
going to be the
dulu
Hirara
ya.
combo down with the Eudora. Because this combination should
Alice,
be
Alice,
very,
Alice,
very
Alice.
scary. Anybody that walks up is going to get completely bursted. And the fact, there you
Eudora.
go, Eudora, the fact that they picked up the Harith after seeing the Marcel means that they are very confident they can stop the Marcel from getting a golden hour on the Harith, right? Because like at this point, I think we've gotten accustomed to Marcel's really wreaking havoc to a Harith composition just by delaying the Zaman
100%.
Force.
Yeah, it's always really tough for a Harith to deal with it. They get an Eve. This really is very throwback Eve to just 2 to 3 months ago. Mixing it up, definitely. Onyx is going a little bit more for what we're used to with this current metagame, while for Entity 7 throwing it back. Maybe their last 2 picks, I think it has to be something a little bit newer, because if they lean a little bit too much into what worked 2 to 3 months ago, it's a little bit outdated.
Well, that's the question. Group B going back into these first 2 series have seen surprise after surprise today. It wouldn't surprise us now if we see something different and interesting. These are the picks that have kind of thrown a wrench into the plans. But you know what they say, the best and the most well-laid plans.
I wonder if CW would be, not CW, excuse me, Lutfi, there we go. Lutfi would be up to play his, one of his iconic heroes in the Lapu Lapu, who does it really well. Against Harith, up against the Phoveus, you get the dive against the Eve, you get the strong crowd control, the damage, should be good.
There's something better that I think Entity 7 needs to ban out. The Esmeralda is still up against the Harith, against the Phoveus. Oh, my.
First ban by Onyx.
I'm blind, bro. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm not caffeinated enough.
We're not used to seeing it on that side.
Yeah, that early on.
Ali tak
All
ada,
right, so
Esme
what
tak
about
ada.
the Uranus, right? We saw the
Tinggal
Uranus
run
earlier
dulu.
find a lot of success in Division 1.
Yeah, and they banned it out, so yeah.
Stop it, Entity.
But you can tell you're like mirroring that conversation, though. It's like, what about this?
Kunci
no,
orang
let's
jadi
take it.
meta.
So now where did it go?
Masuk meta. Pilih
I think
je.
Lapu works
Selepas semua buff yang dia dapat.
If it is a utility jungle
ski
that
satu
Entity
punya
7
cooldown
will be picking
rendah
up,
gila
but then the
babi.
glue is a very good shout as well for
Lepas tu
speed.
quality of life ski 1, ski 2
So if
pun
ever that's the case, then maybe
cantik.
Entity 7 would like to hold on to their jungle pick for
Revamp
last.
dia
You
tu
pick
pun
up the
memang
Roamer at
sedap,
red
sangat
4,
sustain
just so
ski
that
1
Onyx
2.
would toss a
Tapi
coin
itu
whether or not
cerita
they will
untuk
be
masuk
going up
meta.
against
Masuk meta
utility
tak pelik
jungle or
pun.
not.
Yang peliknya
But with the damage up
first
of
phase
Eve
pick,
and
first
Harith,
phase
I
ban.
think Assassin would be okay because they need a little bit more physical. Too much
I'm
magic
not quite
damage and
sure
Radiant
about
Armor,
that,
Athena Shields, those are your main opponents.
There you go.
They take out the Nolan too.
Yeah, no assassins available right now. If they want to go assassin, it has to be one that's unorthodox, something that's very different. And every other assassin should find. Oh,
hero baru.
Me neither. Seems like
Betul-betul
it's
old
going to
school
be
punya draft ni.
really
Kanan ni.
tough to make this work. Especially with the
Season
presence
lepas
of
tu.
the Eudora around, the fact that Hirara can save herself from getting comboed by the Suyo. This, again, screams 2 to 3 months ago.
So even more reason to pick up the glue now if you're Onyx, right?
Yeah.
Then you round up the draft with a gold laner. I think the Moskov is a solid option to go for. If they want to play strong side, I'd say, nah, I think just the Moskov.
Yeah.
Moskov's just safe.
Yeah, Moskov's good. You know you're up against the Eve. You can approach it from all angles.
Barat.
But here we go. Onyx.
Barat's is back.
He's back up. That's going to be going to the EXP. So Hirara isn't that much of a basic attack hero. So I think,
Granger.
And Granger.
That's
Aduh,
interesting. I thought they'd go
yeah,
for something with
Granger.
harder basic attack, but I think
Same.
they're very happy. They just want to get that Granger and the Marcel combo together. Yeah, I mean, they can't. They
Tapi
could have gone
Granger
so wrong with the
macam
pick.
hari
It's not
ni
a bad
pun
pick.
sama juga macam
Is there
orang
something
pick
that
lane.
stops it right
Memang
now, or
untuk
do they
laning
need
dia.
to pick that up still on Entity 7's side?
Right now, I don't
untuk
really see
laning.
anything that can really
But
stop
other
this
than
kind
that,
of
dia macam
composition. Yeah, it doesn't look like. I mean, the standard choice would just be the
Berapa,
Beleric in Rome.
He has been pretty dominant so far, I will say, as a hero today. Won most of his games, although did lose that
legit
last one.
Hilda.
It was stolen away on the side
Nampak dapat
of
tu Hilda.
Aurora Gaming by Team Liquid.
It wouldn't even be too crazy to go Gato Catcha, I'd say, as well.
Ush.
Go for the chip.
Wanjas.
All right.
Adding to the unique hero
Actually
pool
good,
seen
actually
so
good.
far. I think they had a
Actually
2 or 3.
Tapi tu ada
What the
Marcel lah.
heck? All right, we're just seeing surprises. The Granger I get. You're playing strong side. The chip
Jangan kena
here
deny
is
dengan
like,
Marcel sudah.
it's great, but it will always be dictated by your first ult. If your first ult goes bad, that's GG.
Yeah, and also the question is, which
Langsung saja.
Yeah, usually you don't want to see two Piercer holders together. I think they're just confident enough to just plop it onto the Hirara, and then the Granger's just going to be peppering everyone from afar anyway. You have some strong frontliners with very decent damage, so they have a good damage spread. All right, let's see if Entity 7 can play the map here, because teamfighting might be difficult.
All right, 92% of you think Onyx is going to take this one over Entity 7. Still think so after the draft? We'll find out who was right as we head over to our casters to kick off Game 1 of our third series of the day.
This third series is going to be real interesting. Looking at the way this draft is going to play out, it feels like there's answers on both sides. The real question and the real test is when they hit the Land of Dawn. First interaction, how are they going to play this out nicely? Because the way that I see it, Chip has already figured out the starting point of the enemy jungler. The same can be said for Onyx side and Entity 7. Like Mirko said, it's that first portal that's going to make the difference.
Yeah, the chip is in a...
Aku kena makan dengan
It's just in a weird place right now. I feel like I almost thought they just
Macam mana dia nak sampai kat Granger? Dia tak ada flicker, man.
You know, whoa, already taking a lot of damage early on. Oh, the flicker used from Sans. First blood. Already going to Onyx to start things off.
Kalau stack kau tak pecah, laning kau memang gigi gila lah.
Again, they're just forgetting that Eudora, especially with Superconductor, has reduced Fork Lightning cooldowns, especially when it is empowered here by the same marked target. However, same problems are still going to last. At least Shin didn't lose too much in his lane, but the rest of them, right? Now they have the information. Kyrie is having the time of his life stealing away camps.
Yeah, this is something that they can continue to do. Going back on the chip pick, we'll have to see if they can utilize this. The shortcuts, the portals, like you mentioned. Again, you don't see them picked up too often. It's him and usually the Lou Yi that can play that macro level kind of style of gameplay. And the chip, if utilized correctly, can do a whole lot here. But with a Marcel in this setup, the mid lane, that's what they're going to go for anyway. Sans, there's some revenge. Back when also able to get a kill now.
Nice call lah. Instead of pergi rembat hijau ataupun makan hijau sendiri, dia ada 3 option lah tadi kat situ. Makan hijau dia very safe, ambil hijau Rara balik sebab atas tadi kena rembat, ataupun yang dia buat gang million tu lah. Paling risky gang million tu lah. Sebab dia tahu Eudora tak ada flicker.
Yeah, this is one of the things too. The Granger only picked a couple times so far, you know, and this is going to the hands of Calra. Obviously, very comfortable on this hero, can make it work, but you know, I think that's the main thing too. You know, the decision between who gets the Sky Piercer, most likely, as the panel mentioned, Hirara here. You know, you got to protect still Kelra on the Granger. He's got the range to work with, and yeah, I kind of agreed. Maybe a little bit stronger of an audio attacker here, where he's got to rely on the Rhapsody shots, but it's all about positioning, and we've seen it before from Kelra. First turtle up though, that's already gonna get started down. Arthur going to drop down, Loot be gone, and now Akashi gonna get shredded through here. So a bit of a trade. Turtle still up, Keyboy. Almost level 4, will have that golden hour available now. They can play around this Sans. Going forward with a flicker. There's the damage we were looking for again as Kyrie picks up a kill for himself.
Great coordination from the mid trio here. Great showing, and more importantly, they understand
Betul,
that
memang mudah flicker bodoh main Dora ni sial tu lah.
Kyrie does have a level lead on to hide on Bush. At this stage of the game, right, we're thinking about lane advantages, and from top side, we're probably not going to see much go on. It's a sandbag on that side. Kelra, he's got to be really careful. As long as that flicker is down, if he pushes himself too far forward, if Doom gets a Zaman Force directly on top of him, he can kill him in that lane. So he's got to be careful for that.
What I want to see from Entity 7 here is just playing around their strengths, which is really, you know, real-world manipulation. We've seen this so much with the Eve pickups. Kyrie sees, he's like, hide on bush, I see you in that bush, I'm going to go for this anyway. A lot of damage coming through. He's able to cap off the kill. Get out of my jungle, says Kyrie.
Yeah, the problem is that once you see the stun be thrown out,
like
has no way to kind of, get out with any iframes at that point. Kelra now getting an early Sky Piercer is great. The question is whether or not he's going to be able to participate in that first fight here. Because so far, Sans is kind of giving the layup over to Kyrie. At some point, it's got to go over to Kelra.
Ataupun keluar je dulu kan sebab dia baru guna skill 2 kan. Skill 2 cool down.
A top priority pick right now. You're seeing it in action in the early game to be able to set things up in this manner and also kind of supplement a jungler like the Hirara in the hands of Kyrie is something that you can make work so well from the early game all the way to the late game. And now this turtle finally going to be started up here. It's been delayed pretty much out. They're going to go for another kill. Akashi once again shredded through. Now going to drop down. Now Kelra's a part of the fight. He wants to get the stacks he's looking for. Doom's got to defensively summon and force out. There's another kill for Onyx. And they'll finally make their way for this turtle here. Shin's got no option but to back off. There is a push in the mid though, at least for something for Entity.
Lepas dah tengok match SRG dengan TLPH tadi, ngantuk lah tengok. Ngantuk abang!
You're seeing it right there, Gideon. That's just how scary that amount of damage.
This is not our level anymore, huh?
Just because, again, that snapshot, that interaction with the stun, as they go into the jungle again. E7, no room to breathe, even on their own side, as Kelra will pick up another stack.
There's just so much CC to deal with, and nobody can really stop Keyboy from what he's doing. He's able to run through every single member of the side of E7, and until we see a full commitment, there's just no point. And now they're losing mid-tier 1, which is a pivotal point in the map.
Golden Hour, drop down, Kelra lining up the shots, and it's right lined up for Shin, and now lane. All turtles welcome into the team. They land it through. Luffy's gone, but E7 looking to fight back down. Running up for Sans. He's gonna have to burn the flicker. The re-engage comes through. Snapshots are there. Backwind 1 HP. He'll get back to base. Could have been way worse for Entity 7 there.
Way worse, for sure. But man, let's look at the goal difference here, because somehow Kelra has been more effective in these team fights in comparison to Doom, who's been struggling again, and because of that Golden Hour. Let's look at this replay one more time, right? Golden Hour catches onto 2 members. They line up the shots perfectly. But by the time Akashi actually gets into the middle of this fight, they kind of don't have enough damage, right? You can see that Doom, unfortunately, tries to get this kill onto Keyboy, but they still have plenty of battle spells. So the innate impact that we see from
Let's give tengok ke? Oh, tak pasti.
And Doom ain't gonna waste a free purify
Probably
just
not.
to get out of a Golden Hour or walk around.
Probably not.
Yeah, for E7, they want to go ahead and start letting, you know, Doom scale up. This is what we see with Harith, right?
Tapi nanti midnight kita akan ada live balik.
That Zaman Force. They just really haven't been able to have that upper hand fight against, you know, this lineup that Onyx has. A big component to that, again, the Golden Hour. I'm surprised, you know, Marcel, we haven't seen him pop up as much, especially back
yes, sir.
Even in MWI, and it's like he's still so useful with that Golden Hour alone. But even Chip can do something similar. A little bit of stun here on Keyboy. This fight for this turtle, though.
Yeah.
Let's see if anyone's actually able to secure it. Hidon Bush will just now pick up that Sky Piercer, though.
I'm not sure if that's even going to get any value this time
around.
Hidon
Bush
gets caught out just like that. I mean, these interceptions, they can't... Wait, hold on.
Oh, they're just going for it. Another stack for Kelra. Akashi could be next. Infernal Pursuit, but there's a double. Now
sebab Marcel ni sentiasa akan ada bodoh dengan Irara ni tu yang best tu.
And just another objective.
That's a huge miscommunication for the side of Entity 7.
Aku nak tengok dengan mid Gordy. Sebab boleh stun dengan lebih konsisten kan.
With the rest of his team to say, you know what, we're gonna take everything. What are you gonna do? Chase us? Doom, try, but he's not gonna catch up to Keyboy anytime soon.
You're not gonna catch a Marcel like that, you know. So, yeah, I don't know. That was clearly a mistake, a misstep there for E7 to be on that side, to lose their jungler, but. You know, the punishment also is just more turrets, more space. Even in that replay, it just happens so quickly, and then you get collapsed on. And if you line yourselves up like this for E7, you know, you're trying to keep things from getting too worse. it's just Onyx does such a great job at giving those stacks over to Kelra. They know that that's a big part of these team fights. Now, I mean, look at the health bars. They're just dropping as they try to get to the base. They try to get away, but Bagwin's down, and now Akashi gets blown up as well from the shots from Kelra.
He didn't use his flicker either. Again, I feel like E7, they understand that their battle spells are like so key to their composition, but at the same time, they're not using it to save themselves. Now we have a 13-3 lead, a 5.7 kill lead into the game, which is not, I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty devastating on top of the fact that Kelra is almost max stacks at this stage of the game on his Sky Piercer.
Yeah. Keyboy and Sans both just doing an amazing job throughout this game too to set things up. Look at the difference here now in the mid lane. They're actually able to get Ludwig, Keyboy, and Sans. Do they want to fight this? I know they got Kelra there, but still, you don't want to get overzealous and get punished here. You got a 6,000 gold lead if you're Onyx. You want to keep that together for this Lord here in about third.
So,
first items priority. I like how Ludwig is like, no, I'm not going to think about sustain
pro player macam dah start shifting kepada BOD lah, which is sedap juga sebab kau boleh poking. Kau skip sekali biasa, kau buat ya sebab kat rank sedap lah kan, kau nak barbar je terus kan. Kalau macam pro game kan, game ni macam sedikit slow, sedikit berhati-hati. So bila kau skip sekali biasa, kau buat BOD, kau poking pakai segitiga hole tu memang sedap lah.
He's been trying to find that positioning, but there just hasn't been that opening that they're looking for. And now at this point, it looks like E7's just going to have to give this Lord over to Onyx, let them do their things. Akashi's going to give the information. There's quite a few here. They're trying to push up top too, but Lord already secured by Kyrie. Bagwin gone. I mean, this is just not where you want to be. And now Daytona's welcome to keep Akashi in place. Line up again for Kelra to get a double again.
Oh, dapat.
It's looking really
tak boleh balik dah Suyu.
I think this game is almost over. Onyx is at a point where the snowball is a little too big. And they're stopped. They're purposely delaying item which they will not be able to get with the rest of his team. And now his death timer is staggered.
Yep. Already
meletup.
Hai,
hampir. Reduce damage kan? Berapa 50% projectile.
9,000 gold lead as Lord is going to approach this mid turret. The defense shield still going to pop. But the Lord is still up, and now the pressure's here. 15 still, 4 high on out, Bush to be up. They're going to drop it down once again. Ludwig, Daytona's welcome. Going into the wall. Kyrie, meanwhile, on the other side's working. Burns a flicker out. Akashi, no chance. And now looking to take down Doom as well. He's trying to avoid the shots from Kelra.
Lazat!
And they're looking for. Finally, Kelra goes down. But Kyrie's here as well. It's a different KK connection. It's a maniac for Kyrie. And that's all Onyx needed in this game 1 under 12 minutes. They'll cap out game 1 against Entity 7.
21-6 the final score. And they're going to farm one more before they close out the very first match. Entity 7 said, you know what? We're comfortable with this style of composition. It doesn't matter how comfortable you are. If you're walking into counter picks, there are certain expectations that need to be understood. That real world manipulation is not going to find much value until the golden hour is down. The shortcut.
Pusat dok je dok. Lepas dah cakap, lepas dah tengok game-game tadi, babi boring sial menjadi man.
Seemed like there was a lot of problems to solve there, Gideon, you know, for SC7. Sometimes it was
like the same fish pun tak hype.
Solve the problems of themselves. Their positioning, their choices on moving around the map there. I think that was one of the biggest things is, you know, sometimes you end up delaying yourselves that chance to get back into the game.
Tadi Aurora punya jungle tak masuk, tak boleh sebab yang player tu watch ni. Konsepnya lagi satu dia lebih kepada individual play. Individual play. Sebab kalau macam Aurora tadi, dia punya betul-betul highlight dia team. 5-5 tu mainnya terlalu sedap bersama tu. Maksudnya tak ada yang macam macam outshine whoever lah. Tak nak dia banyak oleng. Sedap memang sedap, tapi oleng pun banyak boleh tahan banyak. Aku orangnya suka player yang consistent, compose. But at the same time, dia macam ada that sweet spot tau. That sweet spot yang kau ambil risiko tapi kau tahu mana yang masa yang kau tak patut ambil. Gitu.
You know, I mean they gave Kyrie, you can see a smile on his face when they lined it up for the Savage there for him. I'm so surprised. We're gonna start seeing if teams over the course of MSC, you know, they decide to.
Ya tuh kalau prime satu match ketiwangan Aurora tadi.
Points of the draft or whoever ends up getting it.
Here's the thing. When we start thinking about the assassins, you start thinking about the links. You start.
But all in all lega lah ni. All in all lega ni dapat.
Obviously, we still have the hard play.
Dapat membantai ya.
Nobody even thought about that as well. I know. Warcry
assassins
are
last kita tengok yang kalah final.
It's one of the few assassins that can actually.
Takut swam juga dekat MSC.
Berat lah. Play the mid games nice and slow, but when we get that snowball, you can just see that overwhelming force. Walk into your jungle, take whatever you want, slap them up a little bit, leave a receipt, and walk away.
You can walk
Team
away.
All-Star.
I mean, Entity 7, you got to give it up to them.
Tak ada. Ni yang aku buat ni bukan Team All-Star. Ni players tu. Kalau team betul-betul Fantasy League itu macam kau memang pilih, mostly memang akan player yang dah ni lah. Ni kita nak scope MSC je. Scope MSC. So sekarang ni baru dua.
Look, it ended up snowballing into an 11-23 defeat for E7. You know, that's not where you want to be.
Exactly, right? I mean, we don't even need to look at the numbers to know that this was an overwhelming victory. So a lot of it just really comes down to, like, how does this composition work together at the different stages of the game? And I think, unfortunately for Hainan Bush, just unfamiliar with this particular matchup against Hirara, because as soon as you use that stun to initiate, you have you're not going to escape. Hirara is great at chasing targets. No matter how far you are, she'll catch up pretty fast.
And this is crazy too, you know, the cooldown that you have that build there that Kyrie went with, and of course he's got the Queen's Wings too, so I mean, Harara's already hard enough to kill, man. You know, you build it that way like Kyrie, and you put it in the hands of a jungler like Kyrie, you know, it's going to be even worse for you. So I'd love to see it, you know, moving on. If Entity 7 can just take maybe the Harara from Onyx and not let them get that, and maybe we get to see Hainan Bush go ahead and do his thing, but you know, it's much more than that. One thing we have learned over these weeks, Gideon, is that Hirara, to be able to be successful like we saw this, you need that team support.
Yes.
You need everyone to be able to help that Hirara get to that point.
Absolutely.
And this is, I think Onyx just really showcased that perfectly here in Game 1.
It's so very good that they, again, it's about the micro mechanics on top of just like seeing the bigger picture to everything that's happening here. That's why I was thinking whether or not they were going to get access to some of the favorites for either one of these sides, for either Lupti or even Akash to get. I was thinking Esme, but that was first ban. I was like, all right, whatever. Maybe they're going to get Paquito. Okay, we're not going to get Paquito either. So maybe they might shift into a more damage-oriented style for the side of Entity 7 rather than, you know what, we're going to team fight with team fight. Scrap that. Let's get really, really messy here. Let's go for the scramble.
Yeah, I think the scramble is... We've seen different strategies now from multiple teams. I mean, hell, one of them, obviously Aurora Gaming from the last series, where it was just a very different concept of play style, you know, more that sustainability, kind of dragging things out. But this is one of the big things here that the meta is shaping to be.
Well, speaking of meta, we've got a little special somebody up on that stage. Let's throw it over to see who it is.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Eterna here, and now we are with Hainan Bush from Entity 7. Welcome.
Bienvenido. Gracias. Thank you. No.
Thank you. Well, this is really interesting because finally we get to meet you in person, and it's amazing to finally see a representation from South Amer. So a LATAM representation. What does this mean to you coming into MSC?
Es muy interesante por fin poder conocerte y verte en persona. Esta es la primera vez que tenemos un representante de Latinoamérica y Sudamérica. ¿Qué representa esto para ti?
Representa mucho para mí por los logros que he convertido, lo que he hecho en general. De ser coach, jugador, analista, es algo muy bueno para mí llegar a este punto y nada, me siento muy feliz.
It is really big for me because I've been a coach, a player, and an analyst. So everything I've been doing throughout my career, this is a really big thing for me, and I'm extremely happy.
All right, all right. So you've done almost every single role. So what made you come back as a player?
Bueno, parece que has hecho básicamente todo lo que se puede hacer. ¿Y qué hizo que regresaras como jugador?
No, de hecho estoy cumpliendo varios roles ahora. Estoy cumpliendo de coach, analista y bueno, sigo siendo jugador a pesar de todo.
I'm actually doing everything right now. I'm the coach, I'm the analyst, and I came back as a player.
Oh, okay. So he's doing everything right now. So with that kind of knowledge, how does he see the matchup against Onyx? Because considering Onyx are one of the favorites here coming into MSC.
Y con todo este conocimiento, ¿cómo ves tu enfrentamiento en contra de Onyx? Ya que Onyx son uno de los favoritos en el torneo.
La verdad no estaría tan seguro porque es una experiencia nueva para mí internacionalmente. Es la primera vez que puedo enfrentarme a equipos internacionales y bueno, todo dependerá de cómo nos desempeñemos, cómo estemos trabajando como equipo, pero por lo general yo nos veo bien personalmente contra Onyx.
I can really be certain because this is first for me. It's the first experience that we get a chance to go against international level teams. So I personally think that we are really good right now in terms as a team, but I couldn't be sure.
Okay. Any nerves though? Is there nerves up against Onyx?
¿Cómo van los nervios? ¿Te sientes un poco nervioso? No.
No me siento nervioso.
No, not at all.
That didn't need translation. I felt that confidence coming through. But of course, you're going head-to-head later on with Kyrie. Is there anything maybe you want to say to Kyrie come this next matchup?
¿Te vas a enfrentar 1-1 contra Kyrie? ¿Hay algo que le quisieras decir a Kyrie en este enfrentamiento?
Nada, que sea un buen juego y que, bueno, que gane mejor.
I wish for a good game and may the best one win.
Oh, nice. Cold, calm, collected. I like that. Haidon Bush, good luck for your next match because we're throwing it over back to the studio.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse. He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Aduh.
Back on the studio and here on the stage for a draft. Game number 2 between Onyx and Entity 7. It was tough for Entity 7 to say the least, as Onyx stomped right through them, through their Marcel, and of course, that Granger picked up by Kelra. Redmar and Mirko here still talking to you over the draft. Okay, I think we can go back to maybe the first set of bans here for E7. I feel like that Claude ban was way too much.
I feel like everything was a bit too much, Redmar, right? Because we have to take into account that for me, at least, looking at those drafts, Entity 7 were coming into game number 1, not trying to win, but trying not to lose, right? Because usually you would ban Fanny and Ling, and you would pick up a jungler in the first phase, knowing, okay, they went up on the Hirara, it's going to be closed out later on in the second phase for sure, but they didn't put enough respect onto the Hirara. They didn't even put any respect into the jungle.
Yep.
As a matter of fact, they even let go of the Eudora, which is kind of crazy, right? Like, it's almost like a guarantee, especially against a team like Onyx, that they want to go on Assassin. So you need to try to take that very good combo with an Assassin, aka also a counter to the Assassin in the Eudora.
Yeah, that's why looking at the draft for Entity 7 earlier, it felt reactive in the sense that realizing their first 3 picks felt like some of Onyx's greatest hits. They took away the Harith, they took away the Phobias, they took away the Eve. All of that are just screaming Onyx's greatest hits. It felt like the most proactive pick that they went for was actually the last pick, Chip. Though in the big picture, it did end up having difficulty with the team fighting being kind of awkward around the golden hour of the Marcel. It just didn't work out for them. So now at least they switch up the sides and they ban out the Fanny, they ban out the Valentina. I think, okay, with Onyx banning out the Atlas, they don't have the Atlas access anymore. Phovis is still open, Freya might not be the best pick. Would it be too much if they just rush to the Hirara right now?
I think it's a bit too much again because, okay, there you go.
That's better.
I really like the Eudora, right? If you want to go up against Assassins, if you want to pick up an Assassin as well, the Eudora should
time we
be
live in.
Now we're seeing it, you know, kind of escalate in Prio. Love it.
The
but
time
Onyx,
we live
I
in.
don't think they need to pick up an Assassin right now.
Eudora first pick, Hanai. Bukan Pakito, bukan Lin, bukan Hirara, bukan Kalea, bukan...
Alright, straight up for Rome, a
bukan
comfort for Keyboy.
bukan
And honestly, looking at the other picks from today, I felt like the Cho might be something teams might want to revisit as a priority, considering that there was one draft earlier in TL versus Aurora where the Cho would have looked perfect, but then it got banned away. So Onyx now, they're being proactive. They pick up the Cho, they still end up with the Hirara for Kyrie, and now...
Tak, masalahnya boleh je dia buat yang spell trap tu kalau orang first pick. First pick Eudora.
So at least you get the assassin.
Tak, maknanya kau ambil je lah hak sisi yang memaksa dia kena purify. Contoh macam ni Cho okay juga lah. Tapi banyak yang lebih easy kan. Macam Kalea, Atlas kalau tak kena ban.
The team to respond over with the picks. It's just you need to take these prio picks away, right? Marcel first pick for Onyx in game number 1. That should have been the Eudora Hirara instantly for NCT7. Now there's so many picks up for grabs. Even if they get another, let's say they go for a gold lane, even an XP lane, and a Pakito, and then Esmeralda just shows up for Onyx. There's so many ways to respond it over, and they pick the Harley into a Cho. Onyx, again, they know that this Cho will be good against anybody, against the Ling, against the Harley, and now as the Harley got the Kacha, I honestly feel like the Esmeralda or the Uranus will show up. There you go, those tanky, sustainable XP lanes. Great for Lutpi.
Yeah, and now Team Entity 7 need to watch out, just constant invades, and even if it's not invades, just vision provided by the Uranus, leaving the EXP lane, showing up, messing you up, and just feeding all the information that Onyx needs. I feel like this Harley, at the end of the day, was just like, Coach, you know what, I'm feeling more Harley. Maybe not the Ling. We saw Haidon Bush use it a lot during their last Amber season anyway, so that is screaming comfort. But Romid Trio, all magic. They need some physical damage in here through the EXP and the gold lane.
And that's where it'll get very difficult, right? I feel like for Onyx right now, they should be comfortable playing one of those unorthodox gold laners, something of a strong side here. They ban out the Dairoth, so interesting. I guess they're thinking Entity 7 because they might not be able to get a gold lane with physical damage, that they'll look to try to put the physical damage into XP. That's why they go for the Dairoth ban, but there you go. The Eve gets taken out as well. Not too big of a fan of that, honestly.
Yeah, I think that's because they're considering setting up for a carry pick. That's the only reason why they'd want to ban out the Eve right now.
That either, right? Because the Brody is what I'm thinking about for Onyx. Yeah, because I think they are trying to get, I think they're reading into the carry pick for Entity 7 with the Eve ban as well. So I think they might just be going for Brody.
All right, let's see if Entity 7 reads it.
Sora ban as well.
Ban out the Keller hero now. Ban out that Brody. Might be the best call for Entity 7. And if it's not the Brody, at this point, it's a plug and play, honestly. I think we've said that a lot for Onyx, especially in MPLID. A lot of times, a lot of picks, you could just plug and play anything, and they'll find a way to make it work.
With the Cho and the Hirara, with the Uranus as well, all of them can chase the Harley. I don't really even think that the Harley can make it to the backline of Onyx, so... I wouldn't even be too surprised if Onyx go for even like something as crazy as a Farsa even up against these Assassins, because again, Jusin ban, Eve ban, they've taken away a lot of the safer choices in mid. The next best thing would probably be a Lilia if you're thinking safety. I think Onyx aren't thinking about safe. I think they're thinking about dominating.
Yeah, if you want domination, of course, you still have the option of Sans to suddenly show up with the Kadita, get that Petrify up. Hardcore pick-off combo with that Cho, and instantly, if you delete the door, you delete someone. But they don't want to. They want to go. They don't want to go for that. It's fine.
Safe.
Safety's good. Safety's good. Lilia's great.
And as expected, the Brody smells really good right now. It's looking really good. If Entity 7 pick up a Claude, Moscow for carry, I think it's an insta Brody, right? XP. They need something. They need something to deal with this. Now, what is it? Pakito against the Uranus.
All right. Pretty much.
Unless this is gold. And then they like pick another guy.
Oh, surprise EXP, yeah. I mean, after all of this, the Esmeralda's still open. But then it's really just the Uranus, you dead lane that. Unless Akashi is feeling something else. I mean, I wouldn't even want to consider, maybe if you really want to reach the Brody, you go crazy with it. You put the Paquito in gold and you pick up something like a Bene. At least you have some form of dive and access. But oh wait, no, yeah, it's Brodyable.
Brody.
Now's the time.
Brody.
Yeah.
If it's not Brody, safe choice would be Moskov. But after seeing the Granger, Kelra ain't about that safe game, bro.
Yeah, we thought Granger has pretty much just bowed out of the meta. He pops up here and there, not always the best results, but he made it work last time. Pretty sure Brody, he'll be able to make it work as well. But Entity 7, they said they wanted to be aggressive. You know, aggro looks good for them. They have a lot of dive.
That's true. Now, hear me out. Beatrix with a Cho.
Yes.
Pull up that skin, Kelra. We know it's in you, bro.
Yeah.
And speaking of, Naisu did bring up, it's the KK combo just a bit different. I feel like in the drafts as well, it's very much like that M6 Onyx Philippines composition. The Brody gets locked in. We read that out quite early. And this was actually a pick that got them one of their only games. Their only game actually in the Grand Finals against Vitality.
Oh yeah, they picked that up quite early on in the series.
This Brody
Nora
punya
There is
contention
precedence for
yan.
it. Super Marco and Team Falcons PH picked it up. Entity 7 seems like they weren't ready for the Brody pick. Or
Tapi
were they? Maybe this very high aggro, high damage, all dive.
Dah nampak semua full hero enemy kan. Understand tak? Idoran.
The players from Latin
Idora
will be able to force a game 3 for this series.
Bro, bukan first pick saja.
Game number 2,
First pick.
over to Gaidon Bush. Sorry, that's Gideon and Naisu.
Next. The enemy reaches the back.
Reptar, it's a great day to be here for Series 3, but also this for Onyx, they're looking for the opportunities, but
okay, let's go.
Snowball, they have to play through strong side, which they start at level 1.
They want to build the snowball right now. Ouch. Okay, Revitalize is burnt. I think they're happy with that, but that's going to be tough for E7 because this is always what we see. Early game pressure in the mid lane, trading out some battle spells. And so you don't have that Revitalize. It's nothing too crazy, but obviously it's going to kind of change your game plan here. Let's take a quick look at the emblems for now.
Yep, so far the emblems is going to be Master Assassin. No, shit.
You don't get a chance.
You got, it's one of those moments where it's just like, yeah, you already, the level 1 got messed up.
Yeah.
So you probably shouldn't be the one opening up the bush as well, or maybe using the Fork Lightning as a means to open, but the same can be said about Agwin, right? You just gonna have to just open up the map somehow. Yep. Look at the control, the tempo already. Oh, the sidestep from T-Boy.
Oh, look at the pressure actually, hide on Bush. Again, nowhere to go. Double for Keyboy 3-0 on this Cho. That's a roam Cho, by the way.
By the way, Kyrie is already level 4, like nearly before the minute even started. Like this is
a
ridiculous start for Onyx, developing a 1.6k lead less than 2 minutes into this game. And what sucks about it is that Bush has no camps to actually take. And then he goes up to the EXP. Guess what? No crab there. I gotta go invade. And Keyboy, he's sniffing it out.
What it feels like is a Harley with no magic right now, man. Like he's starved out. You see that Keyboy is enough pressure. Okay, at least there's a caveat there. A kill going to the hands of Shin. So a little bit of an overstep probably from Sans there. He did burn his flicker in that, but still, man, this is one of those cases where you give up this first turtle. You don't really want to maybe contest this just because of the fact that Hainan Bush has already been delayed enough. If he's delayed further, then we've seen that before be the case.
Yeah, and honestly, nobody wants to fall behind, especially since Keyboy wants to maintain that passive from his roaming boots. In the meantime, though, I'm looking down on bot side, and Doom is also having a pretty tough time against Keller, who's got an amazing freeze by his tower.
All right, as we expected, Turtle just gonna go in the hands here of Onyx. Meanwhile, over on the other side of the map, a little bit of trading going on there. Keyboy will be able to go ahead and take it. He's almost got the flicker available, and now that he's got the kick, he's got that Way of the Dragon. He's going to continue to be a nuisance there in the jungle. Over on this top side where Kyrie is, though, keeping tabs on him. Good protection, though, coming out from E7. They need to do this. They need to get these guys out of their side of the jungle, and they'll do that behind on Bush. Once again, Kyrie, level 7 goes through. Good thing, Haidon Bush able to get his purple buff.
And great rotation here coming in from Kyrie as well. He's not going back up towards that top side. He just completely decided, you know what, we're going to cut through that mid lane. We're expecting Akashi to actually start participating in these fights, and now they're back on the invade.
Doom's only level 3. Oh no, it gets worse. Shin going down here. The fight for the orange. Haidon Bush won't be able to get that one. And then someone's got to help Doom here. I just realized, yeah, he's only this level 3 at this point, and Kyrie level 8, man.
This is ridiculous. Like, Kelra has got a permanent freeze here. What is he supposed to do? Like, they need Vagrant to actually come down and break this freeze, or literally anybody to break this freeze. It's, oh no, he's dead.
No, Doom. Okay, BMI, but torn apart.
Okay, not bad.
Not enough marks.
Not enough marks. The Purify came in just in time.
Oh, but Keyboy's here. Rest of the
Ini
team too.
4 dah bodoh level 3 je. Tak concentrate
sekarang
memang itu.
Goes in with a kick.
Oh.
Not the target he was probably looking for, so he kicks Shin. Doom does go down though, revitalized to help. Meanwhile, Kyrie gets a kill across the map against the Kashi. But Onyx will continue to build up.
Tak, aku setrainya sekarang memang fikir menang lane je tu.
At the 4-minute mark.
Right now, the game is up to Onyx. Like, if Onyx whiff anything,
Clean,
if they give a shutdown over to E7, maybe there's an opportunity. But if they play just a standard game of constant invades and just using their capital lead that they have economically, there's just nothing they can do.
Kalau
I'm looking
bukan
at this
golin,
replay and
aku
it's just
faham
like, what's the point, right? The dive wasn't the cleanest
Contoh
dive,
macam
yet it
Uranus
doesn't
ni kan.
matter when your base stats
Aku
are
memang
just
benci
way
lah.
higher than your
Tapi
opponents.
it's okay lah. Sebab dia dekat ESP tau. Maknanya, even though dia ada expired date pun, he matters that. Kau punya impact tu memang kena ada, betul-betul ada kan. Dalam first 8 minit ni. Sebab kau memang hero-nya bukan hero yang scaling. Roll kau. Tapi kalau macam golin, kalau macam golin, di mana memang waktu online nya tu 8 minit ke atas. Tapi kalau hero nya tu sedikit handicap.
With this kind of landslide right now for Onyx, where is that going to be? Who is going to be that person? You know, because Doom, you'd think it'd be the Claude, but my goodness, he was delayed so much, frozen out of his lane.
Yeah, it's a... Honestly, I think this is a prisoner's dilemma already. It's like asking a mother who's their favorite child. It's you gotta pick one, unfortunately. And right now, it's not Doom. That's what I could say. Oh no.
Oh, Kashi. Keyboy under the turret. There's the kick right in between both. They don't care. They'll get a kill. There's the stunt loot beat. Kyrie with a retribution. Gonna chase down Shin. Shin able to get away though. But that's just a preview of how much Onyx can take from Entity 7 as a turret is pushed now in the bottom lane. Tier 2, Doom, nowhere to go. Popping the Purify. Has to stay alive at all costs, but Kyrie's here. All the iframes to work with, and a torn apart memory from Kelra will cap out another kill.
Make it stop. This is a public execution here from Onyx. They are not letting up, and they want to make sure that it is known you can't play anything less than perfect.
Couple shots here. All right, flicker burn at least for Sans. But still, so much work for Entity 7 to deal with that they just have to watch the tier 2 turret go down nearly here in that bottom lane. It's just Onyx doesn't have anything else to take, so they'll just keep pressing on these turrets.
You know, I've watched a lot of games in my career, but never one where I've been so confident that this game's kind of over already.
Yeah.
It's an 8.4K lead 6 minutes into the game, and these positions are literally impossible to get out of unless Onyx all decide to like run at Fountain or something like that. But it's very unlikely. Once you're at a stage where you're already an item and in a component ahead of your opponent, it becomes very difficult.
One of my favorite. Bukan the favorite. One of my. One of.
And that's the big difference between E7 and Team Liquid's composition. Even though Team Liquid was losing massively at that point in time, the comeback ability comes down to the 5 wombo combo, which they don't have.
Yeah, and what you're seeing here too, you know, there's a phrase over in the Philippines that's used quite a bit. It's called Hunger Games. You hear the professional players say it, where they take everything from the jungle, pretty much. Akashi, they'll take him as well. They're going to be looking for Doom next. Doom will be able to get away with the BMI, but now Vagwin trying to run himself away, but it's just way too much as another goes down for E7, and Onyx will shortly be knocking on these holy defense shields already this early on.
Yeah, look, they just sit in base. Yep, he's already holding on to 2 waves, because what are they gonna do? Like, no DHS? All right, that's fine. Max stacks on Uranus. He's going to regenerate harder than everybody put together.
Yeah, this is just, at that point, Lutfi just pressing on the wounds for this one.
He's going to walk into turret just to restart the stacks. Yep,
restart the stacks. Another wave coming through mid. Tier 1 gone, Tier 2 next. They still hold on to the shields, but Entity 7. Again, look at this, the glooms. A couple glooms bringing Doom down to a third of his health.
Dude, Lutfi, I hate, especially when you're playing Uranus at a high level.
Just look at him.
And you have such a lead, he just becomes like the solar system's behind here. Just a dirty little man. Look at him. What are you gonna do? Huh? He still has his ult. And then he punts on up and he does nothing. He's just literally face checking them.
This is only possible when you're 13,000 gold ahead as a team. Bagwin desperately jumping in with the Avatar of the Guardian, but he's just gonna go to his death. Luffy still in the base. He hasn't moved at all. A flicker forward from Sans, trying to get the kill. Another defense shield. But look, Luffy still not moving from this. He's his own just bulwark for this team. He does burn the flicker. There you go. Finally, Entity 7. They're done with the disrespect.
I'm sure hoping that Onyx isn't trying to farm the numbers here because it's looking very, very good so far. Oh,
Aku expect aku pergi dapur jadi patah balik dah habis lah.
Going for it here. Wants to make sure that he has
Belum
a
lah.
bit of true damage on top of everything else, but I think right now he kind of needs to sustain. Not to mention that Kelra has been playing literally pixel perfect as well, making sure that he isn't missing a beat. Catching up and cleaning out the majority of these kills, but now that we're coming into the 9th minute of the game, Onyx, this is it, right? No holy shielding on every single side of Entity 7's base. They're going to be able to get this. Zipper, could you pull up the items just in case? I don't want to be wrong about this, but I think that Doom should be like an item and a half. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it hurts.
Uh-oh, it's going to hurt more here. Sans does take some damage. He's got the black shoes. He's going to be fine. A little jump there on the fence. They're going to get run down in their jungle, so ignoring the Lord for now. They'll just take a buff, make their way back to it. But what do they get out of that? Again, some of these ultimates used up, battle spells. E7 still wants to show up for this. Potentially, they might just get punished here, though, if they do.
Everything that could have gone wrong in the early game has gone wrong for Entity 7, and I think that as much as it feels soul-crushing for Hydon Bush, it's one of those games that you wish, like, all right, it's a GG, go next. I understand that we're going to have to play through the lower side, but this is really, really rough. And I think the only few mistakes that Onyx can make, it's difficult for Kyrie because at this stage, he's got enough cooldowns to get his iframes back up before the killing blow actually comes through. I think it's got to be down to like just Sans and Kelra who need to give away these kills, particularly Kelra.
Yangon
Galactica. I don't know if that's gonna happen, man.
He usually doesn't do that.
It's usually not the case, but even if it was the case, Entity 7 just doesn't have the firepower. I feel like they almost have to expend too much for them to cap out a kill on an overstep that most likely won't happen from Kelra. Now for Onyx, with this Lord marching towards the base, the 14,000 gold too is even bigger than the Lord right now. Lutfi up again, leading the charge. There you go again. Just Shin deleted off the map here. Two base turrets down. Onyx looking to cap it out here under the 12-minute mark once again. One more desperate attempt here from E7, but they'll just lock it down and come in cleaning as Onyx comes in to clean up the series in a sweep against Entity 7.
An absolute massacre, a murder here up in the group stages. Onyx, they're not holding back their punches anymore. They've taken advantage of every little thing in this game. Those who gave away those kills were purely for donation purposes. Yeah. Holy cow. This is going to be an exciting MSC. You know, we've seen many upsets. We've seen
Onyx tak prank dah dua.
Glory. They don't want to make the same mistakes past 2-3 years ago, even if we did all of these players. They're looking for revenge. They're looking for the top spot.
7-11 kau bagi team you, man.
This was
Beragak lah.
interesting to go through the way that it did.
Beragak lah bang.
But this is also the Onyx that I feel like a lot of people have seen shades of throughout their course of their journey up here to MSC in 2026 for EWC. But again, it's a refined version of them. You know, and I think a big part of that is they're playing into where the meta is currently. They're really honing in on that. But even the way they move around the map, Gideon, it just looks like they're cleaner than what we've seen previously.
Yeah, no, they had tempo at every single moment in this game. They made sure that they checked the foundational.
Boleh kita tengok. Tapi aku nak edit video je.
They went above and beyond and reached further.
Tak, macam semalam aku tak larat. Aku nak edit video lepas ni. So aku ingat aku malah nak tengok game 3 pasal aku nak game next nak edit video. Tapi aku edit masa gap lah.
Yeah, him and Loopy both, man, just having the time of their lives there. Again, think about that, how good of a start that is. A 3-0 start for Keyboy on the Cho. Just dominant, you know, able to go ahead and just do whatever he wants basically in the opposing jungle of E7 here. And that also just, again, when we talked about the discussion about the Hirara and how you have the most success with that hero, your team has to support that to happen, and they did it from the start.
Yep. And from the start to the end, we're going to be now throw over to our winners up on stage with Rose for the interview.
Thank you very much.
Tak tahu itu sama bila tu. Playernya sama ke tidak?
Up against Entity 7, a 2-0 game. And of course, we are on stage with someone who I last saw last year under the banner of Onyx Philippines. But this time, he returns to the MSC stage as Onyx. How are you, Kelra?
I'm okay, I'm fine.
Quinchana.
Did you miss playing in MSC?
Yes, very, very much. I miss to play to MSC.
I have to ask you, what's the difference with playing with Onyx Philippines last year and playing with Onyx this year? Okay, go!
Pinagkaiwan nila, naglalaro akong kampi kay mga Indonesia ngayon at saka yung comms.
England
lah,
Kelra.
They have different comms compared to, I'm pretty sure, Onyx PH last year where they would primarily communicate in Tagalog.
Macam ni.
Now, I have to ask
macam
you.
Siapa? Moreno.
Today was a day filled with surprises and upsets.
Sekai
We saw incredibly fast games. We saw Rafael and the
sekali
I gotta
interview.
ask you, what do you think about
Moreno
the meta right now?
Yung meta ngayon, ano talaga depende sa team kung may sarili-sariling meta yung mga teams ngayon and wala talagang sinusunod na meta. Yung ngayon, kumbaga kung anong strength mo, yun yung lalaroin mo.
He said that as of now, there's actually no specific meta. It's more towards playing towards your strength and just capitalizing on what plays out. You seem very happy to have a translator on stage, huh? Yeah. So, Kelra, aside from the meta, I want to ask you, your next opponent is going to be Aurora, who just 2-0 clean sweep TL just now. And if we look back to last year, when you met them on your opening match in Onyx Philippines, you guys lost against Rosa Selena. So what are the preparations for that matchup up against Aurora?
Preparation lang namin. Siguro mas ayusin namin yung mabumben namin and babawi ako sa Aurora kasi tinalo nila kami last
SLT akan jumpa ni kan YG ataupun GK.
Working on is obviously their map rotations, and he is going to get a revenge match up against Aurora for beating him last EWC. Any words to the fans here in the arena today?
Maraming salamat sa mga puntang Pinoy dito and patuloy na sinusuportahan pa rin kami and sa lahat
okay.
mga pumunta yung nag-effort and maraming salamat sa pagsuporta.
Kelra said thank you to all the Filipinos who came down to the arena and to give them their support. Continue supporting them. And you know what? I'm pretty sure he hopes to see you guys again. Thank you very much, Kelra. It's amazing to be back on stage with you.
Yes!
Yes! Thank you! All right, that's it from us. We're showing it back to the studio to break down what happened in this series. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rose. That was amazing. I mean, what a personality, Kelra. And you can hear the screams. A lot of happy fans for whatever Kelra had to say. The Onyx crowd is going live here in Paris, France at EWC 26. And MSC has really started off strong, guys. We saw 2 upsets. Mirko and Renmar joining me back on the desk. We saw 2 upsets to start off these series. Now this one, it wasn't an upset, but it was the fastest series overall. 2 sub-12-minute wins. Onyx, we said they were on, we talk about Golden Road. They're on the road for a championship, and it looks like they started off strong.
Oh yeah, dude. They just dominated every single aspect of the game, winning.
Okay. Nak edit video sekejap guys lah. Saya tutup audio sekejap. Saya tutup audio sebentar. Wah. Nain lah Pak tak? Tengah edit video. Tengah edit video sambil menunggu next match. Adalah YT ada. Wajib Kiki ada vote. Ada. Beli player pro masuk IG. Tapi sedap bro. Tu nak beli kena beli semua. Tak boleh beli satu-satu man. Okay. Sekejap, aku buka dadu dulu Dadu. YG lawan GK. Ada match ada. Nak tengok edit. Tengok aku post je lah lagi. Zaman nafas. Abu tengah edit video kejap geng. Semata almost done. Tak adalah almost sangat. SRG kalah tadi. Yep. Satu siap. Satu siap, lagi satu. Yes. Kalah kena bantai. Bukan saja kalah, tapi kena bantai. Tak main Taken dah. Main game lain tu. Sekarang ni tengah mood main PoE. Ada lagi satu match geng. GK Sport lawan YG. Sekejap aku lagi sikit orang siap. Lagi sikit. Suara aja ya. Sebentar lagi sikit 5 minit. 5 minit selesai. Semua match ada kat YT guys. Sebab live pun dekat YT kak. So boleh tengok vote. Aduh. SRG, dia pendek ceritanya SRG akan jumpa Onyx ataupun Aurora. Tapi dia kena menang dulu lawan Geeky ataupun ni YG. Tengok ni siapa yang kalah.
Fanny, Hirara, that they're both not going to run out of... But GK at least took out the fray already. That Arlon throwaway ban, maybe it was a throwaway. Maybe it just wasn't GK just at least took pure out the fray respect. already. It's Atlas that ends up that Arlon throwaway ban, maybe it was a throwaway. Maybe it just wasn't just a pure respect. It's Atlas that ends up with Yangon Galacticos. Let's see if Eudora Hirara is going to be the response for GK.
Yep, it is instantly Hirara Eudora. So please, Han, right? I mean, M7, we didn't get to see Han on the Fanny. It was unfortunate because it wasn't the best pick for him back in the day, but he should be ready to redeem himself, right? After that interview as well.
Yeah.
But he may go back onto like the Lings, on the Harleys, right? Just because in the earlier interview that we heard from him, it was those two that he mentioned as a carry or as a counter towards the Hirara. Question is though, do you want to go and try to counter the Hirara with those two picks when the Eudora is sitting right there to help her out?
There's a lot of help for the hero. I think I've been won over by Uranus as a pickup getting shown in the first phase. They get the Fanny.
There's the Fanny.
And you compare it up with the Uranus XP. Nope, they get the roam mid. They get the Gourd right away. I think they were worried that they'll lose mid pickups, but they have so many to choose from.
I'm actually quite a fan of this, right? You have that range advantage against the Eudora, and you already have an Atlas. Usually when you see the Atlas, it's already kind of a risk to take the Eudora. So GK are playing with that idea, and Yangon Galacticos just want to double down on the already good pick that they have against the Eudora with extra damage. So whenever the Eudora gets caught in the Fatal Links, it's insta-dead, insta-delete.
Yes. So it seems like right now the Atlas and the Gourd together is just going to stop the Roman mid of GK.
Nice pick.
They end up picking up the Moskov with Fanny on the other side. It's better off if they pick it off now instead of it just getting banned away by the Yangon Galacticos. Usually when there's a Fanny on one side, second phase, no marksman for the opposing team, they'll ban out the Fanny. They'll ban out the Moskov.
Moskov grabbed by GK Esports, Meta representative. Fanny and Gourd, both been banned a lot and either not picked on the Gourd side and mostly on the Fanny side.
Hey!
How do you feel about this 3 so far for both teams? Mirko?
I really like Yangon Galacticos' first 3. It's weird because if you look at the prio list, the Hirara and the Eudora have been, topping that chart. But Yangon Galacticos already have an answer. Again, with the Atlas going up against this Eudora, it's going to be a very vulnerable pick. Plus the Fanny in the mid lane. This Eudora and Hirara combination, if they fall early and Yangon get a snowball, it's going to get really, really tough. Because now I'm thinking about roamers and XP laners that can actually deal with this kind of damage, and I can't really come up with a lot of picks.
Yeah. Part of it too is that the Hirara is amazing, and we've seen that put to great test today. However, oftentimes it was either an amazing performance in gold or it was a strong XP performance that enabled the Hirara to be that successful. So if you're saying I don't see a lot of great XP laners against this matchup, maybe Yangon's kind of put GK into a tough spot.
Exactly.
I think this double down and go back to the more damage-dealing EXP laners, the Lapus, the Yujongs of the world. Don't necessarily need to go for some extra sustain because with how squishy the first 3 picks of GK are, you know that anyone that can dive and easily access the backline will tear right through them. Alongside the Atlas, the Fanny's gonna swoop in. So theoretically, just getting an EXP laner with strong dive, strong damage, great crowd control, that should be able to sweep up GK's core, and it'll be up to GK to start packing up the stronger front lines to protect their backline.
Is that then also kind of playing into if they end up getting a couple picks on a diving EXP laner and the Gourd and the Fanny start to get out of control, does then that whole game plan go to waste? Because then he can't dive and get enough damage on to get the kills, or are you confident that that'll be okay?
Oh, it'll be okay. As long as you get that dive right in, then everyone can sweep up for one another. It just overload the damage, overload the aggro, which is what it seems like the meta
It's not a tempo thing, I guess, is the question. If it doesn't happen early, can it still happen late?
Oh yeah, definitely it can.
Now we're on this pick, Yangon Galacticos. It really seems like the Atlas and the Cho banned out. They really want to set up those winning lanes again, right? They need the gold. than XP to be in a winning matchup for them to enable the Fanny. The Belleric gets picked up. Expected at this point.
Gorde, finally!
Atlas take it away. I think we might be seeing a Brody again just to bully the Moskov a bit more and to have that Fanny rotate into that strong side as they may be willing to give Turtle 1 over to GK. Knowing again, Atlas needs level 4 before he's activated. Same goes with Gord.
Yeah.
And this is where we have to ask the question, right? What XP is safe enough to pick up blind? Because it really seems for GK, with the Belleric pick and the Hirara now, they're going all in on strong side XP.
Yeah.
Kenapa dah ada kosong?
GK might even end up swapping that
Nah, aku
Belleric
jawab
out,
kan?
but I am leaning more towards the idea. Just
Tapi kau
plop
tak
it
suka
down
lah
the
jawaban
row,
aku.
make it a little bit easier somewhat for your Eudora. You two will struggle, but that's fine. Oh, they still decide to play safe and get the Claude. So at least they have they have another option for main damage if ever the Gord and the Fanny don't work out. But that plays a little bit more later in the game. And there it is. They pick up the Barats. It's not exactly the Lapu or the Yuzhong, but as we've seen it can pretty much do the same thing.
Yeah.
Not as mobile, but it is still equally annoying, especially since GK, their damage for the Barats comes a little bit later.
So GK now, they're setting up for the winning XP pick all this time. What is it going to be against this Dairoth with so much physical damage already? I don't think it's good to pick up the Dairoth. I think it's a bit too risky. CC as well, you can shred the barrage, you can win out in lane.
I think I'll
That's about it. Yeah, X-Borg against the Gord though, you know, your frog armor just gonna get melted down.
Yeah, it's too focused on the matchup if you're just thinking of against the Barats. Oh, whoa.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Milos.
Is that gonna go EXP or Rome? It has to go EXP, right?
I think it is XP, but you know, we've
Banyak
seen
listan.
both Belleric and
Sana lah Fanny
Milos
nak main.
in XP Rome. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be high-low.
Kena berhati-hati di jalan raya sikit
Let's see the swap.
No, I think it just swapped earlier. So Belleric XP for Aizen.
Okay, so
there you go.
They still do end up committing the possibility of the Belleric going EXP and then high loss in Rome. Interesting choices. I don't know. I just like the damage a little bit more from Yangon.
Agreed.
So Yangon may be getting the damage, and we'll see if they can keep the tempo and set up for a win. This one is set to be a good one. So let's get it over to our casters right away to kick off our first game of our final series of the day.
Our fourth series is going to be epic. We see the draft, the team fight composition opting to go for safer options rather than the high risk, high reward in the damage for the EXP. We're going to jump right into this because Yangon Galacticos are looking for a series win. And the same can be said about GK. Question is, which side is it really going to come from?
Well, Yangon definitely get a little bit of a power card here. The Fanny finally slips through. GK, on the other hand, pick this bulky front line, the Belleric, the Hylos, and then you do get the Moskov, which can do well against this Fanny. You do have answers to the trump card.
I feel like a lot of the answers is one-on-one, right? I do like the option that Aizen has access to this Belleric just so that he doesn't need to go with the Revitalize, what Shen is currently running right now in his emblem set. Now, he can just flicker into the action and try and catch people off guard rather than play defensively. He has offensive options. With 55 seconds left on the clock, so far the lane phase and a lot of the motions that we're seeing from DK is actually centered around Xeno in the jungle.
And look at Yangon already looking for a play.
Baru di Atlas finally
Down here. They make sure that Han is safe to go for this. And very running tightly. The mid lane, the mid trio, all sticking together, not exactly looking for off-map play on the side lanes.
Tengok macam mana Fanny nak main. Moskop Hylos di Dora.
Coming up for this turtle.
Again, it's just a lack of information and
SRG akan jumpa Aurora Gaming ataupun Onyx. Yes.
Han on the opposite side will have a slight EXP lead, but not enough to create
Tapi kena menang lawan YG atau GK dulu.
The upcoming turtle. We'll see in a little bit because Yangon Galacticos could just, stretch out that first turtle a little bit longer than they usually do.
Camera, sorry.
They are going to go for it instead. Han comes in, gets some nice damage on a Shen. Zeno deletes him.
We got
deletes him.
We can't
Gerakkan camera tengok Fanny dah mati
too many point stuns here. That should have been expected, but unfortunately wasn't able to get the cable out in time. Oh!
Nak juga Nak juga.
From Blink here.
Gets it.
Nice magic ghosting, able to get the turtle. Aizen goes down as well. Han back on the map. Look for the re-engage. That's two members down, one from each side.
Aduh.
What an interesting mechanic there. Haven't seen the Daytona's welcome work like that, but this should be another kill on towards Shen's side, but it looks like he might be too tanky. Oh, so close. Able to get the regenerate just in time at the very end.
All right, so things have come back to a standstill. It's 1-1. Zeno continues to be aggressive though. Ying.
Kurang gila huru barat betul loh. 100 hybrid defense tu memang mengarut loh. Lah aku pun baru perasan je. Padahal dah lama kan. Kau level 1, kau 10 stack, kau ada 100 hybrid defense. 100.
Still at a standstill as well. Both teams just continue to go for it. Han tries to come in.
Oh, dapat 2. Anjir. Oh, dapat. Wah, gompas ya. Tak sia-sia aku nak beli player YG. Tapi play sama ke tak, aku tak tahu lagi. I'm not so sure about that lah. Sedap gorde je. Hilang masalahnya. Kalau lawan Link aku faham lah. Tapi selain Link, selain Joy kan, tak ada masalah.
Either ways, that was not exactly the greatest, but Yangon with a 2K lead on their sides. They're very happy with the way that this is actually starting to progress, but at the same time, EK, they're not completely out of this just yet. They just need to deal with the early aggression, and not to mention that we do finally see first item purchases from Han. So his first item power
spike. Itu hari ni kita baru tambah satu
Another stun on to Shen.
Kita baru tambah siapa tadi?
YG want to try to take control here before this turtle comes up.
Baru tambah yum.
Last time though, Han did
swap dengan troll.
Stun to the face and got taken out. I think this time maybe it's a slightly slower approach. Both junglers going for their purple buffs. Geeke will be here first.
Heptasis is going to be really, really important, especially on the squishier targets. Han ideally wants to find his priority, and Blink is going to open up the map first, targeting towards Shen's side, allowing Ying to start fighting for this space. Again, the two frontliners for the side of Yangon, they don't mind dying here. As long as they can maintain the stacks onto Ying, he is going to be one thick boy, but Han ain't wasting time as well. They're making sure that he is still having some kind of camp, something to farm on the map, so he's not just stagnant.
Han has hit level 8 before Zeno, and will continue to farm. YG with no reason to rush this turtle right now. They've got a small lead. They can take their time, create space across the map up on the top side. Zeno. Oh my lord, Han comes in, able to get the kill. Blazing Duet defensively, and now responsibly back to Zeno. Zeno just trying to get away. Han doesn't have any more energy to go for the fight. Zeno looks for the re-engage because he's walking into Blink. May not be able to get away from this one. Try to close in. Zeno still dancing, finally goes down. Han's all as well because Quanak comes in the nick of time.
Great timing, great timing. The fact is, Zeno understood one thing. Hey, I'm gonna be dead no matter what. If I can get a trade, that's honestly not that bad, and they were still able to pull it off. The unfortunate part is the fact that Quanak always has to flicker to close that distance, and I think this is starting to become a little bit of a problem. Yes, he does have pull yourself together, but at the same time, he's got no defensive tools to protect himself if Hans gets on top of him at this stage of the game. So he's got to be very careful with how he uses the stun.
Second turtle at 6 minutes in, finally going down. YG with a 2.5k gold lead at this point. Geeke is slowly falling behind. I mean, Zeno hasn't really been able to pop off. Yes, we've seen some deaths on Han, but he is making up for it with map control, with taking out members, making sure that Sanji gets a good start up in the gold side. The fact that we've now seen Yaga go down as well, the push on the top side is tremendous with a big magic gush onto Shen. Shen unable to get away. Even though it's the roam, every pick matters right now.
Yep, they're getting so many things for free. Sanji, he's not gonna die here. I think now with the Blazing Duet, they're looking for a bigger fight.
Ooh, Blazing Duet onto Yaga. Yaga tries to dash through, gets on the other side of the wall, but Quanak still goes down. He came in to help and paid for his life. Yaga falls as well. YG just capitalizing on every little mistake from Geeke right now.
Yeah, like everything that just doesn't
tak boleh gerak oh.
Favor, right? They tried to figure out ways to edge out just little efficiencies here and there to try and minimize the damage being thrown at them. But now, Zeno getting the Sky Piercer, pretty good. But we need to see a full team wipe out here from the side of Geeke. That's how their composition is so strong. They got to fight as 5.
Geeke. Can they bring it together? They are all grouped up in this mid side, so there's your fight as 5. Even if they have to lose a tower, it should be worth it. Quanak, though, getting zoned back. Shen drops a glorious path, but Aizen's taken out by the magic gush. And YG continue just piece by piece dismantling Geeke.
Yep, at this stage with the lead that they have, YG understand one thing. Take away their front lines if they got nothing left. They just want to break this mid-tier 1 and they're going to force it.
Han dives in. Zeno looking to clear the waves and he gets pulled in. 2 members taken out. Sanji in the backside with a blazing do. Red Shen goes down. Quinnox will be the last to fall. There's no escape right now from YG.
The Yangon Galacticos, they're making sure that they're going to repeat a process that we've already been seeing consistently throughout today. Give us a little bit of a lead and we're going to run away with it. If you're not going to respond and play for only team fights, we're going to cut your front line
Hylos tu
down.
ulti untuk apa sebenarnya? Aku tak faham.
Go, the paper cuts keep surmounting
Dia
until
dia
it's
ulti untuk apa?
a wide open one as well.
So far tengok Geeke dengan entity lubuk ah. Gap jauh ah.
Now with the tier 3 down in the mid side. Lord falls as well.
Dia macam tak ada.
YG. I mean, they
macam tak ada. Dia tak tahu buat apa.
This tier 2 on the bot side are able to push a cannon minion in to trip this holy defense. It's going to be huge for YG on this next push. The delayed Lord coming out of the next wave. They weren't able to get the holy defense, so that is one small bonus in all the doom with Geeke Esports, and down goes another one. Shen. Oh my God, they jump in and both of them get pulled back. Aizen now will bite the bullet as well as Han pops and cuts the place into it on a multiple member. Quinnox, Zeno, there's just no escape. Geeke Esports, they're getting dragged against the ground right now.
They're just making the wrong decisions here.
Glowing sky biasa ice.
But they're not thinking a little bit about the position that they're currently in. The lack of awareness is starting to hurt them at this point, on top of the fact that they have just a huge economic lead for the side of Yangon Galacticos. They're going to siege them underneath inhibitors.
Yeah, they were able to pop that holy defense before, so now the Lord gets full.
Habis belagak bodoh burde ni, Puki buat betul. Atas ulti Hylos dia buka ulti, man. Tahu lah tengah lead. Tak respect, tak dapat lagi. Bonus cap biasa dia dah penuh aku rasa. Okay, boom, kena. Kolam. Ah! YG cakap nak balik awal. Nak rehat. Nak lawan ni. Nak siap-siap lawan. Siapa ada? Siapa ada?
The Yangon Galacticos didn't have much resistance after getting the early lead, but their coordination is what sets them apart.
Bro. Pro eSport.
Many bad choices in a composition that heavily depends on that team fight. You only get 1 or 2 of those,
Aku reset dah dua.
within the early to mid stages of the game.
9 minutes 59 seconds.
Siapa penonton tegar ni player sama ke YG ni, geng?
Man,
maybe we can fudge.
Ada tak yang tegar tengok?
Yeah, maybe you know, we'll talk production about that. But in the meantime, that's got to be crushing. That's got to be confidence deflating for the side of Geeke. I'm not sure how they're going to recover from this, but they got to show that they are real competitors here. Yangon Galacticos, they're not absolutely perfect. There were mistakes, it's just they couldn't capitalize on it.
Yeah, and YG, I think once they knew they could keep pushing in, and I think they just felt it, right? Even though they made little mistakes here and there, they knew that they had the better of them in so many of those fights. And the reality is Geeke also made mistakes, but they were a lot larger, right? A lot of re-engages that they should have never taken, just like that, right there in the mid lane. Jumping in there, knowing that there still is that fatal Lynx out there, knowing the possibility of what could happen. We saw another one here where Aizen comes back in, re-engages. Where are you going, my guy?
Where is the glorious pathway supposed to do? Do you think you're going to get out of there scot-free? No, absolutely not. Blink has played this game for too long to let roamers disrespect him like that and get on top of Sanji. We're going to be throwing it back on over to our studio. Break it down for this. This was a brutal one.
It certainly was. That trophy standing on the stage, ready to be claimed. one of those teams has made a very good argument for why it should be early on. Sub 10-minute win, almost the perfect 10-minute win against GK Esports. It was a dominant performance, to say the least, Mirko and Renmar. As we come back onto the desk, my name is Ray. I'm your host, and that was a quick one. I mean, I just introduced myself 2 seconds ago because of how fast this game went. But again, this is a little bit more of what we saw earlier on in the beginning of the series today, because it was just too good from YG across the board.
It was fantastic by YG, but also
Dia
it
cakap
was
man-man.
really bad, honestly, for GK as well.
Man-man.
Only for the drafts, we had our questions. We gave them the benefit of the doubt because we've seen crazy, a lot of wacky
Iya,
stuff
dia
today that
sweet.
worked out. Rafael Amin, again, shout out to Midnight, Parating Handa. But again, the high-lows pick and the flexibility is necessary. Again, it's kind of like the Eudora
Pancing
into
dadu
the
viewer.
Atlas.
Nak pancing buat apa?
They're just
Dadu
trying
viewer
to
dah habis dah.
feed as many bodies to
Dah
the Atlas.
bankrupt hari ni, men.
Board already there. It's
Kalau
kinda
aku
like
nak
Kaiser's
pancing pun tak ada benda. Tak ada dadu dah yang nak dipancing.
I think like that was the key word there for even a lot of the accents that
Kosong.
GK committed within the game itself. Unnecessary.
Kalau aku cakap macam ni kan, contoh aku buat offer kepada viewer.
They were looking so hard for that
Kalau
concept
korang
and idea
letak
of, okay, we gotta
10
trade
dadu,
something out, even though they were able to
nanti
get
korang
early first
dapat
goal.
RM1,000
Stop the game
kan,
plan of Yangon
free for all.
because once it get
Tak ada seorang pun akan join.
it's so easy
Sebab apa?
for this
Tak
Atlas
ada
and
dadu.
their core to do whatever they want to do over
Bankrupt.
and over again, setting up for the Fanny.
Bankrupt
Even
dekat
though it's
SRG
for the
belum
Fanny,
sah.
if
Lepas tu
the Atlas
TLP
and
pun
Gore
sama kan.
just gets someone low or forces out battle
All in
spells,
all
you've
500k
already
ke
done your job.
campur
And that
SRG
isn't
dengan
even
TLP
putting
sini.
the Barretts into consideration just yet. The meta
Bodoh,
as we've seen so
500k
far from today and yesterday has a Barretts problem that no
Ayat
one can
mana
answer.
aku cakap.
The thing is,
Korang yang
problem as
korang
well.
yang
It wasn't
bakar
even
dadu korang
the
sendiri.
biggest thing in
Ha?
this game, which is crazy because, all right, yes, they were able
Korang
to
sendiri bakar lagi salahkan aku.
the tempo and
Pelik.
neutral objective fight to the Barats, but then you look at the other side of the
Padahal
map
aku
where
dah bagi tahu
the
lah
tacticals
SRG
were
dengan
very
TLP
honest
akan
and
kalah hari
just,
ni.
all right, we are gonna go for the Claude because you want to play strong side XP. That's why they picked the Barats. But the fact that the Claude won so hard in lane that it ultimately became 2 strong sides with no bully matchup. Again, in that matchup, it should actually be the Moscow who has a little bit more of a say. That's where the Hirara should go to, and that's why Zeno tried
Dah
a lot
bagi
of times to
tahu.
rotate up
Korang
top.
tak
But in the
fokus.
end, it was
Korang masa aku tengah
Moscow
bercakap,
getting solo
korang
on the
sibuk
turret, already
buat
using
benda lain.
spear mystery that
Ah,
gave
itu lah.
Han such an
Fokus,
easy
fokus.
time to pick and choose where he wants to go. He goes bot, free neutral objective. He goes top, free kill. And on top of the free kill, it was kind of like a buy one, get one because Zeno was trying his best to kind of like recover for the team by rotating top and trying to get a kill.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can also just sum it down to it seems like Yanga got hit really hard in lane by Sanji. Sanji, of course, with the experience that he had coming in from Falcon Esports and then now being able to play here for Yangon Galacticos. Really, you saw the difference in experience and comfort playing around the gold lane, where I know Yaga has it in him, but Sanji just looked so much better in game number 1.
Talk about Han too. I mean, the Fanny has been banned most of the time, and you let it go. Han is known for that, and all of a sudden it's like, well, that's why it should have been banned. 7-2 on that game, but also pressure, comfort. There's so many reasons why you may want to mix it up. What do you take as GK letting it through, and also just like this draft, how it's set up so well for an early start for YG?
For me, it's like, I guess we see early on why they actually let it go, right? Because they got the Eudora and the Hirara, the Urara combination, and it did pretty well at locking out the Fanny, but just as Renmar said, as the caster said, there was no capitalization, there was no conversion on top of that because of these losing lanes. The Barat's doing a very good job in XP to hold around that first neutral objective that stopped that conversion, and also the winning lane up top. So I see why they let the Fanny go.
You understand? Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't work out.
Yeah, and they even had the high loss with it, which over in the long run, though, the high loss realized, oh, I can't do much against this Atlas and Gord. I keep getting poked from afar. All this crowd control is forcing out my Revitalize way too early just when I want to use it. Oh, man, I've already used it. They brought me down so low. This was a really tough game also for Shen.
Yeah, that might be, is that a learning lesson? Possibly. We'll find out because that was picked, obviously, with the Atlas exposed as a first pick. So that was a final pick for GK Esports. Coming into this conversation around what we can do heading into this matchup, they knew it was going to be a tough game. Yangon Galacticos Esports were certainly ahead in terms of your pick. Well, let's see what they had to say coming into it, because we had a chance with the tournament to talk with GK Esports. Kwana,
damage-nya rendah tapi kadar cooldown tu membuatkan kau memang boleh skill satu tu lebih. Double.
Thank you, welcome.
2 kali
How
ganda
has
lebih
Paris
cepat.
been treating you?
8
It's
second
actually,
dengan
like,
16 second.
Awesome.
Awesome.
So,
What's your favorite thing about Paris so far?
walaupun raw damage
I think
per
buildings.
instance
I like
lebih
the
rendah,
building
tapi
style here.
sebabkan
Okay, so this is your first time in
frekuensi
Paris?
boleh keluarkan.
Okay, but it's not your first time on the
combo
international
Ibu tu
scene.
No, it's like my
literally
third time.
double.
But it
So
looks
they
like you're coming
overtake
in with a new
damage wise.
roster.
Yeah, well, we actually, my
So
roster
dari
is fully
segi raw,
changed. I
apa, raw
have a
damage
new roamer,
saja
jungler,
dah
EXP
lebih
and
tinggi.
gold laner, so
DPS
yeah,
akan orang cakap.
4 new teammates.
Dia punya
How has
secondnya
that been
lebih
for you
tinggi
so
dan
far?
kau dapat that cooldown untuk lebih
It was hard
versatile
actually
dan
to
everything.
like
So memang kena
change
penuh
the
skill
full
satu
roster with me, but
Sekarang ni yang macam
finally
belum
we
block,
managed to like win the MPL
Emblem pun dah lock tak? Yang
passed,
belum
you know.
block ni je,
Congratulations, by the
item.
way.
Thank you.
So how would you describe your new playstyle
So far
with your new
tengok Mazhab,
teammates?
ada yang sky biasa, ada
Actually,
yang
our
tak ada sky
playstyle is
biasa.
like more aggressive, and
Ada yang
we always prefer to
Fury
team fight.
Hammer saja.
Okay, so aggressive, team fight heavy.
Siapkan terus.
We've been seeing
So
that a
dekat
lot, you know,
aku-
coming into MSC, and I was wondering
Dekat aku
about
always kejar
what's going on
30%
with the
secepat
mid
yang
laner
mungkin.
right now. I think we saw Rafaela
Maknanya
earlier
kasut
on.
CD,
Eudora has been very popular, and
Hunter Strike,
Vexana. So
correct.
first off,
Ah,
what do
so
you think
kau
about the
dapat
Eudora
tiga
pick
tu
that's been
sebab
so
murah.
popular?
About Eudora, I think like it's
Murah.
an S plus tier now.
Kasut
It's
CD
pickle
murah,
ban, you know.
Warrex pun
It's
murah.
so good
So
against
kau dapat 30%
tanky
tu
junglers.
agak lagu
So
lah.
good
Even
against
dalam
like
game 50-50.
assassin junglers. It has like continuous damage and burst damage, and can protect. It doesn't need like much protect, you know. So I think it's a great pick now.
Amazing pick for Eudora. What about the Vexana?
Vexana is like more like situational. You can't pick Vexana every game. You only pick it for disengage or like counter team fight. You can't pick. I mean, it's not like flexible as much as Eudora.
Okay, so we can expect more Eudora, but maybe less from Vexana.
Yeah, of course.
What's your specialty?
My special pick?
Yeah.
Loi, but it's actually not meta now.
Do you think we can see your Louis today?
Possible scenario, yeah. You can.
Okay, because you're up against Yangon Galacticos, and they're also known to be very aggressive. Is there any special preparation that you have up against them?
I think it's gonna be in the draft phase. We're like gonna ban some of their aggressive picks.
Ooh, okay. So
Yeah.
we'll keep an eye out for the drafts. Once again, thank you so much. Congratulations. Wait,
you.
congratulations for being here. And congratulations. Good luck. That's
Thank
what I
you
meant,
very
guys.
much. Good luck too.
Thanks. Back to you guys.
Eterna, congratulations to you.
Congratulations.
For being so good at your job.
Good luck as well.
I gave a very nice compliment. I felt Eterna's been doing amazing with those interviews. That was a funny one and a funny way to end one, but also that's just what happens when you put yourself in a lot of interviews. I think she's won probably 99% of them. I think maybe Quanok won that one, guys.
I think we deserve a graphic for the future broadcasts of like Eterna's win-loss record in interviews.
Yeah, she'd be in grand finals basically, I
For
think.
sure.
If that was the case.
Just remember, the worse you are at social interactions, she's a god at Mobile Legends. That's true. So good at games.
No. We can't get on her like that. You know, this was, though, a very fun kind of start for, obviously, if you were on the side of our winning team. But when it comes to GK and Quanok talking about just the meta, you could see that he has a very, not simple, but like kind of common understanding, which everyone coming into this is. The Eudora is valuable. Playing around that, though, was not enough. And so that leads to the question, guys, what do you do at this point when the stuff that's clearly valuable, that's commonly known to work, isn't quite working?
You really have to look back at
Tapi
then what
itulah,
you're doing within the game
banyak-
itself. Like
banyak-
how
bukan
come
banyak
you're
demand,
failing
dia
with these
lebih
picks
pada-
that you yourself think of as S+.
So far,
Your
best
timing,
Hinara.
when you're
Memang
throwing out your
Aurora bawa
abilities in
tadi,
certain little
itu the
skirmishes,
very,
how you're
apa,
even trading out
very good
abilities
example
within
lah.
the laning
Macam mana nak main
phase.
dia yang sebenar-benar
When the
ni.
high loss popped up.
Dia
Okay,
memang
maybe
dia
I'm not
keluar
going to
masuk,
talk
keluar
about the high
masuk.
loss too much, but
You have to. You do. If you don't, I will.
It's a big talking point. I know it is.
They were talking about
You feel it.
aggression. They were talking about aggressiveness. Yes, theoretically, High Loss is one of those heroes that could work out for constant potential invades, but then now you pick up the High Loss with the Eudora because you see the Fanny, it becomes more of a defensive pick. You don't really get to play their game. And I think that was something that GK also got to feel in the previous game is that they didn't get to play their style. They were reacting a lot, and if ever there's a pick that they shouldn't let through, maybe you let the R-Lot through and then you ban the Fanny because they said they wanted to ban some of the best picks for Yangon Galacticos. I know we agreed that it looks like they had the idea to go up against the Fanny, but clearly it's not just about the picks anymore. The Fanny for Han is really good. Maybe it's one of those picks that you just have to ban straight up.
you know, this is one of those conversations that feels like it happens in 30 seconds because you need so much time to consider, well, what exactly went wrong. There's so many ways to point the finger when you lose that quickly.
There you go.
And immediately you see the Atlas band, you see the Fanny band. This is what we're used to. It was strange in game one that didn't happen, but we also see Freya band as well. I mean, this is much more, I think, Mirko, close to what you would like to see from GK.
Yeah, I think this is a standard approach to drafts, especially, you know, in the current meta. You ban out the Fanny, ban out the Atlas as well. Now it opens up for that Eudora. We did hear from Quanok, it's first pick or ban. I think that should be the choice as well for GK. You know, a lot of the other assassins open, Hirara, Ling, so might as well pick up the Eudora first and then let Yangon Galacticos decide what other assassin they want to go for. Now, question is, will the Phoveus also be banned out, or will YG try to punish GK with that Phoveus?
Yeah,
there you go.
They take out the Belleric instead. So it's a wealth of options here for GK that Yangon Galacticos, based on the math that we've seen so far and the priorities, they might just end up winning the trade for the first blue 1, red 1, 2 trade, and then GK will have to pull out something for blue 2, 3 to turn it around in their favor. I still think the shadow of Uranus and Belleric is starting to really hang heavy in the drafts, but instead of the Eudora, they rush the Hirara instead.
So you think they're going to lose the Eudora here?
Yes.
Yeah, it should be Eudora +1.
What does that tell you, Mirko?
I mean, it tells me that GK are confident in their Hirara, I guess. I mean, they picked up Hirara both games, right? Xeno in the previous game as well. I'm guessing they think they'll have an answer for the Eudora anyway. Something that can open up, maybe a Cho early on as well could be the choice, but it could be taken by Yangon Galacticos, man. They were the ones to ban out the Cho earlier after banning out after picking up the Atlas rather. So Eudora Cho is guaranteeing mid prio, and then you pick up the Ling on red 3 will be a solid choice. But they go for the Ling Eudora instead to save for, I think, the Phoveus red 3.
Yeah. Could be. Honestly, GK just pull a page out of the book of everyone else. Just pick up something like a Joe and then
pakai apa aku dah lupa.
like
Zaman Prime Link orang pick apa ah?
You get a little bit of a more priority in the center of the map. You rotate fast because your Barretts are slower.
Obviously,
Barretts can safeguard that side of the map.
Esmeralda.
But no, of course, for Esmeralda.
That's usually banned at this
Sebab
point.
masa Link Ulti kau boleh ni kan. Kau
Talk to me a little
boleh.
more while we wait for this pick, unless it
Ruby
really shocks us. Talk to me a little bit more
naik.
for those just coming in and
Ruby
watching why you like Barretts showing up more and more as we get into these days.
Yeah, because of the picks that we've seen for this metagame, there's not a lot that can actually give it problems early on. Well, although in the previous games we saw Ludwig go down twice early on with the Barretts, but it had to get so much resources from their opponents just so that they could take the Barretts down. Which is why I feel like it's so good, because with all those resources gone, with a lot of damage dealers in the metagame right now, with the Barretts down, you still can clap back and counter against opponents that took it. And GK are honest with it. They show up the Esmeralda and the Paquito already, so they know that they're going to be packing the EXP gold, favorable side lanes. You get the Paquito at gold, you get the Esmeralda at EXP.
Isn't that where they kind of had their biggest struggle, though? I mean, in gold and EXP, and I mean, Mirko was kind of waxing poetic on this. They just lost so hard in that, even if they had better matchups on mid and jungle, it wasn't able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, that's why it feels like this is a confidence pick and confidence draft overall. But Yangon right away, answering with the Ruby. That is such a good pick, because GK were so honest with it. Yangon Galacticos pick up a pick that punishes that honesty.
Yeah, I was literally about to say, you know, the Ruby we did see earlier as well was a fantastic choice by Pro Esports to bully or to punish a full melee composition at the start of the game. And GK, they did exactly that. The Paquito, the Esmeralda, the Hirara, all very honestly laid out for YG to counter. So they go straight up for that. They're going to have a crazy combo as well.
Tapi masih boleh tu nak Phoveus kan?
Let's just see how they build on it, right? Like, I feel like the Ruby, it's also a three-way flex at this point. They're not being too honest themselves. They have that question thrown out now to GK, and they're going to have to keep GK wondering, because Rome works, Gold works, XP works, all the matchups against the picks of GK. It works.
Yeah, it will really make GK overthink, and now they start taking out the Barretts of the world. I wouldn't be surprised if they even decide to take out something like the Uranus, but then you might need to consider banning out the Phoveus, because that could still get slotted into Yangon Galacticos, where though that's a little bit more up in the air. You wouldn't want to pack it up against that Esmeralda, but maybe if Yangon are crazy enough, put it elsewhere, but I don't think they're going to be too crazy to do that.
But the value yang dia akan dapat kalau somehow dia boleh 50-50 kan lane tu sangat besar.
Full lineup swap
So,
the stolen Eudora,
boleh consider juga.
I think was more given away from GK Esports. Noticed that wasn't going to work unless we had stronger EXP and gold lanes. Mirko, what's next in your eyes? What are we looking at?
I'm thinking the Cho right now for YG again, just guaranteeing mid-prio so that they can help the lane get the buffs, because even though GK have the Ruby that can actually, beat out the Paquito and Esmeralda in these team fights, one thing that GK have basically confirmed is prio on both lanes. They can just cut the waves and then have the Hirara rotate over with these two guys over into the jungle to take away from Han. So YG, either they got to start winning these lanes, by picking up these lane bullies, which are already banned out. Again, they went out mid-prio and cover Ling, cover Han straight up.
They need a really strong row mid here that can set the tempo. They end up picking up the Cho, which is why I was suggesting maybe GK would want to pick up the Cho for them. Finally, there's another one.
And the Selena.
They'll be able to farm mega fast if they're going to double leash for their Hirara.
Brother? Melissa it up.
Ya tu lele juga. Macam dulu man. Wow.
And I think for wildcards, if I'm not mistaken, we saw
wow. Masalahnya boleh execute, kita boleh execute. Susah cok. Dah bawa lele Johit ni.
But then you won't even be able to toss her. You're just gonna pop the damage with the unstoppable force, but you'll be knocked out of her dome immediately if you try to get the toss up on the Melissa.
Please, Melissa, please.
Yeah, with all of this dive, go away would be perfect right now. Unless they decide to play for range and pick up something like the Granger packet with the Piercer, I would prefer Kalisa. They get the Kalin. Oh, this is such a tough clicking though.
That's a pretty risky choice.
Yeah, it's like you're choosing to say, I like this, please make it more difficult for me. I want to show off how good I am.
Well, maybe they are that good. You should have known, Mirko. Same Melissa, they were going to do something else. Once you said it, it was not happening. You know how you do. You know how it works. You said it yourself.
That's true. You know what? My bad, YG. Maybe I revealed their cards before that. They went for a different thing.
Clint, to follow through to finish out this lineup, it is almost an entirely new lineup from GK Esports trying to even the series against YG. Can they do it and send us to a game 3? We'll find out. We've got Gideon and Trex on the cast.
Thanks so much. Already here at match point for the Yangon Galacticos, and we've got quite a wild opportunity to see Selena and Jawhead within the same composition. We've seen many victims in ranked games getting absolutely demolished, but how quick they're able to kind of speed up. Wow, they're getting an ultra leash here. Like Zeno didn't need more help.
Ya, bodoh Jawhead lele. Memang laju gila. Ya, what the fuck? Tolong clear me. Wait, so. Pasal Russo biru. Russo biru, tolong ah.
The Yangon Galacticos are actually maintain at least a 2K lead. I think this game is sort of done for unless they can put some damage onto Sanji. But in the meantime,
go ahead.
They don't want to slow down. They're just going to play for that information and really work with the mid trio to get things moving across the map.
Yeah, and they take some really interesting pathing. I almost kind of worry about this Zeno. With such a lead that they had, getting that purple buff immediately, they could have used that to have him just start in his own jungle. But they go into the mid, hope that there's a possible mess up. And now that quick pace that they wanted to set kind of just evens out in a sense.
And they don't mind that, right? They don't mind that. They're looking for lane punishes. I don't see them trying to contest for the very first turtle of this game, but I think, honestly, they need to put as much punishment onto Sanji as possible, right? Because as much as Yaga wants to one-shot him, it's hard to trade against somebody, especially at level 2, who can recoil backwards and also lock you down to get free damage on the trade. So Yaga, unless there is a commitment to an all-in to force Sanji to flicker away, most of the time, you just have to kind of sit in that bush, just wait for your time, get a quick push, and then move away.
All right, Ying getting a little starved away. He's got to try to make his way in to get that card. Is able to get it. So everything back to normal on the bot side.
Oh my God, they got a permanent freeze on top side. He can't walk up. Like Yaga walks up, he's gonna get blasted every single time.
But I mean, he can close the distance pretty quickly, and we are at least seeing him. But down to the turtle, blink. Taking a little bit of damage by everybody. Beautiful, I'm offended. Throwing them all in. Tempest Blades connects on to none. Bahan still finds the kill on to Shen. Forced to run away. YG bringing all all in on the first turtle.
And that's exactly what you want to see, right? I would have imagined that they didn't want to do it, but Ying makes all the difference here. Flickering forward and catching all 4 of the members from the side of DK. Very nice of him to do so, because with this lead, they're going to push it even further. And that's the thing about Yangon Galacticos' composition, right? It is a little risky here and there, but it doesn't mean that DK missing out that first turtle is the end of the world. The real question is whether or not down. And luckily for Aizen,
selagi whistle belum video.
Okay? Right? Yeah.
Selagi whistle belum video.
That is nasty, nasty stuff. And I think this is going to be what the game is going to look like for a while.
Baru 2K gol lead.
It's already 5-0. I don't know how much
2, sikit je kalau kau kira. 1, 2.
Game if things follow this pace. Shen on the bottom side just trying to defend the tower at this point. Is
apalah sangat Idora minit 3 siap glowy won. Biasa-biasa je dok.
Blink just constantly keeping tabs in their jungle, constantly pushing. And the thing is with a lineup like a jaw, that's what they should be doing, right? They pushing in, good amount of damage on a Ying there, but it's not going to be enough to take him down. Chen gonna fully commit, completely misses. Ying.
Oh, melekat semua.
What a surprise!
Aduh, duduklah pecah-pecah sikit bang. Ayo yo. Kalau macam tu aku main Ruby pun nampak power je. Kiwak betul lah.
A nice kick from Blink on a Zeno. Han moves in, Tempest the Blades, just try to close the distance. Ooh, Han will get stunned up.
Hold Evo lagi satu.
He dashes back and forward, back to safety.
Yang kalah jumpa SRG ya.
Able to get a single kill on the board.
Unreal. He's still able to have the time, and honestly, just really good movement so far. Yaga, he can get this kill onto Blink, but is he willing to die for this?
Aku tengok Johit.
Worth it, value, I would say at this point. Just get what you can.
Yup, just get what you can. Tengah kalah ambil je guys. Kalau rumput dekat Land of Dawn ni boleh makan, kau makan je guys. Oh, dapat.
Nice throwback from Shen there. I'm offended, connects on Aizen though, and Shen unable to get away as Han closes the distance on more members. Aizen falls. Kunak may just be next. Sanji able to get off the headshot. 3 members down on the side of GK. Just when I was about to say, okay, they're getting some pace back. They get a turtle, they get a kill. This happens.
Every single time. And the worst part is that this has occurred. This is not like a new thing for the Yangon Galacticos. They did this in game number 1 as well. And they were also able to get the mid-tier 1, which is the most important structure on this map for the first 8 minutes of the game. Now, with the missing mid-tier 1, they get to walk into the jungle for free. Like it's, hey, tourism pass for everybody. Everybody's got a Malaysian passport.
And, I mean, in the fact that the first one that gets taken before any side lanes go down is even more of a statement here by YG. And with the composition that they have, with all of these strong frontliners like the Ruby, with Blink being able to dash through, having that just makes their composition work even more. Now they take out the tier 3 on the top side, and even more movement around where this next in last turtle's gonna come up.
Tak boleh Ling. Tak boleh Ling. Early game, awas sangat Ling. Sabar.
Aizen just doesn't have He's 3 levels down, and not to mention that at least for this Ling, Han is having the time of his life, uncontested, and for the majority of the abilities the side of Geeke, the burst damage is very target locked, so he just has to hold up his Blade of Tempest and dodge it.
Yaga can at least try to get a tower for himself, but it doesn't mean much at this point. They have, I mean, at this point you got to regroup. It's a 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah,
there is still plays that could be made, but they definitely need to stick together a bit more. We said it last game. You have a composition that you want to sit around.
Jumpa Gike, menang lawan Gike.
Work together, get those combos off. They don't have any big range ataupun Aurora. Sacrifice that for the fighter off lanes. Turtle is up now. What can they do about it?
Initially, I thought maybe playing for the strong side in this Paquito, because he can hard shove this way, but now it's kind of 50-50, and here we go. Turtle contestation.
Shen, look for the engage, gets the ejector. Unable to get the throw onto Eddie though. Turtle does go down, and so does Aizen. Ying now gonna move on. A beautiful flicker in from Yaga. Yaga able to get some nice shots off, but won't be able to get away from here. YG just collecting heads 1 by 1.
There was a potential outplay angle for Yaga, but he did not want to lose out on his flicker.
We need to see more Ruby.
And I think at this point, having the Selena is great because now you can watch Yangon Galacticos in first-person view steal away your attempts and still not be able to do anything about it.
This is rough.
This is really, really rough. And I want to be positive for them, but at the same time, with the composition that they have, like, they don't have a lot of comeback mechanics unless those arrows hit. And even when those arrows hit, there's a pretty good chance, unless it hits Kaiser, unless it hits Sanji, everybody else has a response. Blink can block arrows. Ying, as we've seen 3 times already, has flickered I'm Offended to catch multiple members. Like, if GK cannot punish that, they should not fight them during the neutral objective.
And the Ruby just destroys everything that Geeke wants to bring here. Every little bit of dive. And if they do get past the Ruby, there's still quick stun from nice kick. Does land down.
Aduh, klingnya dah timing nak KS pun tak dapat juga. Game biasa.
It's so hard to break through, and even if you're going for those targets, you have Han jumping on you. So it's a tough match. Even if GK was able to kind of even things out here, it's just a hard match to fight.
They're living on a prayer. That's the truth of it. And even Yaga, right? He's in this 2v1 scenario. Finally uses his flicker. You're up against Ling. He's gonna chase you down. Like, there's so many weird decisions happening in this game that has honestly,
Sudah
I
lagi
think
ke.
has
Pernah.
absolutely crushed that confidence. And after
Kata nak
that first
ribut
hurdle, it's just
tembang lebih.
PTSD. It's all happening all over again. Game 1 replaying in their minds.
Tembang lebih. Hai.
Slowly continue to pick apart this map. Lord will be up in a few seconds. They've taken the tier 2 on the bottom side. They haven't lost this. Oh no, they lost their top tier 3, so little something for Geeke. The arrows, I don't think I've seen a single arrow hit.
Some of them have hit. It's just, you know, it hit somebody like Blink. It's hit Ying a couple of times. Both of them just laugh at it. Again, no real
want you to come in.
Odi, man.
They're like signaling them, please. This is the airstrip. Land the plane here.
Ay, ay, ay.
On to Aizen. Han gets
Beli Elis buat apa?
Yaga's
Tak
there.
pedih
Gets a
dia
nice
kak.
damage, but Aizen still goes down. Unable to connect, and Yaga kicked back, taken out. Sanji will get that kill. They're just sharing him at this point. Geeke
Main dah Ling ni.
unable to do anything in the face of this team right now.
I think I figured it out. I think that Geeke
Masalahnya tak ada mundo benda Johit Selena ni buat bersama. Tadi patut dia pergi doh blue buff tu. Dah cantik dah early game-nya. Setup apa exam sekejap. Fast blue buff. Lepas tu tolong clear wave mid. Lepas tu dah boleh jalan dah. Tapi lepas tu ambil little saja. Ay, goyang dia.
So what do Geeke do? I mean, I guess we pointed out they just
Dia macam
continue
upland
to
macam dah ada lah.
the anime fight. Han wins once again. Shen, I mean, even Shen unable to really engage. Goes for Blink this time. Doesn't get the toss. A lot of damage on a Blink with Sanji's just free hitting from the backside, and I'm Offended with the flicker. More damage lands on Sanji getting aggressive, dashing in. Shen just trying to zone them away, just trying to defend the base. A Lord is coming soon though, and YG's not done yet.
At this point, it's not just living on a prayer, it's putting lipstick on a pear, and now they're looking for a little bit more. Finally, they get the shot down!
Bro, lupa tak ada ulti ke sebenarnya?
Finally, Yaga connects. No
Dia
one
lupa
was
dia tak
there
ada
to
ulti, dia
help
lupa
him
dia tak ada
out.
blue buff.
Ying wasn't there to slow him down, and Geeke Esports getting another kill on
Oi,
the board.
oi!
Shen with the toss.
Oh,
my
sempat
God,
flicker.
one walks in. Nobody able to help out at all. Blink getting low. Sanji able to find Shen.
Nice try dah Johit Tapi kalau buat 5 minit sebelum okey kot.
Kills on the board. All three. The only
Ini
three
dah
GK's
11
kills
minit
on
lah,
the hands of
hambat
Yaga.
dah. Oh, tak ada duit. Tak ada item. Tak ada semangat dah pun.
Unfortunately, a little too over-eager, but look at this, right? He gets on top of Han, kills him, no problem, but here's the moment where Yaga wants to come in, and guess who saves the day? It's Blink, who blocks the shot to save Sanji's life here. Yaga was thinking about getting the power shot and flickering right on top of the correct targets, similarly to what his Jawhead did.
Oh my Lord, Han is moving and grooving right now.
Chill.
They're maintaining that distance, but since you brought up the question, I will answer. They're going to need somebody to bait the spells. The only problem is I don't think that the Yangon Galacticos, when the Unstoppable Force comes out of Shen, they're just going to wait until it's done, right?
Oh, Aizen down. Han able to get the
It's
kill.
many dingat orang tak nak.
Oi!
Bangket lah.
Preemptively, but Yaga to the backside. He flickers through. He wants
ke? Seram bro. Anjir. Seram. Seram suri-suri.
Pretty good idea,
Seram
but they could not collapse at the exact same time. There's just too many delays with the help of the Ying, covering so much space. He's 3-0 and 16. This Ruby pick has absolutely demolished their comp. As they start knocking on the front door. GK, what are you gonna do about this? You need 6 seconds.
I don't think there's much GK
bro,
can do.
respect lah sikit. Pakai lot lah.
Minions crashing through.
Pakai lot, pakai lot.
Decide to back off. They're not gonna force it. But the
Dah,
jungler's gone.
banyak betul lah hari ni kita tengok masuk base tak pakai lot ni.
Does GK go for this? Honestly, they've been going for a non-stop, so I wouldn't put it past them to try to take this fight.
I honestly think they should do it again, right? Force this fight.
No way SRG kalah dengan GK, right gang?
They need to, GK are the ones
There's
who
no
have
way.
to walk on over, and if Yangon don't do this fast, that top wave is going to build up to force the decision for them.
Dashes through, big kick on Quinnock. Quinnock goes down.
Ling,
Tempest of
tak
Blades
berubah, Ling,
falls
lupa.
onto Aizen. It's on the top side. Yaga gets pulled back in with the arm offended. Guys gets
Bodoh
the
nak end, bodoh
kill.
tak nak lot tu bangkit betul YG.
The rest of GK running for the hill.
Yep. And now they're going
Nak
for the end
betul,
game.
dia
They
cakap
don't
nak
even
rehat.
know at this
Oh,
point.
nak rehat,
They
nak rehat,
know
nak rehat.
what they need to do. And Sanji is just too strong.
Nak
He can
tengok
single-handedly do
vote
the
pro
siege.
e-sport dia cakap.
It's a 4v5 right now, or a 3v5 right now. Aizen goes down. YG gonna move on to Shen here. Last minion drops. They do have to back off. They're unable to connect to the base.
I don't know how long they can do this for because it's coming to a point where we're getting to the 42k mark. Once we get to the 42k mark, we're expecting that Xeno alongside, well in this case, Yaga, would have hit their core items. I know for a fact that Yaga has his items, Xeno at the same time. But the rest of them, they just don't have enough stats, especially for Aizen. Literally
Baru
2
vibe
items.
OB lawan Navi.
But I mean, in the end, right? Aizen, I think the big problem for GK, where's the major damage? You have some physical damage. Quinnock was never able to come online, and even then,
bertukar dua SMini lagi 2 kali mampus.
the Selene is always going to start to fall off a bit, you know? And it wasn't able to get that value you would get out of it in the early to mid. And at this point, without a marksman, without any kind of range,
Saya termasuk keluar ke
and
terus
with
biasanya
just
bersuka.
damage as your major
But
damage dealers, even once
first
the
dua
core
item
items
memang
come
takkan
in,
berubah.
where does GK
Bersuka
go
dengan
with that?
scroll.
The physicality of their damage isn't the
Sebab-
problem. It's the
sebab
fact that this
100%
Ruby has
clear rate kan.
literally blocked them
Oh,
at
kena juga.
every single angle. Like Yaga wants to close the distance, but he can't because he's melee. So at this stage, it really is just whether or not Ying can get moved out of position.
Ying pulls Zeno back in. Zeno goes down. Aizen about to get hit by the Tempest of Blades as Han dashes under the tower to get the kill. Lord connects onto the base, a big kick onto Yaga, and that should be it. YG with one last empowered wave will move on to the base. They want to make
Bye-bye.
They want to make things quick. YG take game number 2.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye Disney.
The Young Galacticos take the game 2 and
Gagal.
they had an incredible answer to the draft so far, and honestly, I think that was the problem. Those first three picks was just too honest. And
Okay, selesai. Selesai. Okay. Atas jalan dulu lah kan? 24, yup, atas jalan dulu geng. So tomorrow kita akan tengok siapa lah low bracket dulu lah. True Reaper Guangzhou. And then and then ni. And then atas dulu. And then Vamos Team Spirit. And then Vitality Falcon. And then Falcon lawan Ignite 9.30. And then ke hari seterusnya kita akan tengok ni hari Sabtu. Hari Sabtu pun flow yang sama lah. Probably akan jalan atas dulu. Tak lah bang, susah nak cakap. Sebab dia biasa kan akan bagi match nombor 2 dengan nombor 3 tu untuk tim-tim yang match panas. Tapi since kalau bracket ada SRG dengan TLPH, so susah sikit nak tebak mana jalan luar. Tapi ni akan jalan hari Sabtu lah. And then hari Ahad kita akan tengok ni. Low bracket semi. Itulah flow-nya. Okay.
Jumpa esok Rino sebab ada bau-bau angin sidai malam ni.
Tak, ada. Malam ni ada dia. Riau. Kenapa lama sangat? Tak. Ni jadual belum update. Tak ada rehat sampai 1 Ogos. Ni hari Sabtu bang.
Jumpa pukul 2 pagi.
Sabtu. Player of the match. Belum. Tak ada update. So far kita baru ada ni. Okay? To be updated tomorrow. Okay, itu saja jadual. So, esok kita akan tengok ini, and then ini, okay? Bawah. Itu saja. So, besok kita akan jumpa pukul 5 petang macam biasa. Pukul 5 petang. Terima kasih semua yang menonton dengan saya selama 6 jam 20 minit. Kita jumpa malam nanti pukul... Sekejap lagi aku akan live balik pukul 2. Apa tu? Pukul 1 ke 2 pagi macam tu kita akan chill stream. And then besok kita akan jumpa pukul 5 petang, okay? Okay, sekali lagi terima kasih. Kita akan jumpa nanti. Ending stream in 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Terima kasih. Bye-bye.